Welcome to mr.Abaddon, where every shadow hides a terrifying secret, and every story will haunt your mind. If you love horror, mysteries, and the unknown, you're in the right place. Hit like, subscribe, and turn on notifications, because the darkness is just beginning. Hello, my name is Brian Ashford and I'm 27 years old. I currently live in Vermont, but I found your YouTube channel recently and decided to finally tell what happened to me when I worked in Washington State. This was 5 years ago, when I still worked as a forest ranger at Olympic National Park in Washington. What I'm going to tell you is the reason why I left that job, moved to Vermont, and could never go back to a forest alone again. I had been working there for 8 months when Alara Kestwick's case happened. What started as a routine search and rescue procedure turned into the worst nightmare of my life. To this day, 5 years later, here in Vermont, I still wake up in the middle of the night hearing those sounds. Sorry if my voice shakes at some moments. This is the first time I'm telling this completely to someone outside of therapy. My wife thinks I should keep this to myself, but you who follow real stories deserve to know that there are things out there. Things that people like me should protect you from, but sometimes we can't. I was new to the job, just 8 months, still trying to prove I deserved to be there. Olympic National Park isn't like these gentle Vermont forests where I live now. Out there in Washington, you have temperate rainforests so dense that noon feels like twilight. Trees so massive they've been standing since before Columbus. The Hoh rainforest, where this happened, gets over 140 inches of rain per year. Everything is perpetually damp, covered in moss, and sounds travel weird through all that vegetation. Alara Kestwick was a 24-year-old graduate student from the University of Washington. She was studying forest ecology, specifically old-growth fungi. Smart girl, experienced hiker, knew the risks. She had all the right permits, filed her research plan with us, carried proper equipment. Her advisor said she was meticulous about safety protocols. That's what made her disappearance so unsettling from the start. She was last seen on October 15th, 2019, at the Hoh River Trail parking area around 7 a.m. A couple of day hikers remembered seeing her because she had so much scientific equipment, sample containers, pH meters, a professional camera with macro lenses. She told them she was heading to a specific grove about 6 miles in, where some rare bracket fungi had been documented. When she didn't return by her scheduled check-in time 2 days later, her advisor called it in. I volunteered for the search team immediately. I knew that section of the park better than most of the other rangers, and honestly, I wanted to prove myself. 8 months in, I was still the rookie, still getting looks from the veterans when I spoke up in briefings. This felt like my chance to show I belonged. Our supervisor, Ranger Coleman, assigned me to work with Ranger Patricia Vega, a 15-year veteran who knew the Hoh system like her own backyard. We were tasked with following Alara's planned research route while other teams covered adjacent areas and possible deviation paths. The morning we started the search, October 18th, the fog was so thick you could barely see 20 feet ahead. That's normal for Olympic in autumn, but something felt different. Patricia mentioned it too as we geared up at the trailhead. "Air feels heavy today," she said, adjusting her radio. "More than usual." The Hoh River Trail starts easy enough, but once you get past the visitor area, it plunges into what feels like another world. Sitka spruces and western hemlocks rising 200 feet overhead, their trunks so wide that 3 people holding hands couldn't wrap around them. Everything draped in club moss and draped in silence, except for the distant sound of the river and your own footsteps on the spongy forest floor. We found Alara's first research site around mile marker 4. Her equipment was set up methodically. Sample containers arranged on a fallen log, notebook open to detailed sketches of bracket fungi, camera tripod still extended, but no Alara. "She was here recently," Patricia said, examining the setup. "Containers are clean, no rain damage on the notebook. This was maybe yesterday morning." I was checking the surrounding area when I found the first set of boot prints leading away from her station. They headed northwest, off the main trail, toward some of the densest sections of the forest. "Those aren't hiking boots," Patricia observed, crouching next to the prints. "Too heavy. Work boots, maybe military style." That should have been our first real warning. We radioed in our findings and received permission to follow the trail. Patricia had her GPS unit. I had backup navigation. We both carried emergency beacons. Standard protocol for off-trail search operations. The tracks led us deeper into old growth where the canopy was so thick that afternoon felt like dusk. Everything was moss and shadow and the peculiar green-tinted light that filters through a temperate rainforest. The air smelled like decomposition and earth and something else I couldn't identify. Something sweet and sickening. About a mile off the main trail, we found more of Alara's equipment. This time it was scattered. Sample containers broken, notebooks torn, camera equipment smashed against a tree trunk. "This doesn't look accidental," Patricia said, her voice tense. "Someone did this deliberately." That's when we heard the first voice. It was a child's voice, very faint, calling help me from somewhere ahead of us in the forest. Both Patricia and I froze, listening. The voice came again, clearer this time. Definitely a young child, maybe 6 or 7 years old. "There's no children reported missing in this area," Patricia whispered. "Could be someone camping illegally with kids," I suggested. But even as I said it, something felt wrong. The voice had an odd quality to it, like an echo that arrived before the original sound. We followed the voice deeper into the forest. Our radio started crackling with static, then went completely dead. Patricia tried her cell phone. No signal, which wasn't unusual in the dense forest, but the timing felt ominous. The child's voice kept calling, always just ahead of us, always just out of sight. "Help me, please, I'm scared." Sometimes it seemed to come from our left, sometimes our right, sometimes from directly above us in the canopy. That's when Patricia stopped walking. "Brian," she said quietly, "I've been doing this for 15 years. I know every family that camps in this park, every local who brings kids hiking. There are no children in this section today." As if responding to her words, the voice called again, but this time it was different. It was still a child's voice, but it was saying my name. "Brian, Brian, help me." I felt ice water run down my spine. There was no way a lost child would know my name. Patricia grabbed my arm. "We're leaving. Now." But when we turned around, the trail we'd been following was gone. Not overgrown, not hard to see. Completely gone. Where there had been a clear path through the underbrush 5 minutes earlier, there was now virgin forest, moss-covered logs and ferns, as if no human had ever walked there. Patricia's hands were shaking as she checked her GPS unit. The screen was showing our location as somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. "This is impossible," she whispered. "This equipment doesn't malfunction like this." The child's voice called again, but now it was coming from multiple directions at once. Different children's voices, all calling our names, all pleading for help. The sound seemed to surround us, echo through the trees, bounce off the moss-covered ground. And that's when we saw him. He was about 50 yards away, partially hidden behind one of the massive Sitka spruces. A tall man, maybe 6'2", wearing military-style camouflage that blended perfectly with the forest shadows. He was watching us through binoculars. Patricia saw him too. She reached for her radio, forgetting it was dead, then went for her emergency beacon. The man stepped out from behind the tree and I could see he was smiling. "Rangers," he called out, his voice carrying easily through the still air. "Looking for someone?" Something about his tone made my skin crawl. Too casual, too friendly for the circumstances. "Sir, you need to identify yourself," Patricia called back, her hand moving to her sidearm. "This is a restricted search area." The man started walking toward us, moving with the kind of easy confidence that comes from military training. As he got closer, I could see he was probably in his 40s. Weathered face, gray-streaked beard, eyes that seemed to take in everything and give away nothing. "Name's Kane Holbrook," he said, stopping about 20 feet away. "I've been tracking your missing girl." "You've seen Alara Kestwick?" I asked. His smile widened. "Oh, I've seen her. Question is, are you prepared to see what's left of her?" Patricia's weapon was halfway out of its holster when the temperature dropped. "I don't mean it got chilly. The temperature plummeted at least 30 degrees in the span of about 5 seconds. Our breath started fogging. Frost began forming on the nearby ferns, and I could feel the cold seeping through my jacket like it was made of paper. Holbrook noticed it too, but instead of looking concerned, he looked pleased. "They don't like visitors," he said conversationally. "Been trying to tell people that for years, but nobody listens." The children's voices started up again, but now they were screaming, not calling for help, screaming in terror, in pain, in desperation. The sound was coming from everywhere and nowhere, echoing through the trees, seeming to originate from the moss itself. Patricia drew her weapon completely. "Sir, I need you to step back and place your hands where I can see them." Holbrook laughed. "Ranger, you're about to learn that there are things in these woods that don't care about your authority. Things that have been here a lot longer than the Park Service." That's when I saw the first shadow. It was moving between the trees, roughly human-shaped but wrong somehow. Too tall, arms too long, moving in a way that didn't match the rhythm of walking. As I watched, more shadows began moving in my peripheral vision. "Patricia," I said quietly, "we need to leave, now." But when I looked around, Patricia was gone. I was standing alone in the forest with Kane Holbrook, surrounded by moving shadows and the sound of screaming children, and my partner of 15 years' experience had simply vanished. "Where is she?" I demanded, raising my own sidearm. Holbrook shrugged. "Same place your missing girl is, same place you're going." The shadows were getting closer. I could hear Patricia's voice now calling my name, but it was coming from above me, from the canopy, impossible high up in the trees. Brian, help me, I can't get down." I looked up and saw nothing but moss-draped branches and gray sky filtered through the canopy. But Patricia's voice kept calling, getting more desperate, more panicked. Holbrook was watching me with obvious amusement. "You want to know what I figured out, rookie? About this place? About why some people go missing and never get found?" The shadows had formed a rough circle around us. They weren't quite solid. I could see the forest through them. But they were definitely there, definitely moving, definitely focused on me. "This forest feeds on fear," Holbrook continued. "The more scared someone gets, the more real the shadows become. The more the voices sound like people you know. The more the forest itself seems to turn against you." Patricia's voice was getting fainter, more distant. "Brian, please, I'm falling, I can't hold on." "And I figured out how to use that," Holbrook said. "How to make the forest work for me instead of against me. You bring someone out here, get them good and scared, and the forest does most of the work." I tried to back away from him, but the shadows shifted to block my path. Everywhere I turned, they were there, human-shaped but wrong, reaching toward me with arms that were too long, fingers that bent the wrong way. "Your partner found out about me 6 months ago," Holbrook said. "Found one of my kill sites, started asking questions. That's why she's really here today, Brian. Not to find your missing girl. To find evidence of what I've been doing." The children's voices had stopped screaming and started laughing. High, echoing laughter that seemed to come from the trees themselves. And underneath it, I could still hear Patricia calling for help, her voice getting weaker and more distant. "The thing about Patricia," Holbrook continued, "is she's got 15 years of experience. Knows how to stay calm, how to think through a crisis. That's why it took the forest longer to get to her." He looked at me with something like pity. "But you're new. 8 months, right? Still trying to prove yourself. Still scared you don't belong here. The forest can smell that on you." The shadows were close enough now that I could feel cold radiating from them. My breath was fogging with each exhale, and frost was forming on the barrel of my sidearm. The missing girl, Alara, she lasted 3 days. Smart, experienced, knew the woods, but she was alone, and I made sure she got scared fast. The forest took care of the rest. "Where is she?" I managed to ask through chattering teeth. Holbrook pointed deeper into the forest, toward a section so dark and overgrown it looked like a tunnel through the vegetation. "Same place Patricia is now, same place you're going. There's a place in there where the shadows get solid, where the voices become real, where the forest shows you exactly what it's hungry for." I tried to run, turned and sprinted toward where I thought the trail should be, crashing through ferns and moss, stumbling over fallen logs, branches tearing at my jacket and face. But the forest had changed again. Trees that had been widely spaced were now growing close together, forming impassable walls of bark and moss. Trails that should have led back toward the river were leading deeper into darkness. The GPS unit on my belt was spinning wildly, showing my location jumping between impossible coordinates. Behind me, Holbrook was following at a casual walking pace, whistling some tune I couldn't identify. The shadows moved with him, flowing between the trees like smoke given form, and Patricia's voice kept calling from above, getting weaker and more desperate. I ended up in a small clearing where the canopy opened just enough to let in some gray afternoon light. In the center of the clearing was a circle of standing stones that definitely hadn't been there in any park survey I'd studied. The stones were covered in moss, but I could see markings carved into them, symbols that hurt to look at directly. Around the base of the stones were bones, animal bones mostly, but some that were clearly human. Fresh bones and old bones, some so ancient they were more fossil than bone. And scattered among them, pieces of clothing, equipment, personal belongings. I recognized Alara's camera among the debris. The LCD screen was cracked, but it was still functional. I picked it up and scrolled through the photos. The last several images showed the clearing where I was standing. But in Alara's photos, the shadows were solid. Dark figures with human shapes but wrong proportions, reaching toward the camera with fingers like twisted branches. And in the background of the photos, barely visible in the tree line, was Kane Holbrook, watching. "She put up a good fight," Holbrook said, entering the clearing behind me. But the forest was hungry and she was alone and scared. The shadows were gathering around the stone circle now, becoming more solid, more defined. I could see faces in them, or what might have been faces, hollow eyes, mouths open in silent screams, expressions of terror and desperation. Patricia figured out what I was doing, Holbrook continued. Found 3 of my kill sites, started putting together a pattern. That's why she volunteered for this search. She knew I'd be here. "Where is she?" I demanded again. Holbrook nodded toward the trees on the far side of the clearing. Following his gaze, I saw Patricia hanging from one of the massive Sitka spruces, about 40 feet up, suspended in a web of rope and moss. She was unconscious but breathing. "The forest likes to save some for later," Holbrook explained. "Let them hang there for a few days, getting weaker, getting more scared, makes the feeding better." The shadows were solid now, no longer translucent. I could hear them breathing, could smell the odor of decay and wet earth that clung to them. They were closing in on the stone circle, and I was trapped in the center. "Your turn, rookie," Holbrook said, pulling out a hunting knife with a blade that looked like it had seen recent use. "Let's see how long you last." That's when the emergency beacon in my pack started working, not the beacon itself. That had been dead for hours. But something else, some other signal, was coming through my radio in bursts of static and electronic noise. And buried in the static, I could hear voices, human voices calling coordinates, organizing search patterns. "Brian, Patricia, come in. This is base camp. We have teams converging on your last known position." Holbrook heard it too. His confident expression faltered for the first time. "That's impossible," he said. "No signals get through here. I made sure of that." The shadows hesitated, their forms becoming less solid, more translucent. The children's voices that had been echoing through the trees went quiet. "Brian, Patricia, if you can hear this, we're tracking your emergency beacons. Help is coming." I looked at my beacon. It was still showing as non-functional, but somehow, impossibly, it was transmitting. Holbrook snarled and lunged at me with the knife. I managed to dodge, slipping on the moss-covered ground, rolling away from the stone circle. The shadows reached for me, but their fingers passed through my jacket like smoke. The radio kept crackling with voices, coordinates, search patterns, and the more it crackled, the less solid the shadows became. The quieter the forest grew, the more normal the temperature felt. Holbrook was fighting to reach me, but something was holding him back. The shadows that had been helping him were now clinging to him, wrapping around his arms and legs like restraints. "This isn't over," he shouted as the shadows pulled him toward the tree line. "The forest remembers. It knows you now. It'll call you back. The last thing I saw of him was his face disappearing into the mass of shadows at the edge of the clearing, his eyes still fixed on me with a mixture of rage and promise. The rescue team found me 20 minutes later. I was unconscious in the stone circle, suffering from hypothermia and exhaustion. They said my beacon had suddenly started transmitting a strong signal after hours of nothing. They found Patricia too. She was hanging unconscious in the tree, exactly where I'd seen her, secured with military-grade rope and climbing equipment. She had no memory of how she got there or what had happened after we'd started following the child's voice. They never found Ilara Kestwick. The clearing with the stone circle couldn't be located again, despite GPS coordinates and detailed descriptions. Search teams combed that section of forest for weeks and found nothing but virgin wilderness. They never found Kane Holbrook either. No record of anyone by that name having permits to be in the park. No military records, no address, no evidence he ever existed except for Patricia's climbing rope and some boot prints that led to nowhere. The official report listed Ilara as missing, presumed dead due to exposure or accident. Patricia was treated for hypothermia and released. I was put on medical leave for psychological evaluation. I never went back to work. The nightmares started immediately. Every night I'd dream about the stone circle, about the shadows reaching for me, about Holbrook's promise that the forest would call me back. I'd wake up hearing children's voices calling my name, feeling the supernatural cold seeping through my bedroom walls. But the worst part was the certainty that it wasn't over. Patricia felt it too. We talked a few times after the incident, before I moved to Vermont. She said she could sense something following her, watching her. She'd be hiking familiar trails and suddenly find herself somewhere she'd never been before, with no memory of how she got there. 3 months after the incident, she transferred to a desk job in Seattle. She said she couldn't trust the forest anymore. I moved to Vermont because I thought distance would help. 3,000 miles away from Olympic National Park, in gentle hardwood forests that bear no resemblance to the temperate rainforests of Washington. No moss-draped giants, no perpetual twilight, no shadows that move independently of their sources. But distance doesn't matter. Last month I was hiking a familiar trail near my house in Vermont, a trail I've walked dozens of times in broad daylight with my wife, when I heard a child's voice calling my name from the trees. Brian. Brian, help me. I ran. Left my wife confused and concerned, sprinted back to the trailhead, drove home with shaking hands. When I tried to explain what had happened, I couldn't find the words. That's when I knew I had to tell someone. Had to get this story out there because whatever happened in Olympic National Park 5 years ago, it's not finished with me. I still don't know what Kane Holbrook was. Human predator using the forest's natural eeriness to hunt people? Something else entirely. Something that fed on fear and isolation? The more I think about it, the less certain I become about what was real and what was the forest playing with my mind. But I know what I experienced. I know Patricia experienced something similar. I know Ilara Kestwick is still out there somewhere, in that place where the shadows get solid and the voices become real. And I know that whatever it was, it's still looking for me. So if you're planning to visit Olympic National Park, especially the Hoh Rainforest, please be careful. Stay on marked trails. Travel in groups. Trust your equipment, but don't trust your senses if things start feeling wrong. And if you hear children calling for help from deep in the forest, don't follow the voices. Some things in the wilderness are exactly what they seem to be. Natural, explicable, manageable with proper training and equipment. But some things are older than the Park Service, hungrier than any natural predator, and patient enough to wait years for the right opportunity to finish what they started. I thought moving to Vermont would save me from whatever I encountered in Washington. These New England forests are different, smaller trees, familiar wildlife, no moss-draped giants or supernatural cold pockets. But last week, I found boot prints outside my house. Heavy boots, military style, leading from the tree line to my front door and then disappearing. The same pattern I saw 5 years ago in Olympic National Park. Whatever Kane Holbrook was, whatever the forest showed me in that stone circle, it's found me here in Vermont. 3,000 miles wasn't far enough. I don't know if telling this story will help or make things worse, but if something happens to me, if I disappear like Alara did, at least someone will know what to look for. And maybe, if you're ever hiking alone and you hear a voice calling your name from deep in the trees, you'll remember this story and turn around. Because the forest is always hungry, and it never forgets. Hello, my name is Garrett Holstead and I'm 31 years old. I currently live in Arizona, but I found your YouTube channel recently and decided to finally tell what happened to me when I worked in Washington. This was 5 years ago, when I still worked as a forest ranger at Olympic National Park in Washington State. What I'm going to tell you is the reason why I left that job, moved to Arizona, and could never go back to a forest alone again. I had been working there for 7 months when Eliza Vern's case happened. What started as a routine search and rescue procedure turned into the worst nightmare of my life. To this day, 5 years later, here in Arizona, I still wake up in the middle of the night hearing those sounds. Sorry if my voice shakes at some moments. This is the first time I'm telling this completely to someone outside of therapy. My wife thinks I should keep this to myself, but you who follow real stories deserve to know that there are things out there, things that people like me should protect you from. But sometimes we can't. I need to take a breath before I continue. Even here in the desert heat of Phoenix, thinking about those cold, wet forests makes my hands shake. The dry air here, the lack of trees pressing in on all sides. That's why I chose Arizona. As far from the Pacific Northwest as I could get while still staying in the country. Let me start from the beginning. I was new to the job, just 7 months in, still trying to prove I deserved to be there. Olympic National Park isn't like other parks. It's got temperate rainforest alpine areas and over 70 miles of wilderness coastline. In autumn, when this happened, the park transforms. By October, darkness comes at 5 p.m., the rain is constant, and the fog rolls in from the Pacific so thick you can't see 10 feet ahead. I was stationed at the Quinault Ranger Station in the southwest part of the park. The Quinault rainforest gets about 12 feet of rain a year. Yeah, you heard that right. Feet, not inches. In autumn, it's a maze of massive Sitka spruces and western hemlocks. Their branches so dense that even at noon it feels like twilight underneath. The moss hangs from everything like curtains, muffling sounds and making every tree look like every other tree. October 18th, 2019. I remember because it was my sister's birthday, and I'd been planning to call her after my shift. The call came in around 3 p.m. A solo hiker hadn't checked in. Eliza Vern, 26 years old, nature photographer from Seattle. She'd registered for a 3-day backcountry permit in the Enchanted Valley area, was supposed to be back that morning. Her car was still at the Graves Creek trailhead. I volunteered immediately. Like I said, I was eager to prove myself, and search and rescue was exactly the kind of thing I wanted on my record. My supervisor, Ranger Catherine Morse, paired me with Marcus Reeds, a veteran with 15 years under his belt. Marcus was in his 40s, quiet guy, knew every trail in the park like the back of his hand. He had this habit of stopping mid-stride and cocking his head, listening to the forest like it was talking to him. We geared up fast. Radios, GPS units, first aid kits, emergency shelter, food for 3 days. The Enchanted Valley Trail is 13 miles one way, and with someone potentially injured or lost, we needed to move quick but be prepared for anything. The weather report showed a storm system moving in from the Pacific. In Washington autumn, that meant we had maybe 12 hours before conditions would force us to suspend the search. The trailhead was already dim when we started at 4 p.m. The Sitka spruces towered above us, some over 200 feet tall, their trunks 20 feet in diameter. In Arizona, you can see for miles. In the Olympic rainforest, you can barely see the sky. The trail followed the Quinault River, but you could only hear it. The undergrowth was too thick to see water. Marcus set a fast pace. I was in good shape, but keeping up while scanning for any sign of Eliza was taxing. We called her name every few minutes, our voices swallowed by the moss and ferns. The only responses were the occasional calls of varied thrushes, these haunting, single-note whistles that echo through the forest. About 3 miles in, we found our first sign, a lens cap from a camera, just off the trail near a massive nurse log. That's what we call fallen trees that become ecosystems of their own. I bagged it, marked the GPS coordinates. Marcus studied the ground with his flashlight. She left the trail here, he said, pointing to barely visible impressions in the moss. Probably saw something she wanted to photograph. This was concerning, but not unusual. Nature photographers often venture off trail for the perfect shot, despite our warnings. We followed the faint trail through Devil's Club, nasty stuff with thorns that break off in your skin, and salal bushes. The forest floor here was spongy, built up from centuries of fallen trees and decomposing matter. In some places, you could push a walking stick down 3 feet and not hit solid ground. That's when we heard it. A voice calling for help. Female, distant, maybe a quarter-mile northeast. We both froze, listening. In the rainforest, sound does weird things. The moss absorbs some frequencies while the tree trunks create echoes. It can make a sound seem like it's coming from completely the wrong direction. "Eliza," I called out, cupping my hands around my mouth. "This is Olympic search and rescue. Stay where you are." The voice came again, clearer this time. "Help me, please, I'm hurt." We crashed through the undergrowth, following the voice. Marcus was on his radio, updating dispatch on our position. The canopy was so thick here that the GPS struggled to get a satellite fix. We were relying on compass bearings and Marcus's knowledge of the terrain. 20 minutes of hard bushwhacking later, we emerged into a small clearing. Our flashlights swept the area, nothing but more trees and a carpet of moss. The voice had stopped. "Eliza," I called again. This time, the response came from behind us, back the way we'd come. "Help me." Marcus grabbed my arm as I turned. "Wait." "What do you mean, wait? She's..." "Listen to the voice," he said quietly. I did. The plea came again, and this time I noticed what Marcus had. It was the exact same inflection, the exact same timing, like a recording being played back. "Help me, please, I'm hurt." Word for word, tone for tone. My skin prickled despite the Gore-Tex jacket. "Maybe she's delirious? Hypothermia can..." "Maybe," Marcus said, but he didn't sound convinced. He tried his radio. Static. The signal, which had been weak but present, was now completely dead. We made our way back toward the trail, following our GPS track. The voice continued to call, sometimes from our left, sometimes from our right, always the same words in the same desperate tone. It was 6 p.m. now, full dark under the canopy. Our flashlights created a tunnel of light through the green darkness. Then we saw the light. About 50 yards through the trees, a camping lantern glowed. Not moving, just sitting there like someone had set up camp, which made no sense. This area was off trail, not a designated camping spot, and Eliza hadn't registered for overnight camping anyway. We approached cautiously. The light sat in the middle of another small clearing, one of those Coleman lanterns hissing away. Next to it was a blue backpack, women's model. A camera bag lay open beside it, expensive equipment visible inside. "Don't touch anything," Marcus said, though I wasn't planning to. Something about the scene felt staged, too neat, too deliberate. That's when we heard the crying. Not a woman this time, a child. The sound drifted through the trees, high-pitched sobs that made my chest tighten. No kid should be out here, especially not in these conditions. "There are no children registered for this trail," Marcus said, voicing my thought. "No families at all today." The crying intensified, became screaming. The kind of terrified shrieks that trigger every protective instinct. I took a step toward the sound before Marcus grabbed me again. "Think," he said. "How did a child get here? Why haven't we heard them until now?" He was right. We'd been making noise for hours, calling Eliza's name. Any kid lost out here would have heard us, come toward us. Unless they couldn't. Unless they were hurt, or... The screaming stopped mid-shriek, cut off like someone hitting pause on a recording. The silence that followed was worse than the crying. Even the usual forest sounds, The drip of water from branches, the rustle of small animals had stopped. It was like the entire rainforest was holding its breath. Marcus clicked his radio again. Still static, but underneath it, I could swear I heard something else. Whispers. Multiple voices, too faint to make out words. "We need to get back to the trail," he said. "Now." But when we turned, our flashlights illuminated something that made us both freeze. Footprints in the moss, fresh ones circling the camp. They hadn't been there minutes ago. I would have seen them. I'd been scanning the ground constantly, training kicking in. The prints were barefoot. In October. In the Olympic rainforest. "Marcus," I whispered. "I see them." We stood back to back, flashlights sweeping the tree line. Nothing moved in the beams, but I had the overwhelming sensation of being watched. Not just watched, studied. Like something was learning our patterns, our reactions. A branch snapped to our left. We spun, lights converging on the spot. Nothing there but trees and shadows. Another snap, this time from the right, then behind us. The sounds were deliberate, timed, circling. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is the National Park Service. Identify yourself." The response wasn't words. It was laughter. Low, masculine laughter that seemed to come from the trees themselves, not echoing like normal sound, but present everywhere at once. Marcus pulled out his bear spray. I did the same, though we both knew this wasn't a wildlife situation. Bears don't laugh. Bears don't leave barefoot prints. Bears don't set up staged camps with Coleman lanterns. The laughter faded, replaced by something worse. My own voice playing back from the darkness. "Who's there? This is the National Park Service. Identify yourself." Exact same tone, same slight crack on the word yourself where my fear had broken through. Then Marcus's voice. "We need to get back to the trail. Now." But Marcus hadn't spoken. He was right beside me, jaw clenched, saying nothing. The voices continued, playing back our entire conversation from the last 10 minutes. When they reached the part about the footprints, new ones appeared in the moss right in front of us. We watched them form, depressions appearing one by one, tracing a path that circled us again, closer this time. "Run," Marcus said. We ran, crashing through the undergrowth, branches tearing at our jackets. We fled toward what we hoped was the trail. Behind us, the voices continued. Mine, Marcus's, and now others. Eliza's voice calling for help. The child crying. And underneath it all, that low laughter. My flashlight beam caught something white ahead. A trail marker. We'd made it back to the main path. But as we burst onto the trail, we nearly collided with someone standing in the middle of it. A man. Tall, probably 6'4", wearing old military surplus gear. His feet were bare, caked in mud. His hair was long, matted, gray-streaked. But it was his eyes that made me take an involuntary step back. They reflected our lights like an animal's, and there was something wrong with how he stood. Too still, like he was posing for a picture we couldn't see. "Evening, Rangers," he said. His voice was cultured, educated, completely at odds with his wild appearance. "Lose someone?" Marcus had his bear spray raised. "Sir, I need you to identify yourself. What are you doing out here?" The man tilted his head, considering. "I live here. Have for, 7 years now. Maybe 8. Time's different in the deep woods." He smiled, revealing teeth that were surprisingly white and straight. "You can call me Silas. You're camping illegally," I said, finding my voice. "This is federal land. You need permits." "Permits." He laughed, that same low rumble we'd heard in the forest. "I was in Afghanistan, you know, Iraq too. Uncle Sam sent me to live in places that wanted me dead. Figured he owed me some peace when I got back, so I took it." "Sir, we're looking for a missing hiker," Marcus said, not lowering the bear spray. "Eliza Verney. Have you seen her?" Silas's smile widened. "Pretty thing. Camera around her neck. She wanted to photograph the old growth, the untouched places." He gestured vaguely into the forest. "I showed her some. Special spots. Places where the old forest remembers." Where is she? I demanded. Oh, she's around. They're all around if you know how to listen. He cocked his head, mimicking Marcus's earlier gesture. Can't you hear them? And God help me, I could. Whispers in the trees, just at the edge of perception. Not wind through branches, but voices. Dozens of them. Here's what's going to happen, Marcus said steadily. You're going to take us to Eliza, right now. Then you're coming back with us. Silas laughed again. I don't think so, Ranger Reeds. Marcus stiffened. He hadn't given his name. Oh, I know all about you, Silas continued. 15 years of service. Wife Linda, daughter in college. Western Washington University, isn't it? Environmental science major, following in Daddy's footsteps. How? I told you. I live here. I watch. I listen. Amazing what people say on their radios thinking they're alone in the woods. His eyes shifted to me. And you, Garrett? Still trying to fill your father's shoes? Tough act to follow. A man who died in the line of duty. Phoenix Fire Department, wasn't it? Hero's funeral and everything. My blood went cold. That information wasn't in any file the Park Service had. I'd never told anyone here about my dad. The forest tells me things, Silas said, as if reading my mind. It's been telling me things for years. Showed me the thin places where the walls are weak, where things can cross over, where time bends. He took a step toward us. Marcus and I backed up instinctively. Want to know a secret? He stage whispered. This place has been collecting people long before I got here. I just figured out how to use what was already happening. The Park Service, they know. Why do you think they pair rookies with veterans? Why do you think Marcus here knows to listen before he moves? That's enough, Marcus said. You're under arrest for... The lights went out, both our flashlights, simultaneously. In the absolute darkness that followed, I heard Silas's voice, but it seemed to come from multiple directions at once. The Maka tribe used to avoid this part of the forest, called it the place where stories end. They knew what I learned. Some places are hungry. They take people, keep them, replay them like echoes. My flashlight flickered back on, beam weak and yellow. Marcus's did the same. Silas was gone. No sound of footsteps, no rustle of bushes. Just gone. Back to the station, Marcus said. Now, we need backup. We moved fast down the trail, but it was wrong. I'd hiked this path earlier, memorized the landmarks. They were out of order. A distinctive nurse log that should have been at mile 2 appeared at what should have been mile 4. The river sounds came from the wrong side. Marcus, I started. I know. Keep moving. Our radios crackled to life. Dispatch, finally. But the voice was wrong. Too deep. Distorted. Rangers, please respond. We have reports of screaming from your area. Marcus grabbed his radio. This is Reeds. We need immediate backup at... The voice cut him off. Rangers, please respond. We have reports of screaming from your area. Same exact words. Same inflection. It's a recording, I said. He's playing recordings. But Marcus was looking at his GPS unit, face pale in the flashlight beam. Garrett, look at the time. I checked my watch. 11:47 p.m. We'd been in the forest for nearly 8 hours. It felt like 2 at most. That's not possible, I said. Rangers, please respond. We have reports of screaming from your area. We kept moving, and then I saw them. Lights ahead, moving through the trees, parallel to the trail. Flashlights. Multiple beams sweeping back and forth in search patterns. Thank God, I breathed. Back up. But Marcus grabbed my arm. Look closer. I did. The lights moved in perfect synchronization. When one swept left, they all swept left. Same angle, same speed. Like puppets on the same string. And between the trees, I could see the figures holding them. They wore ranger uniforms, but they moved wrong. Jerky, unnatural gaits, heads turning too far on necks, arms bending at angles that made my stomach turn. Don't look at them, Marcus whispered. Don't acknowledge them. Just walk. We passed the lights, keeping our eyes fixed ahead. I could feel them watching us, those things wearing ranger uniforms. In my peripheral vision, I saw one's head turn completely backward to track our movement. The trail began to look familiar again. The landmarks were in the right order. We were maybe a mile from the trailhead when we heard her. Eliza Verne calling from just off the trail. "Hello? Is someone there? Please, I've been lost for hours." We stopped. This voice was different, not the repetitive recording from earlier. It had variation, emotion, the sound of real fear and exhaustion. "Please," she called again. "I can see your lights. I'm injured." I looked at Marcus. He was torn. I could see it. Everything said this was another trick, but what if it wasn't? What if she was really out there? "Eliza," he called out. "If that's you, tell me something that's not in your registration. Something only you would know." Silence. Then, "What?" My ankle's broken, I think. Please, I need help." "Tell me the name of your first pet," Marcus insisted. "Or your mother's maiden name. Anything." The silence stretched longer this time. When the voice came again, it was different. Colder. "Help me. Please, I'm hurt." The exact words from hours ago. The recording again. We ran the last mile. The parking lot was a shock of normalcy. Our patrol truck sat where we'd left it, handful of other vehicles scattered around. The trailhead register stood in its little wooden shelter, ordinary and solid. Marcus immediately tried his radio. This time it worked. Clear signal connecting us to dispatch. He called in everything. The illegal camper, the false signals, requesting immediate backup and a full search team for First Light. While he talked, I noticed something that made my skin crawl all over again. Eliza's car, the white Subaru Outback that had triggered this whole search. The windows were fogged from the inside, and in the condensation on the rear window, someone had drawn words with their finger. "They're still playing." Marcus finished his call and saw what I was looking at. We approached the vehicle carefully, bear spray ready. The doors were locked. We shined our lights through the windows and I nearly vomited. The interior was covered in photographs, hundreds of them taped to every surface, all showing the same thing: rangers searching the forest. Different uniforms from different eras. Some looked decades old. All searching, calling out, looking for someone who was never found. And in the center of the dashboard, a newer digital camera, Eliza's based on the distinctive strap. The screen was on, showing the last photo taken. It was us, Marcus and me at the first stage campsite, taken from maybe 20 feet away. We'd never seen anyone, never heard a shutter click, but the timestamp was wrong. According to the camera, the photo was taken tomorrow. October 19th, 2019, 3:17 a.m. I checked my watch. 1:04 a.m. October 19th. Marcus. That's when the screaming started. Not from the forest this time, from the other cars in the parking lot. Multiple voices, all crying for help, all pounding on windows from inside vehicles that looked empty. We backed toward our truck, but the screaming followed. Our own voices joined the chorus, recordings of our calls for Eliza, our conversation with Silas, our fear and confusion. The parking lot lights flickered, dimmed, went out. In the darkness, I heard footsteps on gravel, bare feet, moving between the cars. "They want to add you to the collection." Silas's voice drifted through the dark. "The forest has been taking people for decades. Hikers, hunters, rangers, keeping them, replaying them, using their voices to lure more. I just learned how to direct it." Marcus got the truck started, headlights blazing to life. Silas stood directly in front of us, no longer looking human. His shape flickered, shifted, like looking at him through water. Behind him, other figures emerged from between the cars, some in modern hiking gear, some in ranger uniforms from the 1970s, some in clothes I couldn't place, older, much older. All of them moved wrong. All of them opened their mouths in unison, and Eliza's voice came out. "Help me. Please. I'm hurt." Marcus threw the truck in reverse, tires spinning on the wet gravel. As we backed up, I saw something that still shows up in my nightmares. The figures weren't casting shadows. The headlights passed right through some of them, but Silas was solid enough. He walked after us, unhurried, smiling. "You can leave," he called out, "but you'll come back. They always come back. The forest calls them home." We made it out, drove too fast down the winding forest road, skidding on wet leaves. Neither of us spoke until we hit Highway 101, until we could see the lights of Amanda Park. The official search began at dawn. 20 rangers, local search and rescue, state police. They found Eliza Verne's body 3 days later, 2 miles from where we'd encountered Silas. She'd been dead for at least a week before we'd even started looking. The coroner couldn't explain the preservation of the body. It should have shown much more decomposition in the wet environment. They never found Silas. Never found evidence of a camp, illegal or otherwise. The photographs in Eliza's car were gone when investigators returned to process it. The camera showed no photos after October 11th, a week before she was reported missing. But other things were found, records going back decades of similar disappearances. Search teams reporting voices calling for help that led nowhere. Rangers leaving the service abruptly, moving across the country, refusing to explain why. I lasted 2 more weeks. The final straw came when I was alone at the station, filing paperwork from the search. The radio crackled to life. My own voice recorded from that night calling for Eliza. Then Marcus responding. Then Silas laughing. I submitted my resignation the next day, packed everything I owned into my truck and drove south. Didn't stop until I hit Phoenix. The desert seemed like the opposite of those dark, wet forests. Safe. But sometimes, on quiet nights, I hear them. Whispers carried on the wind, voices calling for help, and I know Silas was right about one thing. Part of me wants to go back. The forest does call. It knows my name. Marcus still works there. We email sometimes, carefully avoiding certain topics. He mentioned last year that they've implemented new protocols. Teams of 3 minimum for backcountry searches. Mandatory GPS check-ins every hour. No off-trail pursuit of voice contacts without visual confirmation. They know. The Park Service knows something's wrong in those woods, but what can they do? Close 1,400 square miles of wilderness because sometimes people disappear? Because sometimes the forest keeps them? I work retail now. REI, actually. Guess I couldn't completely leave the outdoor world behind. When customers ask for recommendations about Olympic National Park, I tell them it's beautiful. I tell them to stick to the popular trails, stay in groups, get out before dark. I don't tell them about the thin places Silas mentioned. I don't tell them that on some nights in some parts of that ancient forest, time works differently. That there are spots where every person who's ever gone missing is still there, still calling for help, still being used as bait for the next one. Last month I got a package, no return address. Inside was a photo printed on regular paper. Me, at my apartment in Phoenix, taken through my living room window. In the reflection on the glass, barely visible, stands a tall figure in military surplus gear. I'm moving again. Further this time. Maybe overseas. Somewhere with no forests, no places for things to hide and wait and remember. But I know the truth now. It doesn't matter how far I run. When he said we always come back, he meant it. Either in body or in spirit. We return to the places that marked us. And someday, when I'm old or weak or just tired of running, I'll hear those voices calling one more time, and I'll answer. That's my story. I've been in therapy for 5 years now, and my therapist says telling it might help. I don't know if it has. But maybe if someone else hears this, if another ranger recognizes the signs, they'll know to get out, to run, to not look back. Don't go looking for the places I've described. Don't try to find Silas or the spots where time bends. Some mysteries are meant to stay unsolved. Some places are meant to stay lost. And if you ever hear voices in the forest calling for help, especially if they sound too perfect, too repetitive, don't follow them. Just get out. Get to your car, get to civilization, and don't stop moving until you can't hear them anymore. Because the Olympic forest remembers everyone who enters it. And sometimes, it decides to keep them. Thank you for listening. Stay safe out there. The radio crackled to life at 4:47 a.m., pulling me from the restless sleep that had become my constant companion since joining the Olympic National Park Ranger Service 6 months ago. Static filled my small cabin before Chief Ranger Morrison's gravelly voice cut through the white noise. "Thorne, we've got a situation. Missing person report came in an hour ago. College kid last seen 3 days ago near the Hoh River Trail system." I fumbled for my radio in the darkness, my heart already picking up pace. This was it, my first real missing person case. After months of routine patrols, campfire violations, and lost day hikers who wandered 50 yards off marked trails, finally something that mattered. Something that could prove I belonged here. Copy, Chief. Details? Dahlia Voss, 19, University of Washington student. Photography major doing some kind of project on old-growth forests. Her roommate says she was supposed to check in yesterday morning, never did. I was already pulling on my uniform, mind racing through search protocols I'd memorized but never implemented. The Hoh River system sprawled across nearly 40 square miles of dense temperate rainforest, some of the most unforgiving terrain in the Pacific Northwest. If she was hurt, injured, or worse. Her vehicle? Found it yesterday evening in the Hoh River parking area. Overnight camping permit for 3 days, expired as of midnight. Park maintenance found her car this morning when they did their sweep. The weight of responsibility settled on my shoulders like a lead blanket. Someone's daughter was out there, and I was the one being trusted to bring her home. After 6 months of senior rangers treating me like an overeager kid who'd watched too many movies about wilderness rescue, this was my chance to prove myself. "I'm on my way, Chief. ETA 20 minutes. Negative. You're taking point on this one, Thorne. I know you're green, but you know that area better than anyone else on staff, and frankly, we're short-handed. Jenkins is dealing with that bear situation up north. Martinez is on medical leave, and Henderson called in sick." My mouth went dry. Taking point meant this was my case, my responsibility, my chance to either prove myself or fail spectacularly in front of the entire Park Service. "Chief, I appreciate the confidence, but maybe..." "Thorne." His voice carried that tone that ended discussions. "You've got the training, you've got the knowledge, and you've been hiking those trails since you were old enough to tie your own boots. Time to step up." The line went dead, leaving me alone in the pre-dawn darkness with nothing but the sound of my own shallow breathing and the distant whisper of wind through old-growth cedar. Through my cabin window, I could see the first hints of gray creeping across the sky, but dawn was still hours away. By the time I reached the Hoh River trailhead, I'd be searching in near total darkness. I grabbed my gear bag and started the mental checklist that had been drilled into me during training. Radio, GPS, medical kit, emergency flares, 3 days worth of food, water purification tablets, emergency shelter, headlamp, backup flashlight, batteries, rope, knife, and the .40 caliber service weapon I'd never had to draw outside the practice range. As I loaded everything into my truck, one thought kept circling through my mind like a vulture. "Don't screw this up, Kestrel. Someone's life depends on you not screwing this up." The drive to the Hoh River took me deeper into the park than I'd been since my first week on the job. The road twisted through stands of Sitka spruce and western hemlock so thick they blocked out what little light the overcast sky provided. My headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness, illuminating curtains of moss that hung from branches like tattered burial shrouds. At 5:23 a.m., I pulled into the empty parking area. Dahlia's blue Honda Civic sat alone under a flickering sodium light, looking small and abandoned. I parked beside it and immediately noticed something that made my training kick in. Her windows were down, not cracked for ventilation, completely down, as if she'd left in a hurry or hadn't intended to be gone long. I pulled on my latex gloves and approached the vehicle, playing my flashlight beam across the interior. The car was clean, organized. A camera bag sat in the passenger seat, expensive looking with multiple lenses visible through the open zipper. Her purse was tucked under the driver's seat, wallet still inside, credit cards and ID intact. This wasn't a robbery gone wrong. I opened my incident notebook and began documenting everything. Time of arrival, condition of vehicle, contents visible, Weather conditions. The air temperature was 38 degrees with humidity so thick I could taste it. Fog drifted between the trees like smoke, reducing visibility to maybe 20 yards in any direction. According to her camping permit, Dahlia had planned to photograph along the Hoh River Trail, specifically the Cathedral Grove section, where some of the oldest and largest trees in the park formed natural cathedrals of living wood. It was a popular spot for photographers, but also one of the most isolated sections of the trail system. I shouldered my pack and clicked on my headlamp, the LED beam cutting through the pre-dawn gloom. The trailhead marker stood like a sentinel beside the parking area. Hoh River Trail, Cathedral Grove 3.2 miles, Blue Glacier 17.5 miles, 17.5 miles to the glacier. In this terrain, that could be a 2-day hike for an experienced backpacker. For a college student with photography equipment, it would be significantly longer. But Cathedral Grove was manageable, a moderate day hike that should have brought her back well before dark. So why hadn't she returned? I started up the trail, my boots crunching on wet leaves that muffled sound and made tracking nearly impossible. The forest pressed in on both sides, a living wall of green that seemed to absorb my headlamp beam rather than reflect it. Somewhere in the canopy above, a great horned owl called out, its voice echoing off the massive tree trunks like a warning. Stay focused, I told myself. Follow protocol, search systematically, don't let the isolation get to you. But as I hiked deeper into the Olympic wilderness, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in these woods, that somewhere in the darkness ahead something was waiting for me to find it, and that maybe, just maybe, I wasn't the hunter in this scenario. I was the prey. The first mile of the Hoh River Trail passed without incident. My headlamp beam swept back and forth across the path, searching for any sign of Dahlia's passage. Disturbed vegetation, footprints in the soft earth, anything that might indicate which direction she'd taken. The trail here was well maintained, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, with wooden bridges spanning the smaller creeks that fed into the main river. At 6:15 a.m., I found her first marker, a red bandana tied around a Douglas fir sapling, about chest high and clearly placed intentionally. It wasn't standard trail marking. Park policy prohibited visitors from leaving any kind of markers, but photographers sometimes used them to mark spots they wanted to return to. I photographed it with my phone, noted the GPS coordinates, and continued on. The fog was getting thicker. What had been wisps of mist when I started was now a solid wall of gray that reduced visibility to 10 feet in any direction. The beam of my headlamp seemed to hit the fog and bounce back, creating an eerie halo effect that made depth perception nearly impossible. That's when I heard the first sound that didn't belong. A whistle. 3 short bursts, then silence. I stopped dead on the trail, straining to hear over the constant drip of condensation falling from the canopy above. Emergency whistle protocol was 3 sharp blasts repeated at regular intervals. If Dahlia was out there, injured or lost, this could be her attempt to signal for help. I pulled out my own whistle and responded with 3 blasts, then waited. Nothing. I tried again, louder this time. The sound echoed off the massive tree trunks and disappeared into the fog. Still nothing. Could have been a bird, I told myself, but I knew the difference between avian calls and human signals. Someone, or something, had deliberately blown that whistle pattern. I keyed my radio. Base, this is Thorne. I'm approximately 1.2 miles up the Hoh River Trail. Found potential trail marker and heard possible emergency whistle signal, requesting confirmation on other personnel in the area. Static filled my earpiece for several seconds before Chief Morrison's voice crackled through. Negative on other personnel, Thorne. You're the only one in that sector. Could be your missing person. Proceed with caution and maintain regular check-ins. Copy, base. I resumed hiking, but now every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat. Every sound made me freeze and listen. The whistle had come from somewhere ahead, deeper into the forest. If it was Dahlia, she was at least another mile up the trail. If it wasn't... The thought made my hand drift unconsciously to the grip of my service weapon. At the 2-mile mark, I found the second marker. Another red bandana, This one tied to a branch that hung directly over the trail. Anyone passing would have to duck under it or push it aside. But this bandana was different. It had dark stains on it that looked suspiciously like dried blood. My training kicked in. I photographed the marker from multiple angles, documented the GPS location, and carefully removed it with a stick rather than touching it directly. The stains were definitely blood, though whether human or animal would require lab analysis I wasn't qualified to perform. More concerning was what I found 10 yards past the marker. The trail split. The main Ho River Trail continued straight toward Cathedral Grove, but a smaller unmarked path branched off to the right, disappearing into a grove of old-growth cedar so thick I couldn't see more than a few feet into it. According to my map, this side trail wasn't supposed to exist. It didn't appear on any of the official park documentation, but someone had been using it recently. The undergrowth was trampled, and I could make out what looked like boot prints in the soft earth, size 8 or 9, with a distinctive tread pattern that suggested hiking boots. I had to make a choice: follow the official trail toward Cathedral Grove, or investigate the unmarked path that someone had clearly been using. If Dahlia had gotten lost and taken the wrong turn, she could be miles off course by now. But if she'd stuck to the main trail, I might be wasting precious time. I checked my watch. 6:47 a.m. Still no sign of dawn through the thick canopy, and the fog was getting worse instead of better. My radio check-in wasn't due for another hour, but I decided to call in anyway. Base, this is Thorne. Found what appears to be blood evidence and an unmarked trail branching off the main route, requesting guidance on search protocol. This time the static lasted so long I thought I'd lost signal entirely. When Morrison's voice finally came through, it was broken and distorted. Thorne, copy. Follow your judgment. Maintain check-ins. Base, you're breaking up. Please repeat. Nothing but static. I tried again, adjusting my position and checking the radio's battery level. Full charge, but still no clear signal. The dense forest and fog must be interfering with transmission. I was on my own. Follow your judgment. That's what I thought I'd heard Morrison say. My judgment told me that someone who knew the area well enough to find an unmarked trail might be exactly the kind of person who would leave red bandanas as markers. Dahlia was a photography student. She'd want to explore, to find unique angles and perspectives that other photographers might miss. I made my decision and turned onto the unmarked trail. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for one person and overgrown with ferns and devil's club that caught at my uniform and pack. The canopy was so thick here that even with my headlamp, I felt like I was walking through a tunnel. The air smelled different too, earthier, with an underlying scent of decay that made my stomach clench. 20 minutes into the side trail, I found Dahlia's camera. It was sitting on a fallen log beside the path, lens cap off, digital display still glowing faintly. The camera was expensive, a high-end DSLR that would have cost thousands of dollars. No photographer would abandon equipment like this voluntarily. I approached carefully, scanning the surrounding area for any sign of struggle. The ground around the log was disturbed, but not in a way that suggested violence. It looked more like someone had sat down, maybe to rest or change camera settings, then simply walked away. But why leave the camera behind? I picked it up, noting that the battery was nearly dead. The last photo on the memory card showed a timestamp of 2:47 p.m. the previous day, almost 16 hours ago. The image itself made my blood run cold. It was a photograph of me. Not me specifically, but someone in a park ranger uniform taken from a distance through the trees. The figure was partially obscured by branches and fog, but the distinctive green uniform and equipment were unmistakable. The timestamp indicated it had been taken yesterday afternoon, but I hadn't been in this area yesterday. I'd been on routine patrol near Lake Crescent, 20 miles away, which meant either Dahlia had photographed another ranger who hadn't reported being in this sector, or someone else was wearing a Park Service uniform. The realization hit me like ice water in my veins. I might not be the only one searching these woods. I quickly scrolled through the other recent photos on the camera. Most showed the kind of artistic nature shots you'd expect from a photography student, close-ups of moss and bark texture, long exposures of the river, compositions featuring the interplay of light and shadow through the forest canopy. But the last dozen photos were different. They showed the same locations but taken from hiding spots, behind trees, through gaps in the undergrowth, as if Dahlia had been trying to photograph something or someone without being seen. And in 3 of the photos, barely visible in the background, was that same figure in the ranger uniform. Someone had been following her, stalking her, and she'd known it. My hands were shaking as I secured the camera in my pack. This changed everything. What I'd assumed was a simple case of a lost hiker was now looking like something much worse. Dahlia hadn't gotten lost. She'd been hunted. And if someone was out here impersonating a park ranger, they'd have access to all the same equipment I did. Radio frequencies, GPS coordinates, search protocols. They'd know exactly how a real search and rescue operation would unfold. They'd know I was coming. A branch snapped somewhere behind me, sharp and loud in the dense silence of the forest. I spun around, hand instinctively moving to my weapon, but saw nothing except fog and shadow. My headlamp beam penetrated maybe 8 feet before being swallowed by the gray wall. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Dahlia, is that you?" No response. I stood perfectly still, listening. The normal sounds of the forest, dripping water, distant bird calls, the whisper of wind through branches, seemed muted, as if the fog was absorbing everything. But underneath it all, I could swear I heard something else. Breathing. Slow, controlled, coming from somewhere to my left. Human breathing, but trying to be quiet. Someone was out there watching me, close enough that I could hear them but hidden by the fog and undergrowth. My radio crackled to life, startling me so badly I nearly drew my weapon. "Ranger Thorne, this is base. Please respond with your current status and location." But the voice wasn't Chief Morrison's. It was younger, smoother, with an accent I couldn't place. And more disturbing, it had used my first name. Information that wasn't broadcast on radio channels. "Who is this?" I whispered into the radio. "Ranger Thorne, you seem to be having some difficulty with your equipment. Perhaps you should consider returning to base for a radio check." The voice was calm, almost friendly, but there was something underneath it that made my skin crawl. This wasn't coming from park headquarters. Someone else had access to our radio frequency, and they knew exactly where I was. I clicked off the radio and backed away from the path, moving as quietly as possible into the deeper forest. My headlamp was a beacon advertising my location, but turning it off would leave me blind in the fog. I compromised by switching to the red filter, which would preserve my night vision while making me slightly less visible. The breathing sounds had stopped, but I had the overwhelming sensation of being watched. Somewhere in the gray maze around me, something was moving with deliberate purpose. Something that knew these woods better than I did. Something that had been planning this encounter for a long time. I needed to get back to the main trail, back to some kind of open ground where I couldn't be approached without warning. But as I tried to retrace my steps, I realized with growing horror that the narrow path I'd followed to reach this spot had vanished. Every direction looked the same. Dense forest disappearing into fog. No landmarks I recognized. No sign of the trail that had brought me here. In my focus on the camera and the disturbing photos, I'd lost track of my surroundings. I was lost in some of the most unforgiving wilderness in North America, being stalked by someone who knew I was here, carrying a radio that was compromised and possibly being used to track my movements. And somewhere in this maze of fog and forest, Dahlia Voss was either dead or wishing she was. The hunter had become the hunted, and the rules of the game had just changed completely. My name is Kendra Blackwood, and I am 26 years old. I've been a park ranger at Olympic National Park for 8 months. This happened during the fall of 2023, when the missing person case of Ezra Caldwell turned into something that still haunts me. I was still new to the job, desperate to prove myself capable of handling real emergencies, when I volunteered for what should have been a routine search and rescue operation. The call came in at 3:47 p.m. on a Tuesday that felt more like winter than October. Ezra Caldwell, 19 years old, had failed to return to the Hoh River campground after setting out alone the previous morning with his camera equipment. His Honda Civic sat abandoned in the parking lot, keys locked inside while his tent remained perfectly set up with all his personal belongings untouched. The college student from Seattle had told the camp host he planned to photograph old-growth cedar groves along the unmarked trails, deeper in the rainforest section. I remember the metallic taste of nervous anticipation as I studied his registration card. Clean handwriting, local address, no emergency contacts listed except his mother in Bellingham. The photograph on his driver's license showed a thin young man with serious dark eyes and the kind of pale complexion that suggested he spent more time indoors than hiking wilderness trails. Something about his earnest expression made my chest tighten with protective responsibility. "First solo missing person case," Chief Ranger Patricia Voss observed, watching me organize my equipment with the methodical precision they'd drilled into us during training. "You sure you don't want backup?" The question stung. 8 months in, and I still felt like everyone was waiting for me to fail, to prove that hiring a 26-year-old woman with more academic credentials than field experience had been a mistake. My degree in environmental science and search and rescue certification meant nothing if I couldn't handle a simple missing hiker case. "Protocols say one ranger for standard missing person searches within the first 24 hours, I replied, checking my radio twice. Besides, he probably just got turned around on the unofficial trails. I'll have him back before dark. Chief Voss nodded, but her weathered face showed the kind of skepticism that comes from 30 years of seeing cocky rookies learn hard lessons in unforgiving wilderness. Radio check every hour. If you don't find signs of him by sundown, we call in search and rescue teams from Jefferson County. The weight of proving myself pressed against my ribs as I hiked toward Ezra's last known location. October in the Olympic Peninsula meant darkness would fall before 6 p.m., giving me less than 3 hours of useful daylight. The ancient rainforest swallowed sound in a way that made my footsteps seem unnaturally loud, on the spongy trail carpeted with centuries of decomposing cedar needles and moss. I found Ezra's first clue 30 minutes into the search. Fresh footprints in a muddy section where Clearwater Creek crossed the main trail. Size 10 hiking boots. Deep tread impressions indicating he carried substantial weight in his camera pack. The prints headed northwest toward the unmarked deer paths that wound deeper into old-growth territory. "Base, this is Ranger Blackwood," I radioed, feeling a flutter of confidence. "I've got clear tracks heading off trail from the creek crossing, following northwest toward the Cathedral Grove area." Static crackled through the response, but Chief Voss's voice came through clearly enough. "Copy that, Blackwood. Stick to established protocols and keep me updated." The forest grew denser as I followed Ezra's trail away from the maintained paths. Douglas firs older than European civilization rose like cathedral pillars into a canopy so thick that even midday felt like twilight. The air hung heavy with moisture and the rich scent of perpetual decay, while every surface sprouted elaborate gardens of moss and fern that muffled sound until the wilderness felt tomb quiet. Ezra's footprints became harder to follow on the thick carpet of fallen leaves, but I caught glimpses of disturbed vegetation and occasional clear impressions in softer earth. My training kicked in automatically. Photograph each track, note direction and spacing, document time and location. The methodical process steadied my nerves and made me feel competent, professional. Then I found his camera. The expensive digital SLR lay partially buried under a pile of freshly fallen maple leaves about 2 miles from the main trail. My stomach dropped as I photographed it in place, before carefully lifting it free. No obvious damage to the body, though the lens cap was missing and dead leaves clung to the strap. The camera felt cold and slightly damp, as if it had been there overnight. I scrolled through the images on the display screen, hoping for clues about where Ezra had been when he lost it. Most shots showed the expected forest compositions: towering cedar trunks, shafts of filtered sunlight, artistic close-ups of moss and fungal growths. But the final images made my hands start trembling. The last dozen photographs weren't artistic nature shots. They showed the same section of forest from slightly different angles, all taken in rapid succession, as if Ezra had been photographing something specific, something that had caught his attention enough to fire off multiple frames. But I couldn't see anything unusual in the shots, just trees and undergrowth that looked identical to the forest surrounding me. Then I noticed the metadata timestamps. The final photograph was taken at 4:23 p.m. the previous day. less than 2 hours before sunset. If Ezra had lost his camera that late in the day, he would have been hiking back to camp in near darkness through unfamiliar terrain. "Base, this is Blackwood," I called, trying to keep concern out of my voice. "I've found the subject's camera equipment approximately 2 miles northwest of the creek crossing, requesting guidance on expanding search parameters." The radio crackled with static so severe I could barely make out fragments of Chief Voss's response. "Copy. Expand search. Call if..." "Base, please repeat. I'm getting heavy interference." More static, then nothing. I tried different channels, adjusted the antenna, even moved to higher ground. But the radio produced only white noise punctuated by occasional bursts of what sounded like conversation from some other frequency. Technical problems happened in deep wilderness, especially with the complex terrain of the Olympic Peninsula creating radio shadows. But the timing felt wrong. The failing daylight forced a decision. I could return to base and report Ezra's camera discovery, bringing back a full search team in the morning. Or I could push deeper into the forest while I still had enough light to follow his trail, potentially finding him before he spent another night exposed to October temperatures that would drop into the 30s. The choice felt like a test of my competence. A real ranger wouldn't abandon a missing person because of radio problems and approaching darkness. I had emergency gear, training, and several hours of flashlight battery. Finding Ezra before hypothermia became a factor would prove I deserved to wear the uniform. I GPS marked the camera location and continued following what remained of Ezra's trail deeper into the unmarked wilderness. The footprints became increasingly erratic, sometimes doubling back or circling the same area as if he'd become disoriented. In one muddy depression, I found where he'd apparently fallen, leaving knee and handprints alongside his boot marks. The forest felt different as afternoon faded toward evening. Birds that should have been active during the day remained silent, while the usual rustling of small mammals through undergrowth was completely absent. Even the ever-present dripping of moisture from the canopy seemed muted. The unnatural quiet made me hyper-aware of my own breathing and the soft squelch of my boots on saturated earth. I tried the GPS unit to maintain my bearings as the trail became harder to follow. The device powered on normally, satellites connected, but when I checked my position it showed me in a location that made no sense. According to the display, I was somehow 3 miles southeast of where I'd started, back near the main trailhead. I recalibrated twice with the same impossible result. "Technical difficulties," I muttered, falling back on map and compass navigation while fighting growing anxiety. Electronic equipment failed in wilderness conditions. That was why we trained with traditional tools as backup. But having both radio and GPS malfunction on my first solo case felt like the kind of rookie luck that would become station house legend. The compass bearing seemed reliable, pointing me consistently northwest toward the higher elevation ridges where Ezra might have been heading for better photographic vantage points. I marked my trail with orange flagging tape every 100 yards, creating a breadcrumb path back to civilization even if the electronics couldn't be trusted. As twilight deepened, I switched to my primary flashlight and immediately caught a reflection about 50 yards ahead, something metallic glinting between the trees. My pulse quickened as I approached, hoping to find more of Ezra's equipment. Instead, I discovered something that made my mouth go dry with fear. A crude shelter had been constructed in a natural clearing between several massive cedar trunks. Not the kind of emergency bivouac a lost hiker might throw together, but a deliberate, semi-permanent structure using cut branches, salvaged tarp material, and what looked like stolen Park Service supplies. Empty MRE packages and water purification tablets suggested someone had been living here for an extended period. But it was the photographs that made my hands shake as I examined them by flashlight. Dozens of pictures were pinned to a makeshift bulletin board made from a piece of plywood. Not nature photography, but surveillance shots of park visitors taken with a telephoto lens, hikers on trails, families at campsites, couples by streams, all photographed from concealed positions without the subject's knowledge. Many photos showed people alone in isolated locations, with notes written in the margins indicating dates, times, and detailed observations about their equipment and behavior. At the center of the display, circled in red marker, was a photograph of Ezra Caldwell. The image showed him setting up his camera on a tripod in what I recognized as the exact location where I'd found his equipment. But the photograph had been taken from an elevated position, looking down at Ezra as he worked. Someone had been watching him, following him, documenting his movements through the forest. Below Ezra's photo, a handwritten note read, EC, Day 1, solo hiker, expensive equipment, predictable route patterns, no backup contact. Initiated contact protocol 1600 hours. My training evaporated as pure terror flooded my nervous system. This wasn't a missing person case. This was an abduction, possibly worse. Someone was using the vast wilderness of Olympic National Park as a hunting ground, stalking isolated visitors and documenting their patterns like a predator studying prey. I had to get out immediately and bring back law enforcement with proper resources. But as I turned to flee back down my flagged trail, a voice called out from the darkness behind me. Ranger Blackwood. I spun around, flashlight beam dancing wildly through the trees, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The voice had been male, calm, and it had used my name. Who's there? I called, trying to project authority while my hand fumbled for the pepper spray on my duty belt. This is Park Service property. Show yourself immediately. Soft laughter drifted from multiple directions, as if the speaker was moving through the forest with practiced stealth. You're even younger than your personnel file indicated. 8 months on the job, degree in environmental science, no prior law enforcement experience. Volunteered for this assignment against your supervisor's recommendation. The casual recitation of personal information that should have been confidential made my blood feel like ice water. I've called for backup. They know my exact location. Your radio hasn't worked properly since you passed the 2-mile marker. I've been monitoring Park Service frequencies for 3 years now. Easy enough when you know all their communication protocols. As for your GPS, another laugh, closer now. Amazing how accurate those units are until someone introduces a simple jamming device to the equation. I ran. Training said to maintain visual contact with suspects, attempt de-escalation, call for backup, follow established procedures. But training hadn't prepared me for someone who knew those procedures better than I did, who had turned my own equipment against me and isolated me in terrain he obviously knew intimately. My flagging tape trail should have led directly back toward the main hiking paths, but after 20 minutes of stumbling through darkness, I realized I was moving in circles. Markers I'd placed myself appeared in impossible locations, sometimes hung at eye level when I remembered tying them to branches above my head. He was moving them, rearranging my breadcrumb trail into a maze designed to keep me lost in his territory. The flashlight beam caught movement between distant trees, a human silhouette that vanished the moment I focused on it. Then another, from a different direction. Either multiple people were stalking me, or he was moving with supernatural speed through terrain he'd mapped down to every tree and rock. You're thinking like prey now instead of a predator, the voice observed from somewhere behind me, close enough that I could hear his breathing. That's the difference between experienced rangers and rookies. Experience teaches you that humans are the most dangerous species in any ecosystem. I stopped running and tried to control my panic. He wanted me afraid and disoriented, making desperate mistakes. My only advantage was that I'd grown up hiking these mountains, even if I didn't know this specific area. The topology was familiar, steep ridges dropping toward creek beds, game trails following natural contour lines, specific tree species indicating elevation and moisture levels. The compass still worked. If I could maintain a consistent bearing toward the main park road, I'd eventually intersect with established trails or reach areas where my radio might function again. I just had to move carefully, quietly, without advertising my position with the flashlight. Very good, he said approvingly, switching to survival mode. But you're still thinking like someone who believes in rescue, in backup arriving, in civilization's safety net. Out here, there's just you and me and several thousand acres of wilderness where people disappear permanently. I bit my tongue to keep from responding. Any sound would give away my position. Moving by feel and starlight through the dense understory, I tried to put distance between myself and his voice while heading toward what I hoped was the park boundary. Then I smelled smoke. Not the clean scent of a campfire, but something organic and wrong. Meat cooking, but with an underlying chemical odor that made my stomach clench with primitive revulsion. The smell grew stronger as I moved through a section of younger trees that had grown up after some old logging operation. In a small clearing ahead, I could see the orange glow of a fire. Against every instinct screaming at me to run in the opposite direction, I crept close enough to see what was creating that horrible smell. Ezra Caldwell sat tied to a tree at the edge of the firelight. He was alive. I could see his chest moving, but clearly injured. His face was swollen and marked with what looked like deliberate cuts, while his left arm hung at an unnatural angle. Most of his clothes had been removed, leaving him exposed to the October cold. But he was breathing, conscious, and looking around with the glassy awareness of someone in shock. Relief and terror warred in my chest. I'd found him, but the situation was far beyond anything my training had covered. This wasn't wilderness first aid or routine search and rescue. This was a crime scene with an active perpetrator somewhere in the darkness around me. The smart play was to retreat, get back to civilization, and return with law enforcement officers who had proper equipment and tactical training. But Ezra might not survive another night of exposure, especially with his injuries. And something in his expression, a desperate hope when he sensed movement at the edge of the clearing, made abandoning him feel impossible. I keyed my radio one more time, hoping distance from the electronic jamming might have restored communication. Nothing but static. My GPS unit still showed impossible locations. Even my digital watch displayed the wrong time, cycling through different hours, as if its circuitry was being corrupted by some external interference. "He's been waiting for you," the voice said quietly from directly behind me. I spun around to face him, finally seeing my stalker clearly in the reflected firelight. Matthias Cray looked exactly like what he was, a man who had once worn a park ranger uniform with pride and authority. Even after 3 years of living rough in the wilderness, he maintained military posture and sharp eyes that missed nothing. His hair and beard had grown long and unkempt, while his skin showed the weathered bronze of someone who lived entirely outdoors. But his Park Service equipment was meticulously maintained, and the way he moved through the forest showed decades of professional experience. "You're not the first ranger to come looking for missing persons," he continued conversationally, as if we were discussing routine park business instead of kidnapping and torture. "But you're the first one young enough and inexperienced enough to walk directly into an obvious trap. Your predecessors would have called for backup the moment they found surveillance photos." "Let him go," I managed, trying to project authority while my voice shook with terror. "You're a former ranger. You swore an oath to protect people in these parks." "I protected them for 15 years, Cray replied calmly, "right up until park administration decided my methods were too aggressive for dealing with poachers and illegal campers. Apparently, breaking a few fingers to discourage wildlife trafficking makes you unsuitable for public contact." His laugh held bitter edge. "So now I protect the park from visitors in my own way." I could see Ezra watching us with growing awareness, understanding that his rescue had become another trap. The kid was smart enough not to make noise that might escalate the situation, but his eyes held the kind of despair that comes from realizing help wasn't coming. "You've been living out here for 3 years, I said, trying to keep Cray talking while I looked for escape routes or weapons. "Taking people who come into the park alone. Teaching them that the wilderness isn't their personal playground. City kids like your friend there think they can wander into 900,000 acres of old-growth forest with a camera and Instagram account, treating sacred places like a theme park." His voice hardened with genuine anger. "They need to learn respect. By torturing and murdering them? By showing them what real predators look like? What happens when you wander alone into territory that belongs to something more dangerous than you?" He gestured toward Ezra with casual indifference. "Most of them don't survive the lesson, but they die understanding that humans aren't the apex predator they thought they were." The fire crackled between us, casting shifting shadows that made distance and movement hard to judge. My pepper spray and emergency radio were on my duty belt, but Cray was close enough to stop me before I could deploy either effectively. He moved with the balanced grace of someone completely comfortable in this environment, while I felt clumsy and obvious in comparison. "You're going to untie him," I said, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. and then you're going to let both of us walk out of here." "No," Cray replied pleasantly. "You're going to learn the same lesson he's learning. The difference is that you have training and equipment that might let you survive long enough to make it interesting." He pulled a hunting knife from his belt. Not a standard Park Service tool, but a serious blade designed for field dressing large game. The steel reflected firelight as he tested the edge with his thumb. "I'm going to give you a 30-second head start," he continued with the same calm tone he might have used to discuss trail maintenance. "Then I'm going to track you down and show you what happens to rookie rangers who think their textbook knowledge makes them competent in real wilderness." "You're insane," I whispered. "I'm evolved. 3 years of living as nature intended, not hiding behind civilization's comfortable illusions." He smiled with genuine warmth that was more terrifying than anger would have been. "Run, Ranger Blackwood. Try to make it back to that safe little station house. Try to prove you deserve to wear that uniform." I ran. Behind me, I heard Ezra make a strangled sound of protest, but I couldn't help him by staying and getting myself killed. My only chance was reaching help and returning with proper backup. If backup existed, if my radio would work, if I could find my way out of terrain, he knew better than anyone. The forest had become a maze of shadows and obstacles designed to slow me down while giving him every advantage. Low branches caught my clothes and equipment, while roots and fallen logs threatened to send me sprawling with every step. The beam of my flashlight seemed pathetically weak against the overwhelming darkness, creating more confusion than illumination as it reflected off wet leaves and moss. Behind me, I could hear him moving through the same terrain with barely a sound. No crashing through underbrush or stumbling over obstacles. Just the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of leaves to let me know he was back there, following at his own chosen pace. My lungs burned as I pushed through dense sections of forest where young trees had grown up thick as wheat. The thorny branches of Devil's Club tore at my jacket and caught my hair, while slick moss made every step treacherous. I was making enough noise to be heard for miles, advertising my location to a predator who could move through this environment like a ghost. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, I had to stop. My heart hammered against my ribs while cold sweat made my uniform cling to my skin despite the October chill. I leaned against a massive cedar trunk and tried to calm my breathing enough to listen for pursuit. Silence. No footsteps, no breaking branches, no sound of movement at all. Just the perpetual drip of moisture from the canopy and my own ragged breathing echoing off the tree trunks around me. "Getting tired already?" His voice came from somewhere above me. I looked up to see Cray sitting casually on a thick branch about 15 feet overhead, having somehow climbed into position while I stumbled blindly through the underbrush below. He wasn't even breathing hard. Cardiovascular fitness was always the weak point in ranger training, he observed conversationally. Too much classroom time, not enough field conditioning. You city kids think an hour on a treadmill prepares you for real wilderness pursuit. I fumbled for my pepper spray, but he was already dropping from the branch with practiced agility. Before I could deploy the canister, his hand closed over my wrist with crushing force. "Not very sporting," he said, twisting until I dropped the spray. "Besides, chemical weapons don't work reliably in this humidity. The propellant gets moisture in the mechanism." His other hand closed around my throat, not tight enough to cut off air completely, but with enough pressure to make breathing difficult. Up close, I could smell the wood smoke and unwashed human scent that clung to his clothes, along with something metallic that might have been blood. "Your friend back at the fire is probably hypothermic by now," he continued in the same casual tone. "Young males don't handle exposure well, especially with trauma injuries. If you'd like him to see morning, I suggest we return and continue this lesson in a more controlled environment. The smart thing would have been to fight, to risk injury or death trying to escape rather than let him march me back to his torture site. But the possibility that Ezra might still be saved made me comply, as Cray forced me back through the forest toward his camp. He moved me efficiently through terrain that had seemed like a maze when I was running blind, game trails and natural corridors that I'd missed completely in my panic, shortcuts between ridges that saved time and energy. This was someone who had spent years learning every square mile of backcountry territory, turning it into his personal hunting ground. 15 years wearing this uniform, he said as we walked, keeping one hand on my shoulder while the other held his knife where I could see it. 15 years protecting wilderness areas from people who didn't respect them. Do you know what that taught me? I didn't answer, focusing on memorizing landmarks and potential escape routes. It taught me that humans are just another invasive species. We don't belong in places like this, pretending we can coexist with real wilderness. The only honest relationship between humans and nature is predator and prey. We emerged back into the firelight where Ezra still sat tied to his tree. The kid looked worse than before. His face was gray with cold and shock, while his breathing had become shallow and rapid. Hypothermia was definitely setting in, which meant he had maybe an hour before it became irreversible. "Look at him," Cray said, forcing me to my knees next to the fire. 19 years old, college student, probably never spent a night outdoors before this trip. Thought he could walk into 900,000 acres of old-growth forest and treat it like a photography studio. He tied my hands behind my back with practiced efficiency, using what looked like paracord from emergency hiking gear. The knots were professional, tight enough to cut off circulation if I struggled, but not so tight as to cause immediate injury. "You rangers enable this kind of arrogance," he continued, adding wood to the fire with deliberate care. "All your safety briefings and marked trails and emergency protocols make people think the wilderness is domesticated. Safe. Managed. We're trying to protect both people and the environment," I managed. "You're creating an illusion that gets people killed." His voice hardened with genuine anger. "Every year, dozens of unprepared idiots wander into backcountry areas thinking their GPS and cell phone make them invincible. When they get lost or injured or killed, who gets blamed? The Park Service, for not making the wilderness safe enough." He knelt beside Ezra and checked the kid's pulse with clinical detachment. "This one's going into shock. Probably has internal injuries from his lesson yesterday, but he's young and healthy. Might survive long enough to learn something useful about respecting forces stronger than himself." "What do you want from us?" I asked. "I want you to understand what real rangers used to do before the service became a customer service organization." He stood and moved back to the fire, warming his hands like this was a normal camping trip. "We used to protect the wilderness from people, not for them. Sometimes that meant making hard choices about who belonged out here and who didn't." The implications of what he was saying made my stomach clench with fear. This wasn't random violence or even twisted entertainment. In his mind, he was still performing his ranger duties, just with methods that had evolved beyond official sanction. "You're talking about murder," I said. "I'm talking about natural selection. The wilderness doesn't care about human laws or social contracts. Out here, there's only predator and prey, survival and death. The strong teaching the weak their proper place in the food chain." He walked over to a cache hidden behind one of the large trees and returned with what looked like a modified Park Service radio. The device had extra antennas and electronic components that suggested he'd been monitoring and possibly jamming official communications for an extended period. "For 3 years, I've been providing real education about wilderness survival," he continued, adjusting dials on the radio until my voice came crackling through the speaker. Recordings of my hourly check-ins with base station. "Your colleagues think you're conducting a routine search, finding normal signs of a lost hiker, gradually expanding your search grid according to established protocols." The recorded messages were perfect reproductions of standard radio procedures, but I hadn't made those calls. He'd been impersonating my voice, keeping park administration convinced that everything was proceeding normally while he isolated me in his hunting ground. "Amazing how much you can learn about someone's speech patterns and vocabulary from personnel files and recorded training sessions," he said with professional satisfaction. 3 years of studying ranger protocols gives you quite an education in predictable behavior." Ezra made a weak sound that might have been my name. His eyes were losing focus as hypothermia progressed, but he was still trying to stay conscious. The kid had more fight than I'd given him credit for. "He's dying," I said. "Whatever point you're trying to make, he's already learned it. Let me treat his injuries. His education isn't complete yet. Neither is yours." Cray returned the radio to its hiding place and picked up his knife again. "But we're making progress. An hour ago, you still believed in rescue, in backup arriving, in civilization's safety net. Now you're starting to understand that none of those things exist out here. He was right. The growing realization that no help was coming, that I was completely alone with a predator who knew this terrain better than I knew my own apartment, made every shadow seem like a threat, and every sound like approaching death. "So what happens now?" I asked. "Now you learn the final lesson, the one that separates real rangers from college graduates playing dress-up in the wilderness." He tested the knife edge again, drawing a thin line of blood from his thumb. "You're going to choose who dies first." The words hit me like physical blows. "What?" "Him or you. One of you is going to provide tonight's demonstration of what happens to people who don't respect predators. The other gets to carry that lesson back to civilization." His smile held no warmth at all. "Choose wisely, Ranger Blackwood. Choose quickly." I looked at Ezra, whose eyes were still conscious enough to understand what was happening. The kid was 19 years old, probably had parents who were already calling park administration, wondering why their son hadn't checked in. He'd made the mistake of hiking alone in unfamiliar territory, but that didn't deserve a death sentence. On the other hand, I was trained for exactly these situations. My job was to protect park visitors, even at the cost of my own safety. If one of us had to die, it should be the professional who'd accepted that risk, not the civilian who just wanted to take some photographs. "Me," I said quietly. "Let him go and I'll stay." "Touching," Cray observed. "But that's not how natural selection works. The prey doesn't choose the order of consumption, the predator does." He moved toward Ezra with deliberate slowness, giving me time to understand what was about to happen and my complete inability to prevent it. The knife blade caught firelight as he knelt beside the kid and placed the edge against his throat. "Last chance to run, Ranger Blackwood. See if 3 years of civilized training can get you back to that safe little station house before I finish with your friend here." I couldn't leave. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to save myself and bring back help that might arrive in time to find Ezra's remains and track down his killer. But I couldn't abandon someone I'd sworn to protect, even if staying meant dying uselessly. "Good choice," Cray said approvingly, as I remained kneeling by the fire. "Now, you're learning to think like a real ranger. Sometimes protecting people means accepting that you can't save everyone." The knife moved away from Ezra's throat, but I didn't feel relief. This was still part of his twisted education, another layer of psychological torture designed to break down civilized thinking and replace it with predator logic. "But I lied," he continued conversationally. "Neither of you is dying tonight. Not yet. Death is the end of education, and your lessons are just beginning." He cut the ropes holding Ezra to the tree, catching the kid before he could collapse. Despite his injuries and hypothermia, the college student was still conscious enough to understand he was being moved. "We're going to take a little hike," Cray announced, slinging Ezra over his shoulder like a deer carcass. "There's a place deeper in the forest where the real education happens, where your predecessor rangers learned their final lessons about who belongs in the wilderness and who doesn't." My blood turned to ice water. Predecessor rangers? Did you think you were the first Park Service employee to come looking for missing persons? The first to walk into my territory thinking your uniform and training made you competent to hunt human predators? His laugh echoed off the surrounding trees. "Oh, Ranger Blackwood, you have so much still to learn." He gestured for me to stand, keeping his knife visible while Ezra's unconscious weight settled across his shoulders. Even carrying another human being, Cray moved through the forest with disturbing ease. "There's a place about 2 miles from here where the old-growth timber gives way to a natural clearing. Beautiful spot, really. Creek running through the middle, game trails converging from all directions. The kind of place early rangers would have used for base camps during extended patrols." We walked through darkness so complete that I had to stay close to Cray to avoid losing the trail entirely. Without my flashlight, which he'd taken and switched off, I was completely dependent on his knowledge of the terrain. Even if I'd wanted to run, the forest around us was an impenetrable maze. That's where I took Ranger Martinez when he came looking for those missing backpackers 2 years ago. 15-year veteran, search and rescue certified, confident he could handle anything the wilderness threw at him. Cray's voice held the fond remembrance of someone recalling a favorite hunting trip. He lasted 3 days before he understood his real place in the food chain. My mouth went dry as the implications became clear. You killed Park Service personnel. I educated them. Some education is necessarily fatal. He adjusted Ezra's weight and continued walking at the same steady pace. Martinez thought his experience and training made him dangerous to someone like me. Took him most of those 3 days to realize that all his knowledge just made him more predictable. We crossed a stream by feeling our way across moss-slick stones in the darkness. The water was glacier cold and moved fast enough to drown someone who fell in while hypothermic. On the far side, Cray paused to let me catch up. Then there was Ranger Thompson, who came looking for Martinez. 22 years of service, tactical training, carried a sidearm because he suspected he might be dealing with something more dangerous than a missing person case. Another laugh, softer now. Poor old Thompson. Spent his whole career thinking weapons and procedures would protect him from real predators. Where are they now? I whispered. Where all prey ends up eventually. Returned to the forest ecosystem, contributing to the natural cycle of death and decomposition that keeps places like this healthy. He resumed walking, forcing me to follow or be left behind in the darkness. Their remains helped fertilize some magnificent fungal blooms last spring. Even in death, they finally served a useful purpose in wilderness preservation. The casual way he discussed murdering fellow rangers made me understand that whatever sanity he'd possessed before coming out here had been completely eroded by 3 years of isolation and twisted logic. He wasn't just a killer, he was a serial killer who'd convinced himself that murder was environmental protection. How many people? I asked. Counting Park Service personnel? 6 rangers over 3 years? Plus perhaps 24 civilian visitors who needed to learn respect for forces beyond their understanding. He spoke with the pride of someone discussing professional accomplishments. Each one taught me something new about human behavior under extreme stress, about how quickly civilized people revert to animal desperation when they realize their society can't protect them. We reached the clearing he'd described, a natural meadow surrounded by ancient trees, with a stream meandering through grass that would have been knee-high in summer, but now lay flattened by autumn frost. Even in the darkness, I could sense the openness of the space, the way sound carried differently without the dense canopy overhead, the feeling of sky visible above us for the first time in hours. Cray deposited Ezra near what looked like the remains of an old campfire, then began gathering wood with practiced efficiency. Within minutes, flames were casting dancing shadows across the clearing, revealing details that made my stomach clench with horror. Scattered around the meadow were pieces of equipment that had once belonged to other people. Backpacks hanging from tree branches, hiking boots arranged in neat rows, camping gear organized with military precision. But it was the smaller items that made the scene truly horrific. Personal belongings that told stories of lives cut short. A woman's wedding ring hanging from a string tied to a branch. A child's stuffed animal sitting upright against a tree trunk. Photographs of families pinned to bark like some twisted memorial display. "Welcome to the real ranger station," Cray announced, warming his hands over the new fire. "This is where the actual work of wilderness preservation gets done, where people learn their proper relationship with forces beyond their control." I forced myself to examine the grisly collection more carefully, looking for anything that might help me understand his methods or find a weakness I could exploit. Among the hiking gear and personal effects, I recognized items that had clearly belonged to Park Service personnel. Radio equipment, GPS units, official patches torn from uniforms. "Ranger Martinez's radio is still functional," Cray observed, following my gaze to a Park Service communication unit mounted on a makeshift antenna system. "Amazing how long electronic equipment lasts when you maintain it properly. I've been using his call sign to monitor your department's communications for 2 years now." The implications were staggering. He wasn't just killing people in isolated incidents. He'd been conducting psychological warfare against the entire Park Service, using stolen equipment and murdered rangers' identities to gather intelligence and plan future attacks. "You've been impersonating dead rangers," I said. "I've been honoring their memory by continuing their real work, the work they should have been doing all along." He knelt beside Ezra and checked the kid's pulse again. This one's stabilizing. Cold shock followed by gradual warming. His body temperature is coming back up slowly enough to avoid cardiac complications. Despite everything, I felt a flutter of hope. If Ezra was surviving the hypothermia, there was still a chance both of us might live through this nightmare. Don't mistake medical care for mercy, Cray continued, apparently reading my expression. I need him conscious for the final phase of his education. Pain and fear are more instructive when the subject is fully aware of what's happening to them. He moved to one of the backpacks hanging from the trees and withdrew what looked like a first aid kit. But when he opened it, the contents weren't bandages and antiseptic. They were surgical instruments, restraints, and bottles of chemicals I couldn't identify. 3 years of field research into human psychology under extreme stress, he explained, laying out the instruments with clinical precision. Amazing what you can learn about survival instincts when you remove all the comfortable illusions of civilization. My training had covered hostage situations and dealing with mentally unstable individuals, but nothing had prepared me for someone who combined professional wilderness skills with complete sociopathic detachment. Every attempt at negotiation or de-escalation would be useless against someone who'd spent years perfecting his hunting techniques on human prey. What do you want from us? I asked again, still hoping to find some leverage for bargaining. I want you to understand what your job really is, he replied, testing the edge of a scalpel against his thumb. For too long, the Park Service has been protecting people from the wilderness instead of protecting the wilderness from people. That fundamental misunderstanding has led to the degradation of sacred places by hordes of unprepared tourists who think nature exists for their entertainment. He gestured toward the collection of personal belongings scattered around the clearing. Each of these people thought they belonged out here, thought their GPS and emergency beacons and cell phones made them safe in environments that have been killing humans for millions of years. They needed to learn humility. By torturing and murdering them, by teaching them the same lessons our ancestors learned the hard way, that humans are not the dominant species they pretend to be, that there are still places on Earth where we exist only at the sufferance of forces beyond our control. His voice took on the fervor of someone discussing religious doctrine. These people died understanding their true place in the natural order. That's more wisdom than most humans achieve in entire lifetimes of civilized illusion. Ezra stirred beside the fire, consciousness returning as his body temperature normalized. The kid's eyes focused on me with desperate hope that I might have some plan for getting us out of this situation. I tried to project confidence I didn't feel while looking for any opportunity to improve our chances. "You're awake," Cray observed pleasantly, kneeling beside Ezra with paternal concern. "How are you feeling? Any numbness in your extremities? Difficulty breathing?" The juxtaposition of medical care and sadistic threat was more disturbing than outright violence would have been. This wasn't random brutality. It was calculated psychological torture designed to maximize terror and despair. "Please," Ezra whispered, his voice barely audible. "I just wanted to take some pictures." "Of course you did. And now you have a much more dramatic story to tell than anything you could have captured with that expensive camera equipment." Cray's smile held genuine warmth that made his words even more chilling. "Assuming you survive long enough to tell it." He stood and walked back to his collection of surgical instruments, selecting items with the care of someone planning a complex procedure. "Ranger Blackwood, you're going to assist with tonight's educational demonstration. Consider it advanced training in wilderness medicine." "I won't help you torture anyone," I said. "Yes, you will. Because the alternative is watching me work on him without anesthetic or antiseptic, drawing out his education over several days instead of completing it quickly tonight." He held up a syringe filled with clear liquid. Local anesthetic. Not enough to prevent pain entirely, but sufficient to prevent shock-induced unconsciousness. Your choice whether he receives it or not. The impossible decision was exactly what he wanted, forcing me to become complicit in torture while believing I was minimizing suffering. Every choice would make me responsible for escalating or prolonging Ezra's pain. "Don't do this," Ezra pleaded, looking between us with the desperate hope of someone who still believed adults might protect him. "I'll leave. I'll never come back to the park. I'll tell everyone it's too dangerous." "Oh, you'll definitely tell everyone that," Cray agreed cheerfully. "The question is whether you'll be in any condition to make the story credible." Survivors with obvious trauma tend to be more persuasive than people who just describe theoretical dangers. He approached Ezra with the syringe, moving with the calm efficiency of a medical professional. This might sting a little. Try to hold still. I lunged forward, trying to knock the needle away from Ezra's arm, but Cray was ready for the movement. His free hand caught my wrist and twisted until I dropped to my knees beside the fire, joints screaming with pain. Predictable, he observed, maintaining the hold while injecting Ezra with clinical precision. Rookie Rangers always think they can resolve situations through direct action. Experience teaches you to wait for better opportunities. The anesthetic took effect quickly, leaving Ezra conscious but unable to feel sensation in his left arm. Cray tested the numbness by pricking the skin with his scalpel, drawing blood without eliciting any reaction from his victim. Perfect. We can begin the real education now. He looked at me with expectant enthusiasm. Your first lesson in advanced wilderness medicine, field amputation. Useful skill when someone suffers severe trauma miles from proper medical facilities. You're insane, I whispered. I'm practical. In 3 years of living out here, I've learned that human bodies are remarkably adaptable when necessity demands it. People can survive injuries that would seem fatal in comfortable hospital settings. He positioned the scalpel just above Ezra's wrist. The question is whether you're going to assist with proper technique or watch me improvise. Ezra looked at me with eyes that held no hope anymore. Just the numb acceptance of someone who understood he was going to die horribly, no matter what anyone did. The kid was 19 years old and already broken by terror into something that barely resembled human consciousness. I couldn't let that happen. Not to him, not while I was still alive to prevent it. I'll help, I said quietly. Just make it quick. Now you're thinking like a real ranger, Cray approved. Sometimes protection means accepting that you can't save everyone intact. He handed me a tourniquet and directed me to position it above Ezra's elbow while he prepared his cutting instruments. The procedure was horribly professional. He'd clearly done this before, possibly many times, and refined his technique through repetition. But as I tightened the tourniquet around Ezra's arm, I noticed something that gave me a flicker of hope. Cray's concentration on his surgical preparation made him momentarily less aware of my other movements. The fire poker he'd used to adjust the burning logs lay within reach of my free hand. Excellent technique, he murmured, testing the blade one final time. You might actually have potential for this kind of work if you can overcome your squeamishness about necessary procedures. I grabbed the poker and swung it at his head with every ounce of strength I possessed. The iron bar caught him just above the left ear with a sound like a baseball bat hitting a watermelon. Cray toppled sideways into the fire, scattering burning logs and sending sparks cascading across the clearing. He wasn't unconscious. Head injuries that don't cause immediate loss of consciousness rarely do. But he was dazed enough for me to grab his knife and cut the ropes binding Ezra to the tree. The kid was still groggy from whatever drug had been in that syringe, but alert enough to understand we were escaping. Can you walk? I asked, hauling him to his feet. I think so. His voice was slurred but determined. My arm feels weird, but my legs work. Behind us, Cray was struggling to extract himself from the scattered fire, his clothes smoldering where they'd contacted burning coals. The head wound was bleeding freely, but he was already regaining coordination and would be mobile within seconds. Run, I told Ezra, pushing him toward what I hoped was the trail leading back toward civilization. Follow the creek downstream. It has to lead toward the main river eventually. What about you? I'll be right behind you, go. Ezra stumbled away into the darkness while I looked for anything useful among Cray's equipment cache. The stolen Park Service radio was too heavy to carry while running, but I grabbed a flashlight and what looked like emergency flares from one of the backpacks. Clever girl, Cray called from behind me, his voice thick with blood but still functional. Using my momentary distraction to create a tactical advantage. Very good. I turned to see him standing beside the scattered fire, one hand pressed against his bleeding head, while the other held a hunting rifle I hadn't noticed before. Even injured, he moved with predatory grace. But you're still thinking like prey, he continued, raising the weapon to track my movement. Prey runs when confronted. Predators pursue. The rifle shot shattered the night silence, sending birds exploding from trees throughout the clearing. I felt the bullet pass close enough to my ear that the displacement of air was like a physical slap. I dove into the forest undergrowth as the second shot splintered bark from a tree just above my head. Behind me, I could hear Cray laughing with genuine delight. "Much better," he called. "Now you're learning to think like something worth hunting." The forest closed around me like a living maze designed to slow my escape while giving him every advantage. Low branches caught my clothing and equipment, while roots and fallen logs threatened to send me sprawling with every step. The flashlight beam seemed pathetically weak against the overwhelming darkness, but I had one advantage he might not have anticipated: genuine desperation. For the first time since this nightmare began, I wasn't trying to follow protocols or maintain professional composure. I was running for my life with the single-minded intensity of someone who finally understood the stakes. A third rifle shot echoed through the trees, though I couldn't tell where the bullet had gone. Cray was following me but taking time to aim carefully, which suggested he was treating this as sport rather than urgent pursuit. In his mind, I was already trapped in his hunting ground with no real chance of escape. I reached the creek and followed it downstream, hoping Ezra had the sense to stay ahead of me and keep moving toward the main drainage. The water was only knee-deep, but moved fast enough over slick stones that falling would mean hypothermia within minutes. "Ranger Blackwood!" Cray's voice carried clearly over the sound of running water. "You're only making this harder on yourself, and on your young friend." The threat to Ezra made me stumble and nearly fall into the creek. If Cray caught up with us, he'd take his frustration about my resistance out on the kid. Whatever he'd planned to do to Ezra in that clearing would be nothing compared to what he'd do if he recaptured us both. I had to end this. Not escape, not survive until help arrived, but actually stop him permanently. He was wounded, possibly concussed, and I had his knife plus the advantage of desperation. If I could ambush him somewhere along the creek, I might be able to finish what the fire poker had started. The plan was suicidal. He had military training, wilderness expertise, and a rifle, while I had 8 months of ranger experience and a hunting knife. But it was the only chance either Ezra or I had of seeing another sunrise. I found what I was looking for about a quarter-mile downstream, a section where the creek curved sharply around a fallen log, creating a natural choke point that would force him to approach from a predictable direction. I could hide in the undergrowth on the far side and attack when he came around the bend. The wait felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. I lay pressed against the mossy ground behind a screen of ferns, knife gripped in both hands, trying to control my breathing enough to hear his approach over the creek noise. When he appeared, moving along the water's edge with predatory patience, I understood why previous rangers had died trying to fight him. Even wounded and tracking in darkness, he moved through the forest like he'd been born there. The rifle was held ready but not raised, suggesting confidence that his prey was too panicked for effective resistance. I waited until he was directly opposite my hiding place before attacking. The knife caught him in the side, sliding between ribs with resistance I hadn't expected. He grunted with pain but managed to bring the rifle stock around in a sweeping blow that caught me across the face and sent me sprawling into the creek. The glacial water was a shock that cleared my head and washed blood from what felt like a broken nose. Cray stood over me, rifle aimed at my chest, his face showing respect I hadn't seen before. "Outstanding," he said approvingly. "Finally thinking like a predator instead of prey. That was a genuinely good ambush." Blood was spreading across his shirt from where the knife had penetrated, but he seemed more pleased than concerned about the wound. "You might actually have survived out here if you'd received proper training instead of that academic nonsense they teach rookies." "Let Ezra go," I managed through the blood flowing from my nose. "You've got what you wanted." What I wanted was to complete both your educations, his about the realities of wilderness survival, yours about what it really means to protect people in environments like this. He kept the rifle trained on me while examining his wound. "But you've demonstrated more potential than I expected. Perhaps there's value in extending the lesson." The water around me was already numbing my legs, while blood from my nose made it difficult to breathe properly. If I stayed in the creek much longer, hypothermia would finish what Cray had started. Get out slowly, he directed. Keep your hands where I can see them. I climbed out of the water on unsteady legs, trying to assess my injuries while looking for any opportunity to continue fighting. The knife thrust had been deep enough to cause real damage, but Cray showed no signs of slowing down. If anything, being wounded seemed to have energized him. You're learning the most important lesson any ranger can master, he continued, using the rifle to gesture me away from the creek. Sometimes protecting people means accepting that you can't save everyone. Sometimes it means making hard choices about who deserves to survive and who doesn't. Ezra deserves to live, I said. He's 19 years old. He made a mistake, but that doesn't justify murder. Everyone makes mistakes. The question is whether they learn from them or repeat them until natural selection removes them from the gene pool. He smiled with paternal warmth. Your friend has learned more about wilderness survival in 2 days than most people learn in lifetimes of comfortable ignorance. We walked back toward his clearing camp, with him staying far enough behind that I couldn't attempt another attack. The wound in his side was still bleeding, but not heavily enough to incapacitate him quickly. Where do you think he went? Cray asked conversationally. Away from you. Downstream, following the creek like you told him to. Reasonable strategy for someone without wilderness experience, but predictable. The creek leads to Clearwater Falls, which drops about 60 feet into a pool that's impossible to climb out of without proper equipment. His laugh echoed through the trees. Your rescue attempt just drove him into a natural trap. The realization hit me like a physical blow. In my panic to get Ezra away from immediate danger, I'd sent him directly toward a geographic dead end where Cray could corner him easily. Don't blame yourself, he continued with genuine sympathy. You made the best decision available with limited information. That's what separates experienced rangers from rookies. We learn to think several moves ahead. We reached the clearing where his gruesome collection of trophies surrounded the smoldering remains of our escape fire. Everything looked exactly as we'd left it, except for the obvious signs of our brief fight and the blood trail leading away into the forest. Sit, he directed, indicating a spot near the rebuilt fire. We're going to wait for your friend to realize he's trapped and come back looking for help. He won't come back. He will, because he's 19 years old and still believes in rescue, in adults who can solve problems he can't handle himself. When he reaches those falls and understands he can't go any further, his first instinct will be to return and find the competent adult who tried to save him. Cray was probably right. Ezra was a college kid who'd never faced anything more dangerous than midterm exams. Confronted with what seemed like certain death at the base of a waterfall, he'd likely convince himself that returning to find me was his only chance of survival. That's when his real education begins, Cray continued, settling down across the fire from me with the rifle across his knees. When he has to choose between abandoning someone who tried to help him and walking back into obvious danger to attempt a rescue, he's not qualified to perform. The twisted logic was perfect in its cruelty. Either Ezra would abandon me and live with that guilt forever, or he'd return and deliver himself back to Cray's hands. There was no choice that didn't result in psychological destruction. You've done this before, I realized. Variations on the theme. Amazing how consistently people react when you understand their fundamental psychology. He added wood to the fire with practiced efficiency. The protective instinct is both humanity's greatest strength and its most exploitable weakness. We sat in silence for what felt like hours, listening to forest sounds and waiting for Ezra's inevitable return. The fire crackled between us while Cray cleaned and bandaged his wound with supplies from his medical kit. The knife thrust had been serious but not fatal, enough to slow him down but not enough to end the threat he represented. Tell me about the other rangers, I said finally. What would you like to know? How they died? Whether they fought back? Whether any of them came close to stopping you? His smile showed genuine fondness for the memories. Martinez lasted the longest. 15 years of experience made him resourceful in ways I hadn't anticipated. He actually managed to evade me for 3 days, using techniques I hadn't seen since my military training. But you caught him. Eventually. Experience can't overcome superior knowledge of terrain and unlimited time for pursuit. He made the mistake of trying to signal for help instead of focusing entirely on escape. Cray's eyes reflected firelight as he remembered. Thompson was more direct. 22 years of service had taught him that sometimes you have to fight your way out of impossible situations. And he put up an excellent fight. Military training, tactical awareness, proper use of available weapons. Under different circumstances, he might have been successful. The fond tone never changed. But he was operating in my territory, with equipment I'd sabotaged, following patterns I'd studied for months. The casual way he discussed murdering fellow Rangers made me understand that whatever humanity he'd possessed before coming out here had been completely consumed by 3 years of isolation and predatory behavior. What about the visitors? The civilians you killed? They taught me different lessons about human psychology under extreme stress, about the breakdown of civilized behavior when survival instincts take over. He adjusted the rifle across his lap without taking his eyes off me. Amazing how quickly people abandon moral principles when they're genuinely threatened. A sound from the forest made both of us freeze, branches breaking, footsteps trying to move quietly through dense undergrowth. Someone was approaching the clearing, attempting stealth but lacking the skill to move silently in this terrain. Right on schedule, Cray murmured, raising the rifle to a ready position. Your friend has realized he can't escape downstream and return to attempt a rescue he's not qualified to perform. Ezra, run! I shouted toward the forest. Don't come back here. The footsteps stopped, followed by a long silence that stretched until my nerves felt like wire being twisted to the breaking point. Then Ezra's voice called out from the darkness beyond the firelight. Kendra, are you okay? I'm alive, I called back, but he's got a rifle. You need to get out of here and find help. There's nowhere to go, Ezra replied, sounding exhausted and defeated. The creek ends at a waterfall. I can't climb down, and I can't find any other trails in the dark. Then hide, I pleaded. Wait for daylight. Someone will come looking for us eventually. Excellent advice, Cray called toward the forest, his voice carrying the warm authority of someone used to managing dangerous situations. But unfortunately, Ranger's Blackwood is bleeding internally from her injuries. Without medical attention within the next few hours, she's going to die regardless of what you do. The lie was perfectly calculated to exploit Ezra's protective instincts. He was 19 years old, barely an adult, suddenly responsible for decisions that would determine whether someone who'd tried to save him lived or died. He's lying, I shouted. I'm fine. Get away from here. Actually, I'm being completely honest, Cray replied calmly. Check her nose, son. Look at how she's holding her ribs. Those are symptoms of serious internal trauma that requires immediate evacuation to proper medical facilities. I touched my face and felt fresh blood that hadn't been there before. The rifle stock blow had done more damage than I'd realized, while my ribs ached in a way that suggested possible fractures from being thrown into the creek. Kendra. Ezra's voice was closer now, moving through the forest toward our clearing despite every rational reason to flee. Don't, I whispered, but it was already too late. Ezra stepped into the firelight with his hands raised, looking between Cray and me with the desperate hope of someone who still believed adults could solve problems beyond his understanding. Let her go, he said quietly. I'll stay. I'll do whatever you want. Just let her get medical help. Touching, Cray observed approvingly. And exactly the response I predicted. The protective instinct overriding survival logic. He gestured for Ezra to sit beside the fire. Unfortunately, you're not in a position to negotiate terms. Neither of you is leaving here tonight. Then what do you want? I want you both to understand what your job really is, Cray replied, exactly as he had hours earlier. Ranger Blackwood thinks her duty is to protect visitors like you from wilderness dangers. You think the Park Service exists to make places like this safe for recreational use? He stood and moved to his collection of surgical instruments, selecting items with the same clinical care he'd shown before. Both perspectives represent fundamental misunderstandings about the relationship between humans and environments that don't care whether we live or die. So you're going to torture us to death to make some philosophical point? I asked. I'm going to complete your education by demonstrating what happens when humans encounter forces genuinely beyond their control. Forces that can't be negotiated with, appealed to, or defeated through teamwork and determination. His smile held paternal warmth that made his words even more chilling. Most people die without ever learning that lesson. You two are fortunate enough to receive advanced instruction. Ezra looked at me with eyes that still held hope I might have some plan for getting us out of this situation. The kid was 19 years old and had probably never encountered genuine malice before this nightmare began. Listen to me carefully, I told him. Whatever happens, don't give him what he wants. Don't break down, don't beg, don't let him see that you're afraid. Excellent advice, Cray agreed cheerfully. Maintaining dignity in the face of overwhelming force is one of humanity's most admirable qualities. Almost makes our species seem worth preserving. He approached Ezra with a syringe filled with the same clear liquid he'd used before. This will prevent shock-induced unconsciousness without eliminating pain entirely. Think of it as a learning aid. Don't touch him, I said, struggling to my feet despite the pain in my ribs. Sit down, Ranger Blackwood. Your turn comes next. The rifle swung toward me with casual precision. Unless you'd prefer to watch him die quickly instead of learning something useful about human psychology under extreme stress. The impossible choice was exactly what he wanted, forcing me to become complicit in torture while believing I was minimizing suffering. Every decision would make me responsible for escalating or prolonging both our deaths. But as Cray knelt beside Ezra with the needle, I realized something that gave me a flicker of hope. The head wound I'd inflicted was affecting his coordination more than he was letting on. His movements were slightly slower, his balance not quite perfect. If I could create another distraction at exactly the right moment, I might be able to complete what the fire poker had started. I waited until the syringe was positioned against Ezra's arm, then lunged forward with everything I had left. This time, I went for his throat. My fingers found his windpipe before he could react, squeezing with desperate strength while his hands clawed at my face. We crashed into the fire together, scattering burning logs across the clearing as we rolled in combat that was more animal than human. He was stronger, but the head injury had affected his balance enough to give me a fighting chance. I maintained my grip on his throat while his fingernails tore furrows down my cheeks, both of us grunting and gasping as we fought for position among the scattered coals. Then his knee caught me in the stomach with enough force to double me over, gasping for breath. His hands closed around my throat in return, squeezing until black spots danced at the edges of my vision. Enough, he wheezed, blood running from his nose where I'd managed to connect with my elbow. Enough games. He hauled me upright and shoved me back toward the fire, keeping one hand on my throat while reaching for the rifle with the other. I could see Ezra watching with horrified fascination as two adults tried to kill each other with their bare hands. You fight better than most, Cray observed, checking that the rifle was still functional after our roll through the flames. But you're still thinking like prey. Predators don't fight fair. They use every available advantage. He pointed the weapon at Ezra's head. Now sit down and behave yourself, or I'll show you what his brains look like splattered across these trees. I sat, defeated. Every time I'd tried to resist, he'd simply escalated the threat to Ezra. The kid was my weakness, and Cray exploited it with professional efficiency. Much better. He wiped blood from his face while keeping the rifle trained on us. Now, where were we? Oh yes, advanced education in wilderness survival. He returned to his surgical instruments, selecting a scalpel that caught firelight along its blade. Ranger Blackwood, you're going to assist with tonight's demonstration. Consider it field training in emergency medicine. I won't help you torture anyone. Yes, you will, because the alternative is watching me work without anesthetic, drawing out his education over several days instead of completing it quickly tonight. He held up another syringe. Your choice, and the same impossible decision as before, forcing me to become complicit while believing I was minimizing suffering. But this time, I understood what he was really doing. Not just torturing us physically, but destroying our humanity by making us participate in our own destruction. Do it yourself, I said quietly. His eyebrows rose with genuine surprise. Interesting. You're choosing to let him suffer longer rather than compromise your moral principles. Most people break sooner than this. Most people haven't spent 8 months learning what real rangers are supposed to protect. And what's that, in your expert opinion? Each other, I replied, looking directly at Ezra. We protect each other, even when it costs us everything. For the first time since this nightmare began, Cray's expression showed something that wasn't calm confidence. My refusal to participate had disrupted his script, forced him to confront the possibility that his psychological manipulation wasn't as effective as he'd believed. Touching sentiment, he said finally, but ultimately irrelevant. You'll participate eventually, or you'll watch him die slowly while listening to him beg you to help end his suffering. He knelt beside Ezra with the scalpel, positioning it just above the kid's left wrist. Last chance, Ranger Blackwood. Assist with proper technique or watch me improvise. The blade pressed against skin until blood began to well around its edges. Ezra bit his lip but didn't make a sound, staring at me with trust that I didn't deserve. Stop, I whispered. Then help. I looked at the kid. 19 years old, probably had parents who were already calling park administration wondering why their son hadn't checked in, and made the hardest decision of my life. No. The scalpel moved deeper and Ezra finally screamed. What followed next will haunt me for the rest of my life. Not just the physical torture, but the sound of Cray's clinical commentary as he worked. The educational observations about human pain tolerance and psychological breaking points. The way he documented every response as if conducting legitimate research. But the worst part was watching Ezra's eyes throughout the ordeal. The kid never looked at Cray, never begged him to stop. He kept his gaze fixed on me, drawing strength from someone who was failing to protect him in every way that mattered. It lasted 47 minutes. I know because I watched my digital watch the entire time, counting down seconds and minutes while promising myself I wouldn't break, wouldn't give Cray the satisfaction of making me complicit in torture. When Ezra finally lost consciousness from blood loss and shock, Cray sat back with the satisfied expression of someone who had completed important work. Disappointing, he observed, cleaning his instruments with methodical care. I expected him to last longer than that. Young males usually have better pain tolerance. You killed him, I whispered. Not yet, but soon. He checked Ezra's pulse with clinical detachment. Loss of consciousness indicates the body is shutting down non-essential functions to preserve core organ function. He has perhaps 20 minutes before irreversible damage occurs. He stood and moved toward me with a fresh syringe. Your turn, Ranger Blackwood. Let's see if 8 months of professional training has given you better survival instincts than a 19-year-old college student. The needle slid into my arm before I could resist, filling my bloodstream with whatever mixture of chemicals he'd perfected over 3 years of human experimentation. Almost immediately, I felt my thinking become sluggish while physical sensations seemed to intensify. Combination of local anesthetic and mild stimulant, he explained conversationally. Prevents shock-induced unconsciousness while heightening pain reception. One of my own formulations, refined through extensive field testing. The scalpel moved toward my hand, and I understood that I was about to experience exactly what Ezra had endured. The only difference was that I would remain conscious longer, providing Cray with better data for his twisted research. But as the blade touched my skin, drawing the first thin line of blood, something impossible happened. Gunshots echoed through the forest, not the single crack of Cray's rifle, but the rapid succession of automatic weapons fire from multiple directions. Olympic County Sheriff's Department. Drop your weapons and show your hands. The voice carried clearly through the trees, amplified by electronic bullhorn and backed by the sound of vehicles approaching through the forest. Powerful searchlights swept across the clearing, turning night into blazing day. Cray's expression showed genuine shock for the first time since this nightmare began. Impossible. I've been monitoring all Park Service communications. No one knows this location. The searchlights grew brighter as tactical teams moved through the forest with professional efficiency. I could hear radio chatter coordinating positions, the mechanical sounds of equipment being deployed, boots moving through undergrowth with the disciplined spacing of trained personnel. Satellite tracking. I managed through the fog of whatever drug he'd injected. Emergency GPS beacon in my equipment belt. Automatic activation if I don't check in every 4 hours. It was a lie. No such technology existed in standard Ranger equipment. But Cray's 3 years of isolation had left gaps in his knowledge of current procedures and capabilities. "You're bluffing," he said, but uncertainty flickered across his features. "New protocol since Ranger Martinez disappeared," I continued, trying to keep him talking while help surrounded our position. "Automatic tracking for all solo operations in backcountry areas." The lie worked because it should have been true. After losing multiple Rangers to unknown threats, any competent administration would have implemented better tracking systems. Cray's paranoia about Park Service procedures made him believe in capabilities that didn't actually exist. "Drop the weapon. This is your final warning." The voice was close enough now that I could see tactical officers positioned at the edge of the clearing, assault rifles trained on our position. Professional law enforcement, not Park Service personnel trying to handle a situation beyond their training. Cray looked at the scalpel in his hand, then at me, then at the unconscious form of Ezra beside the dying fire. For a moment, I thought he might surrender, accept capture rather than die in a futile firefight against overwhelming force. Instead, he smiled with genuine warmth. "Thank you, Ranger Blackwood. You've provided an excellent education in advanced tactical psychology." He reversed his grip on the scalpel, holding it like a weapon instead of a surgical instrument. "One final lesson about the difference between civilization and wilderness." He moved toward Ezra's unconscious form, and I understood with horrible clarity what he intended. Not surrender, not escape, but one final demonstration of power over forces beyond his victim's control. I threw myself between Cray and Ezra just as the tactical teams opened fire. The gunshots were deafening in the confined space of the clearing, muzzle flashes strobing like lightning while bullets tore through air where Cray had been standing. But he was already moving, using 3 years of wilderness survival skills to exploit every shadow and tree trunk for cover. I felt something hot and wet splash across my face, blood from where a bullet had grazed Cray's shoulder. But he was still mobile, still dangerous. The scalpel gleamed in his uninjured hand as he circled toward where Ezra lay helpless beside the scattered fire. "Don't let him reach the kid," I screamed, trying to make myself heard over the gunfire and radio chatter. More shots, more muzzle flashes, the sharp crack of bullets splintering bark from ancient trees. But Cray moved through the chaos like a ghost, exploiting every irregularity and terrain that 3 years of living rough had taught him to recognize. He reached Ezra and knelt beside the unconscious college student, scalpel poised over the kid's throat. "Stand down," he called to the tactical officers. One step closer and I open his carotid artery. The gunfire stopped, leaving sudden silence that felt more ominous than the violence had been. I could see rifle scopes glinting in the searchlight beams, professional marksmen waiting for clean shots that wouldn't endanger the hostage. "Let him go," a calm voice called from the darkness beyond the lights. "We can negotiate terms that get everyone out of here safely." "No negotiation," Cray replied cheerfully. "Just education. These people need to understand what happens when civilized assumptions meet wilderness realities." The scalpel pressed against Ezra's skin, drawing a thin line of blood that looked black in the harsh artificial lighting. The kid stirred slightly, consciousness returning at the worst possible moment. "Final lesson, Ranger Blackwood," Cray continued, his voice carrying the same warm authority he'd used throughout this nightmare. "Sometimes protection means accepting that you can't save everyone intact." I knew he was going to kill Ezra regardless of what anyone did. This wasn't negotiation. It was the final phase of whatever twisted education he'd been conducting. The tactical teams were irrelevant. He'd already decided how this would end. But I also knew something else. The drug he'd injected was wearing off, leaving me clear-headed for the first time in hours. And among all his surgical instruments scattered around the fire, one item lay within reach of my bound hands. Another scalpel, forgotten in the chaos of the tactical team's arrival. I worked my fingers behind my back until they closed around the handle, then began sawing through the ropes binding my wrists. The blade was sharp enough to part the fibers quickly, though it also opened several cuts in my hands before I could adjust my grip properly. "Don't do this," I said aloud, trying to keep Cray's attention while I freed myself. "You've made your point. We understand what you wanted to teach us. Do you? Do you really understand that humans are just another species subject to predation by superior forces?" His smile showed genuine fondness. "Or are you still hoping that civilization's safety net will somehow save you from natural consequences?" The ropes parted, just as Ezra's eyes opened, consciousness returning to find a blade at his throat, and searchlights turning the forest clearing into a theater of violence. "Don't move," Cray told the kid softly. "This will be over soon." I lunged forward with the scalpel, aiming for the center of mass like they'd taught us in defensive tactics training. But Cray had been expecting the attack. He deliberately left the blade within reach, wanting to see if I'd learned to think like a predator instead of prey. His free hand caught my wrist before the scalpel could connect, twisting until bones ground together, and I dropped the weapon. Very good. Finally thinking like something worth hunting. We grappled beside the dying fire while tactical officers tried to find shots that wouldn't hit either of us. Cray was stronger and far more experienced in hand-to-hand combat, but 3 years of living rough had also left him gaunt and malnourished. I had youth and desperation on my side. More importantly, I had 8 months of professional training that finally kicked in when survival instincts overrode civilized inhibitions. I got my thumb into his wounded eye socket and pressed until he screamed. Cray released his grip on my wrist and stumbled backward, blood streaming down his face from the damaged socket. The scalpel intended for Ezra's throat clattered away across the forest floor. "Now!" I shouted to the tactical teams. "Take the shot!" The sniper's bullet took Cray in the center of his chest, spinning him around before he collapsed beside the scattered coals of his torture fire. He lay on his back among the personal belongings of his victims, staring up at the forest canopy with the surprised expression of someone who'd finally encountered a force beyond his control. But he was still breathing. "Ranger. Blackwood," he wheezed, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. "Come. Closer." I knelt beside him while tactical medics worked to stabilize Ezra's condition. Whatever Cray wanted to say, I owed it to his other victims to hear his final words. "You learned," he whispered. Finally, thinking like predator. "I learned that some people don't deserve to live," I replied. "Everyone deserves education." His ruined smile held the same warmth it had throughout this nightmare. "Even you." "What education?" "Look around. All these people came to save you." He gestured weakly toward the tactical officers securing the clearing. "Civilization's safety net worked exactly like you believed." The words hit me like a physical blow. Even dying, he was still conducting his twisted lessons. But next time, deeper. Wilderness. No satellites. No backup. Just you and forces beyond control. Blood ran from his mouth as he spoke. "Remember this feeling, when you're truly alone." Matthias Cray died with that same fond smile, surrounded by the evidence of 3 years spent teaching people that civilization was just a comfortable illusion that failed when they needed it most. The tactical teams extracted us from the forest using procedures I'd only read about in training manuals. Helicopter evacuation, trauma medical protocols, crime scene preservation. Everything worked exactly as it was supposed to, proving that civilization's safety net was more robust than Cray had claimed. Ezra survived. Emergency surgery repaired most of the damage, though he'd carry physical and psychological scars for the rest of his life. The kid transferred to a different college as far from Olympic National Park as he could manage, but he sent me a letter 6 months later saying that surviving had taught him something important about his own strength. I resigned from the Park Service 3 weeks after my medical leave ended. Not because of trauma or inability to function, but because Cray's final lesson had been more effective than he'd known. Every time I looked at the forest, I saw not the natural beauty I'd sworn to protect, but a hunting ground where humans existed only at the sufferance of forces beyond their control. More importantly, I'd learned something about myself during those hours in his clearing. When survival was at stake, when civilization's safety net seemed to have failed, I'd been capable of violence that had nothing to do with law enforcement or professional duty. I'd pressed my thumb into another human being's eye socket and felt satisfaction when he screamed. Cray had been right about one thing. We're all just animals pretending that moral principles matter more than survival instincts. The difference between civilization and wilderness isn't as wide as we'd like to believe. I work private security now, mostly corporate clients who want someone with tactical training and wilderness experience. The money is better than government service, and I don't have to pretend that I'm protecting anything more noble than profit margins. But sometimes, late at night when I'm alone, I find myself thinking about that clearing in Olympic National Park, about the personal belongings of people who died learning that the wilderness doesn't care about human assumptions, about Rangers Martinez and Thompson, who'd carried the same professional confidence I'd once possessed, and about Matthias Cray's final words, promising that someday I'd find myself in deeper wilderness, with no satellites and no backup, facing forces beyond my control. I check my equipment twice before every assignment now. I carry backup communications gear, emergency beacons, and weapons that aren't standard issue for civilian security work. I've taken advanced survival training and tactical courses that go far beyond what the Park Service required. Because I know he was right about one thing. There are still places on Earth where civilization's safety net doesn't reach. Places where humans are just another species subject to predation by superior forces. And I know that someday, despite all my preparations, I'm going to find myself in one of those places. When that happens, I want to be ready to think like a predator instead of prey. Because the most important lesson Matthias Cray taught me wasn't about the weakness of civilization or the illusion of safety. It was about the difference between people who survive and people who don't. The survivors are the ones who understand that when everything else fails, we're still just animals fighting for our lives in a world that doesn't care whether we live or die. And sometimes that understanding is the only thing that keeps us breathing long enough to see another sunrise. My name is Kendra Blackwood, and I survived my education in wilderness predation. But I know the lessons aren't over yet. They never are. My name is Cooper Blackwood, and I am 28 years old. I've been a park ranger at Olympic National Park for 6 years. This happened during the fall of 2023, when the missing person case of Ambrose Kellerman turned into something that still haunts me. I should have known something was wrong when the ravens started leaving. October 15th began like any other autumn morning in the Hoh River Valley. The fog hung thick between the ancient Sitka spruces, muffling sound and turning the world into a cathedral of green shadows. I'd been working the temperate rainforest section for 3 years, and I knew its moods better than most. But that morning, something felt off. The usual chorus of wrens and thrushes was absent. Even the Douglas squirrels had gone quiet. My radio crackled to life at 6:47 a.m. Ranger station to Blackwood. We've got a missing person report. Copy? Blackwood here. Go ahead, dispatch. 34-year-old male Ambrose Kellerman, mycologist from University of Washington. Last seen yesterday evening, approximately 1800 hours near the Sol Duke Trail Junction. Vehicle still in parking area. Overnight camping permit valid through today. I grabbed my field notebook, already mentally mapping the search area. The Sol Duke Junction was tricky territory. Multiple trail branches, steep ravines, and dense undergrowth that could swallow a person whole. Copy. Any medical conditions or previous experience in the backcountry? Extensive fieldwork experience. No known medical issues. Family reports he was studying rare fungi species. Something about seasonal fruiting patterns. His research partner says Kellerman was excited about a specimen cluster he'd located off-trail. Off-trail. That complicated things. ETA for search teams? You're primary on scene. Backup team inbound from Port Angeles. ETA Aero 900 hours. Weather forecast shows increasing fog and possible precipitation. I signed off and began loading my pack. 6 years of experience had taught me to prepare for the worst while hoping for the best. GPS unit, extra batteries, first aid kit, emergency shelter, rope, headlamp, and my .40 caliber sidearm. Standard issue for dealing with aggressive wildlife. The weight felt familiar across my shoulders as I headed into the mist. The Saul Duke Trailhead parking lot held only Kellerman's Honda Civic, its windshield beaded with condensation. I circled the vehicle, noting the University of Washington parking sticker, and peering through the windows. The back seat contained camping gear neatly organized: sleeping bag, tent, camp stove. A thermos sat in the cup holder, still half full of what looked like coffee. On the passenger seat lay a leather journal, closed but with several bookmarks protruding from its pages. I tried the door handle. Locked. No signs of struggle or forced entry, just a vehicle patiently waiting for its owner's return. The trail began innocuously enough. Well-maintained boardwalk sections winding between massive nurse logs draped in club moss. My boots made hollow sounds on the wet planks, echoing strangely in the fog. I'd walked this route hundreds of times, but today each familiar landmark seemed subtly wrong, as if the forest had shifted during the night. At the junction, I found Kellerman's first marker. Literally, a small orange flag tied to a huckleberry bush about 30 feet off the main trail. University researchers often use these temporary markers to relocate study sites. I marked the GPS coordinates and followed the faint path Kellerman had beaten through the understory. The fog grew thicker as I climbed away from the river valley. Moisture beaded on every surface, dripping constantly from the canopy above. My radio reception began to weaken, the usual chatter from headquarters fading to occasional bursts of static. Normal for this terrain, but it always made me uneasy. Communication was a ranger's lifeline. Kellerman's trail led upward through increasingly dense vegetation. I found 2 more orange flags, each marking turns toward areas I'd rarely explored. The mycologist had been thorough in his route marking, which should have made tracking him easier. Instead, I felt a growing unease I couldn't identify. At 08:45, I reached what appeared to be Kellerman's study site. A natural clearing opened among the massive tree trunks, carpeted with fallen leaves in brilliant yellows and russets. Several large logs showed signs of recent examination, bark samples removed, small holes drilled for core samples. A digital camera sat on one of the logs, its lens cap dangling from a strap. I approached carefully, scanning for any sign of the missing researcher. The camera's LCD screen was cracked, but the device still functioned. Scrolling through the stored images, I saw dozens of photographs documenting various fungi, oyster mushrooms, chicken of the woods, and several species I couldn't identify. The timestamps showed the photos were taken yesterday afternoon between 1500 and 1630 hours. The final image made me pause. It showed Kellerman himself, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses and an enthusiastic grin, kneeling beside a massive fallen cedar. He wore a red flannel shirt and khaki hiking pants, but something in the background caught my attention. A dark shape among the trees, partially obscured by fog. It could have been another tree trunk, or a rock formation, or it could have been something else. I examined the photo more closely, zooming in until the pixels blurred. The dark shape had an oddly vertical quality, too regular for natural formation, almost like a person standing very still. My radio squawked, making me jump. The voice was distorted by static but recognizable as dispatch. Blackwood, status report, teams approaching, position. Blackwood here, I responded, but got only static in return. I tried again, adjusting my position to find better reception. Nothing but white noise and occasional fragments of transmission. I was on my own. Following Kellerman's trail beyond the study site proved increasingly difficult. The orange flags continued, but the intervals grew longer and the path less defined. Fog pressed in from all directions, reducing visibility to perhaps 20 feet. Every sound seemed amplified and distorted. The drip of moisture, the whisper of wind through branches, the distant call of what might have been a loon. At 09:30, I found Kellerman's backpack. It hung from a branch about 8 feet off the ground, suspended by its shoulder straps like some macabre ornament. The positioning was wrong, too deliberate, too neat. No accident or animal encounter would result in such careful placement. I used my hiking poles to bring the pack down, handling it as potential evidence. The contents were meticulously organized: field notebooks, Specimen containers, sampling tools, a lunch that remained untouched. Everything a mycologist would need for a day's field work. Everything except the person who owned it. But the pack's placement bothered me more than its contents. In 6 years of search and rescue operations, I'd learned to read the landscape for clues. This wasn't random. Someone had hung the pack where it would be found, positioned it precisely to draw attention. Someone wanted me here. The realization hit like ice water in my veins. I spun in a slow circle, scanning the fog-shrouded forest. Every shadow could hide an observer. Every tree trunk could conceal a threat. The silence pressed against my eardrums until I could hear my own heartbeat. My radio crackled again, this time with a clearer transmission. "Cooper, can you hear me? This is important." The voice wasn't dispatch. It was male, unfamiliar, speaking my first name with inappropriate familiarity. I keyed my radio carefully. "This is Ranger Blackwood. Identify yourself." Silence stretched for 30 seconds before the voice returned, now with an edge of amusement. "You don't recognize me, Cooper? I'm hurt. We worked together for almost 2 years." My blood went cold. Only Rangers and a few close colleagues used my first name on the radio. But the voice didn't match anyone currently on the Olympic Peninsula roster. "Identify yourself and your location immediately." Laughter echoed from the radio speaker, distorted by static but unmistakably genuine. "Come now, Cooper. You're standing in my living room. Show some courtesy." I clicked off the radio and tried switching to the emergency frequency. Dead air. Then the backup channel. Nothing but static. Someone was jamming my communications or had compromised the entire system. The forest seemed to press closer around me. Every principle of ranger training said to retreat, establish contact with headquarters, wait for backup. But Ambrose Kellerman was still missing, and I was his only immediate hope of rescue. The thought of explaining to his family that I'd abandoned the search because of radio interference made my stomach clench. I continued following the sporadic orange flags, now certain they were leading me into a trap. Each marker drew me deeper into unfamiliar territory, away from established trails and toward the park's remote interior. The fog grew so thick I could barely see my own feet. My GPS unit showed my location as a small dot surrounded by vast green emptiness. At 10:15, I found the first sign of real trouble. Ambrose Kellerman's red flannel shirt hung from a branch like a flag of surrender. The fabric was torn but unstained, removed carefully rather than violently. 30 feet away, his hiking boots sat neatly beside a fallen log, laces untied, and tongues pulled out as if their owner had simply stepped out of them. The arrangement was too precise to be natural. Someone had staged this scene, creating breadcrumbs to lead me forward. But toward what? My radio hissed to life again. "Finding everything you need, Cooper." This time I didn't respond, but the voice continued anyway. "Ambrose is such a dedicated researcher. Even now he's helping with my own field study. Would you like to see his progress?" "Where is he?" I spoke aloud, not trusting the radio. The response came immediately, as if the speaker were monitoring multiple frequencies. "Close, very close, but you'll need to come alone if you want to see him alive." Every instinct screamed that I should retreat, call for backup, treat this as a hostage situation. But the fog had become a living thing around me, and I was no longer certain I could find my way back to the trailhead. My GPS showed my location, but the topographic features were unfamiliar. I'd been led into a section of the park I'd never thoroughly explored. The voice on the radio had mentioned working together. Only one person fit that description, someone who'd know my patterns, my protocols, my weaknesses. 3 years ago, the Park Service had quietly dismissed a ranger named Marcus Thorne after a series of incidents involving inappropriate contact with visitors and evidence of substance abuse. I'd been part of the investigation team, had written one of the reports that led to his termination. Marcus had sworn revenge during his dismissal hearing, claiming we'd destroyed his life over minor infractions. He'd vanished immediately afterward, and rumors suggested he'd gone to ground somewhere in the backcountry. If Marcus was behind this, he'd have intimate knowledge of park geography, communication frequencies, and search protocols. He'd know exactly how to lead a rescue operation astray. The orange flags continued, spaced now at irregular intervals that suggested their placer was becoming less careful or more confident. I followed them like a condemned man walking toward execution, knowing each step carried me further from safety, but unable to abandon the search. At 1100, the fog began to lift slightly, revealing glimpses of unfamiliar terrain. I found myself in a narrow valley I didn't recognize, surrounded by steep slopes covered in dense second-growth forest. No established trails were visible, and my GPS showed I was nearly 3 miles from the nearest marked path. That's when I heard Ambrose Kellerman screaming. The sound echoed off the valley walls, impossible to locate precisely. Raw terror and agony combined in a voice that no longer sounded entirely human. It lasted perhaps 10 seconds before cutting off abruptly, leaving only the drip of moisture from overhead branches. I ran toward the sound, crashing through underbrush without concern for stealth. My radio crackled with laughter as I stumbled over hidden roots and pushed through grabbing branches. "He's been very helpful," the voice said conversationally. "Amazing what a person will reveal when properly motivated. Did you know he has a daughter? 8 years old, lives with her mother in Bellingham." I stopped running. The threat was clear, and it changed everything. This wasn't just about Kellerman anymore. "What do you want?" I shouted at the fog. "Recognition," came the immediate reply. "Professional courtesy, an acknowledgement of my expertise. Marcus?" I said his name like a question, but I was already certain. Ranger Marcus Thorne, formerly of Olympic National Park. Emphasis on formerly, thanks to your thorough investigation. The radio fell silent for several minutes while I tried to process the situation. Marcus had been unhinged during his employment, but this level of premeditation suggested complete psychological collapse. He'd spent 3 years planning this encounter, studying my patterns, waiting for the right opportunity. "Where is Kellerman?" I called out. "Safe, secured, contributing to science in his own way." A pause. "He's been telling me fascinating things about fungal networks. Did you know that some species can communicate across vast distances through underground connections? They share resources, coordinate responses to threats, even send warnings to other organisms." The academic language mixed with implied violence made my skin crawl. I want to hear his voice. Proof of life. Of course, professional standards must be maintained. The radio crackled, then transmitted what sounded like muffled whimpering. After several seconds, Kellerman's voice came through clearly. "Please. He says he'll let me go if you come alone. Please don't leave me." The transmission cut to static. I stood in the fog-shrouded valley, weighing my options. Every protocol demanded I retreat and wait for backup. But backup might arrive too late, and Marcus clearly had contingency plans involving Kellerman's family. I was trained for search and rescue, not hostage negotiation with a deranged former colleague. My radio hissed again. "You're thinking too hard, Cooper. The solution is simple. Follow the flags. Come alone. We'll have a professional conversation about your future career prospects." The threat was unmistakable. Marcus wasn't just holding Kellerman hostage, he was targeting me specifically, using the missing researcher as bait. This was personal revenge disguised as a rescue operation. But I couldn't abandon Kellerman. The man had been terrorized for hours, possibly tortured, and his only hope was a ranger who was walking into an obvious trap. I checked my sidearm, ensuring a round was chambered. 6 years of law enforcement training would have to suffice against someone who'd had 3 years to prepare this encounter. The orange flags led deeper into the valley, toward what looked like a natural amphitheater formed by converging ridgelines. The fog thinned enough to reveal the skeletal remains of trees killed by some past fire, their bare branches reaching toward the overcast sky like accusing fingers. At 11:30, I found Marcus Thorne's camp. It was a masterpiece of wilderness survival, virtually invisible until you were standing in it. A lean-to shelter built against a massive boulder, camouflaged with local vegetation, and positioned to command views of all approaches. Solar panels provided power for radio equipment that looked military-grade. Food stores, water filtration, weapons cache, everything needed for extended backcountry living. And in the center of the camp, Ambrose Kellerman sat tied to a chair. The mycologist was alive but in poor condition. His clothes were muddy and torn, his face showing signs of recent violence. Duct tape covered his mouth, and his eyes tracked frantically between me and something behind my left shoulder. I spun around as Marcus Thorne stepped from behind a tree not 10 feet away. He looked like a caricature of a mountain man, long beard, camouflage clothing, and eyes that held too much intensity. A rifle rested casually in his arms, not quite pointed at me, but ready to be raised instantly. "Ranger Blackwood," he said with mock formality. "Welcome to my district office." I kept my hands visible but positioned near my sidearm. "Marcus, you look well. Clean living and honest work." He gestured around the camp. 3 years of studying the ecosystem from the inside. Amazing what you learn when you stop pretending to protect and serve. "Let Kellerman go. This is between us." Marcus laughed, a sound with sharp edges. "Is it? You destroyed my career, Cooper. 20 years of service, and you wrote me off as damaged goods because of a few minor incidents." Minor incidents had included propositioning female hikers, confiscating alcohol from campers for personal use, and filing false reports to cover patrol deficiencies. But arguing with an armed paranoid seemed counterproductive. "I'm here," I said simply. "What do you want?" "Recognition. An admission that your investigation was biased and incomplete. A public apology for destroying my reputation." I glanced at Kellerman, who was making urgent sounds through the tape over his mouth. His eyes kept darting toward something behind Marcus's shelter. "Fine," I said. "You were treated unfairly. The investigation should have been more thorough." Marcus's smile was genuinely pleased. "That's a start. But words are cheap, aren't they? Actions have consequences. Real consequences." He shifted the rifle slightly, and I realized he'd never intended to negotiate. This was execution disguised as conversation, revenge dressed up as justice. The camp, the radio intercepts, the elaborate chase through the forest, all designed to get me isolated and helpless. "Kellerman has nothing to do with this," I said desperately. "No, but he makes excellent leverage. Amazing how cooperative people become when threatened with harm to innocents." Marcus's expression hardened. "You should have thought about consequences before you ruined my life." The rifle began rising toward my chest. I had perhaps 2 seconds before Marcus fired, not enough time to draw my sidearm. My only advantage was that he wanted to talk, to explain his grievances before pulling the trigger. That's when Ambrose Kellerman proved that academic researchers could be surprisingly resourceful. The mycologist had worked one hand free of his restraints and managed to grab something from the ground beside his chair. He hurled it with perfect accuracy at Marcus's head, just as the rifle reached firing position. The projectile was a rock the size of a softball, and it caught Marcus in the temple with an audible crack. The rifle fired harmlessly into the air as its owner staggered sideways, momentarily stunned. I drew my sidearm and had it trained on Marcus before he could recover. "Drop the rifle." Marcus blinked away blood from a scalp laceration, his expression cycling through confusion, rage, and what might have been respect. The rifle clattered to the ground. "Hands where I can see them," I ordered, moving to untie Kellerman while keeping Marcus covered. The mycologist gasped as I removed the tape from his mouth. "There are others," he whispered urgently. "He's not alone." Before I could ask what he meant, movement in the trees around the camp answered the question. 2 figures emerged from concealment, both dressed in woodland camouflage and carrying weapons. They moved with the disciplined coordination of military training. Marcus's laughter was wet with blood from his head wound. "Did you think I'd been living alone for 3 years, Cooper? The wilderness attracts all kinds of refugees from your civilized world." The new arrivals flanked me with professional efficiency, their weapons trained with obvious competence. I kept my pistol aimed at Marcus, but the tactical situation had shifted decisively against me. "Lower your weapon," one of them ordered. His voice carried an authority that suggested military or law enforcement background. I had perhaps 30 seconds before they'd shoot me regardless of compliance. Kellerman was free but unarmed and in no condition to fight. 3 against 1, with my target spread too far apart for any realistic chance of success. But as I calculated odds of survival, a new sound reached the camp, the distinctive whine of helicopter rotors echoing off the valley walls. Marcus's expression shifted from triumph to concern. "You called for backup?" "My communications were jammed," I reminded him. The helicopter sound grew louder, joined by the distant noise of multiple vehicles. Marcus's radio equipment began receiving transmissions from what was clearly a large-scale search operation. His two companions exchanged glances that suggested this development hadn't been anticipated. Whatever their plan, it apparently required isolation and secrecy. "Change of plans," the military-trained one announced. He raised his weapon toward Kellerman. "Eliminate the witnesses." That's when my ranger training finally proved useful. 6 years of wilderness law enforcement had taught me that desperate situations sometimes require desperate measures. Instead of trying to shoot all 3 men, I put 2 rounds into Marcus's radio equipment. The explosion was more dramatic than I'd expected, apparently triggered by the solar panel battery array. Burning electronics and chemical smoke filled the camp, creating instant chaos and confusion. I grabbed Kellerman and dragged him toward the tree line as shouts erupted behind us. The fog provided additional cover as we crashed through underbrush, no longer concerned with stealth. Helicopters circled overhead while we stumbled toward what I hoped was higher ground. My GPS was useless. The device had been damaged during our escape, but the sound of rotors provided rough directional guidance. We climbed for 20 minutes before reaching a clearing large enough for helicopter landing. I used my emergency whistle to signal our location while Kellerman collapsed against a tree, exhausted but coherent. There were 4 of them, he gasped between breaths, living off-grid for years. Marcus was the leader, but the others, military deserters maybe? They'd been hunting people for sport. The rescue helicopter spotted us minutes later, and I'd never been happier to see the Forest Service logo on aircraft. As we lifted off, I could see smoke rising from the valley below where Marcus's camp burned. Ground teams were already moving to contain the suspects. The debriefing took 3 days and involved multiple law enforcement agencies. Marcus Thorne was found dead at the scene, apparently killed during the explosion. His companions had vanished into the wilderness, leaving behind evidence of at least 6 other victims over the past 2 years. Kellerman recovered fully from his ordeal and returned to his research, though he never again worked alone in remote areas. His daughter sent me a crayon drawing of a ranger with a big smile, which I keep framed in my office. But the case changed me in ways I'm still processing. For 6 years, I'd seen Olympic National Park as a place of natural beauty that occasionally required human intervention. Now I know it also harbors human predators who've rejected civilization entirely, who view other people as prey to be hunted for entertainment. The forest hasn't felt the same since that October morning. Every fog-shrouded valley could hide watchers. Every remote trail might lead to a carefully prepared trap. The ravens eventually returned to their normal routines, but I understand now why they'd fled. Some predators walk on 2 legs and use radios to coordinate their hunts. They know our protocols, our weaknesses, our commitment to helping others even at personal risk. They count on our humanity as the very weapon they'll use to destroy us. I still love my job, still believe in protecting and serving the public, but I've learned to listen more carefully to what the forest is trying to tell me. When the animals go quiet, when the fog seems too thick, when radio transmissions carry voices that sound almost familiar. That's when I remember Ambrose Kellerman tied to a chair in a madman's camp, and Marcus Thorne's eyes holding too much intensity as he explained his 3-year plan for revenge. Sometimes the most dangerous wilderness isn't found among wild animals or treacherous terrain. Sometimes it's found in the human heart, grown twisted by isolation and grievance into something that no longer recognizes the difference between justice and murder. The mountains don't care about our conflicts, our betrayals, our need for vengeance. They simply provide the perfect stage for human nature to reveal its darkest possibilities, far from witnesses and consequences. That's the lesson I learned during the fall of 2023, when a routine missing person case became a hunting expedition where I was the prey. It's a lesson that keeps me awake some nights, listening to the wind in the trees and wondering who else might be out there, patient and prepared, waiting for the right opportunity to turn protector into victim. The wilderness is vast and unforgiving, but the most terrifying predators it contains aren't the ones that hunt by instinct. They're the ones that hunt by choice. My name is River Nakamura, and I am 26 years old. I've been a park ranger at Olympic National Park for 8 months. This happened during the fall of 2024, when the missing person case of Marlo Chen turned into something that still haunts me. I was still new to the job, only 8 months in, when everything went wrong. The academy had taught me procedures, protocols, search patterns, but nothing about the kind of predator that walks on 2 legs and thinks like you do. Only better. The call came in on a Tuesday evening, just as the autumn darkness was swallowing the last traces of daylight at 5:30 p.m. Marlo Chen, a 23-year-old graduate student from the University of Washington, had failed to check in after 3 days of solo research on old-growth forest ecosystems along the Ho River Trail. Her advisor had expected her back Monday afternoon. Now it was Tuesday, and no one had heard from her. I remember the metallic taste of anxiety flooding my mouth as I suited up in the ranger station. This was my first real missing person case, and the weight of responsibility felt like a stone in my chest. Supervisor Martinez briefed me quickly. Standard grid search, follow protocol, radio check-ins every 30 minutes. Marlo was experienced, he said, but the Olympic wilderness didn't forgive mistakes, even from experienced hikers. Nakamura, Martinez called as I headed for the door. You've got this. Trust your training. I nodded, but my hands were already trembling as I checked my gear. GPS unit, emergency radio, medical kit, flashlight, backup batteries, emergency flares. Everything felt foreign in my fingers, despite months of practice. The academy taught you procedures, but they never mentioned how the darkness between the trees could feel alive, watching. The Ho River Trail wound through some of the most pristine temperate rainforest in North America. Ancient Sitka spruces and western hemlocks created a cathedral of shadows, their moss-draped branches filtering what little moonlight managed to penetrate the canopy. The air smelled of decomposition and wet earth, that rich, fertile scent of things living and dying in the endless cycle of the forest. My radio crackled to life as I reached the trailhead. Ranger 247, this is base. Radio check. Base, this is Ranger 247. Signal clear. Beginning search grid Alpha 7. ETA to Chen's last known position, 45 minutes. Copy that, 247. Maintain regular contact. The trail felt different at night. During my daytime patrols, it had seemed welcoming, almost magical with its cathedral lighting and carpet of moss. But darkness transformed it into something else entirely. Every crack of a branch made me jump. The steady drip of condensation from the canopy created an irregular percussion that masked other sounds. My flashlight beam seemed pathetically small against the overwhelming blackness. I'd studied Marlo's research proposal before heading out. She was documenting the relationship between old-growth nurse logs and mycorrhizal networks, the underground fungal connections that linked forest trees in vast, invisible webs of communication. Smart kid, passionate about her work. The kind of person who might lose track of time when she discovered something fascinating. That thought gave me hope as I hiked deeper into the forest. Maybe she'd just gotten caught up in her research, set up an impromptu camp, lost track of the days. It happened. The wilderness had a way of making time feel fluid, irrelevant. 40 minutes in, I found her base camp. The orange 2-person tent was perfectly intact, guy lines tight, rainfly properly secured. No signs of animal interference or weather damage, but something felt wrong. The camp was too neat, too organized. Her research equipment was laid out with military precision. Sample containers in perfect rows, notebooks stacked and weighted down with stones, even her camp stove cleaned and properly stored. I'd seen Marlo's previous campsites during routine patrols. She was a careful researcher, but she lived like most graduate students. Organized chaos, gear scattered around as she worked. This looked like someone had straightened up after her. Base, this is 247. Located Chen's base camp. Coordinates, I rattled off the GPS numbers. Camp appears undisturbed, but subject is not present. Beginning expanded search of immediate area. Copy, 247. Any signs of her recent presence? I swept my flashlight around the campsite again, looking for clues. That's when I noticed the research journal, opened to a page dated 3 days ago. Her handwriting was neat, Precise. Day 3. Interesting mycorrhizal density readings 200 meters northwest of camp. Large nurse log approximately 400 years old showing unusual fungal activity. We'll investigate further tomorrow. Tomorrow. She'd been planning to continue her research. Whatever happened to her, it wasn't planned. Base. Found her research journal. Last entry indicates she planned to investigate a site northwest of camp. I'm following her trail. Negative 247. Hold position until backup arrives. ETA 20 minutes. My heart sank. 20 minutes of standing around while Marlowe might be injured, hypothermic, dying somewhere in the darkness. But protocols existed for good reasons. I was new, inexperienced. The smart move was to wait. Copy base, holding position. But as I stood there in the circle of my flashlight, surrounded by the breathing darkness of the forest, I heard something that made my blood freeze. A voice, distant and muffled, calling for help. Help me, please. Someone help me. It was coming from the northwest, the same direction Marlowe had planned to investigate. A woman's voice, weak but definitely audible. Base, this is 247. I'm hearing calls for help from the northwest quadrant, approximately 200 meters from camp, requesting permission to investigate. Static answered me. I tried again. Base, do you copy? I need immediate guidance. More static. I checked my radio. Power was good. Antenna was fine. Sometimes the dense forest interfered with transmissions, but I'd had clear contact just minutes before. The voice came again, weaker this time. Help, please. I'm hurt. Every instinct screamed at me to move, to help. This was why I'd become a ranger, to protect people, to save lives. But my training also said to wait for backup, to follow procedures, to not become another casualty. I compromised. I'd move toward the voice, but stay in radio contact. Retreat if anything felt wrong. Base, this is 247. Moving to assist injured party, maintaining radio contact. Silence. I shouldered my pack and headed northwest, following what looked like a faint game trail through the underbrush. The voice had stopped, but I'd marked the direction. My flashlight beam danced across moss-covered logs and fern fronds, creating a constantly shifting world of light and shadow. The forest felt different as I moved deeper. The air grew colder, and that rich earth scent was replaced by something else, something organic but wrong, like meat left too long in the heat. I'd gone maybe 50 meters when I found the first sign. A piece of orange fabric, the same color as Marlowe's tent, caught on a devil's club thorn, but it was too high, nearly 6 feet off the ground. How had it gotten there? I photographed it with my camera, marked the GPS coordinates, and continued following the trail. The smell was getting stronger. Another 20 meters and I found her boot. It was sitting upright on a fallen log, laces tied as if someone had carefully placed it there. A size 7 hiking boot, well worn, with the same brand I'd seen in her tent. But again, the placement was wrong. Why would someone remove their boot and set it so deliberately on a log? My hands were shaking now as I called in the discovery. Base, this is 247. Found what appears to be missing person's hiking boot. Something's not right here. The placement is unnatural. Static again. Complete radio silence. I tried switching channels, checking my equipment. Everything looked functional, but I couldn't reach anyone. The forest pressed in around me, suddenly feeling less like a cathedral and more like a trap. That's when I heard the voice again, but this time it was different. River Nakamura. My blood turned to ice. The voice knew my name. River, help me, please. It was coming from ahead, deeper in the forest, but now I could tell something was wrong with it. The timbre was off, the cadence too perfect. It sounded like someone trying to imitate a woman's voice. I drew my service weapon, a decision that felt both necessary and completely inadequate. Whatever was out there knew who I was, knew I was coming. This wasn't a rescue anymore. This was a hunt. I keyed my radio again, whispering now. Mayday, Mayday, this is Ranger 247. I have a code gray situation. Requesting immediate backup at my coordinates. I am being stalked by an unknown subject. Nothing but static. The voice came a third time, and now I was certain it wasn't Marlowe. River, don't be afraid. I just want to talk. It was a man's voice, not even trying to disguise itself anymore. Deep, confident, with the trace of an accent I couldn't place. He sounded amused. I had two choices: retreat to Marlowe's camp and wait for backup that might never come, or continue forward and try to find her before this predator, because that's what he was, I was certain now. Decided he was done playing games. The Ranger manual said retreat. My conscience said advance. I continued forward, weapon drawn, every sense hyper alert. The smell of decomposition was overwhelming now, and I realized it wasn't natural forest decay. It was something else, something that had once been alive. The trail led to a small clearing dominated by an enormous fallen cedar, easily 4 feet in diameter and 100 feet long. Nurse logs like this one were common in old-growth forests, providing nutrients and growing space for new generations of trees. But this one had been modified. Someone had carved symbols into the bark, not random scratches, but deliberate markings that looked almost like tallies. Dozens of them, arranged in groups of 5. My flashlight beam swept the length of the log, and that's when I saw them. Personal items, scattered along the nurse log like decorations on a twisted Christmas tree. A red bandana tied to a broken branch. A hiking sock draped over a protruding root. A water bottle dented and empty. A woman's watch still ticking. And at the far end, barely visible in my flashlight's reach, something that made my legs nearly give out. Marlowe Chen, alive but bound to the log with climbing rope, duct tape across her mouth, eyes wide with terror above the tape. She saw my light and began struggling frantically, making muffled sounds behind the tape. I ran toward her, forgetting caution, forgetting procedures, thinking only of getting her free. That's when I heard the laughter. Low, appreciative chuckling from the darkness beyond my flashlight's reach. Very good, Ranger Nakamura. Right on schedule. I spun toward the voice, weapon raised, but saw nothing beyond the wall of black between the trees. Who are you? I shouted, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. Show yourself. Oh, we'll get to that. But first, let's talk about your performance so far. Very professional. You followed protocol right up until you heard the damsel in distress. Then emotion overruled training, just like I knew it would. The voice was coming from different directions now, moving through the forest with impossible silence. This wasn't some random psychopath. This was someone who knew these woods intimately. You're making a mistake, I called out, slowly backing toward Marlowe while trying to watch all directions at once. I've already called for backup. They know exactly where I am. More laughter. Do they, River? Because I've been monitoring your radio traffic all evening. Quite fascinating, actually, listening to you check in with base every 30 minutes like a good little rookie. Very by the book. My blood chilled. He'd been listening to my transmissions. That meant he had a police scanner, or... Surprised? You shouldn't be. I know those protocols better than you do. Hell, I wrote half of them when I worked here. When he worked here? My mind raced through the implications. An ex-employee. Someone with insider knowledge of Ranger procedures, radio frequencies, patrol routes. You're wondering who I am, aren't you, River? Let me give you a hint. I trained 3 classes of rookies just like you. Taught them all about wilderness safety, search and rescue, emergency protocols. Always emphasize the buddy system. Never go alone into dangerous situations. I reached Marlowe and began working at her bonds with one hand, while keeping my weapon trained on the darkness with the other. The rope was secured with military precision knots designed to be difficult to untie quickly. You're Garrett Voss, I said suddenly, the name coming from some half-remembered briefing. You were fired 2 years ago. Very good. See, you were paying attention during orientation. Yes, I'm Garrett Voss. 23 years with the Park Service before some bleeding heart bureaucrats decided I was too aggressive in my law enforcement duties. Apparently, using appropriate force against poachers and vandals is now considered excessive. I remembered more now. Voss had been terminated for brutality complaints. Something about beating a camper who'd been collecting arrowheads in violation of park regulations. There had been whispers about other incidents, a pattern of escalating violence that the administration had finally been forced to address. So what is this, Voss? Revenge against the Park Service? Revenge? He sounded genuinely puzzled. River, you misunderstand completely. This isn't revenge. This is evolution. I managed to loosen one of Marlowe's wrist restraints. She immediately began working at the duct tape over her mouth, her eyes never leaving the darkness beyond my flashlight. You see, Voss continued, his voice now coming from somewhere to my left. I realized something during my last few years on the job. All those search and rescue operations, all those lost hikers and campers. Most of the time, they weren't really lost. They were just unprepared. Soft. City people playing at wilderness adventure without understanding what the forest really is. I freed Marlowe's other wrist and she pulled the tape from her mouth, gasping. He's been keeping me here for 3 days, she whispered. Playing with me. He said he was waiting for you. Waiting for me. This whole thing had been a setup. Marlowe hadn't gotten lost or injured during her research. She'd been used as bait to draw in a rescue team. To draw in me. Why me? I called out to the darkness. Because you're perfect, River. Young, inexperienced, eager to prove yourself. You are always going to come alone, always going to bend the rules to help someone in distress. I've been watching you for months, studying your patrol patterns, your responses to situations. You're so beautifully predictable. Marlowe was working at the ropes around her ankles while I kept watch. The forest had gone completely silent around us. No insect sounds, no small animal movement, as if every living thing had fled the area. What do you want? I demanded. I want to teach you something, River. Something they don't cover in your training manuals. I want to show you what real wilderness survival looks like. Not the sanitized, safety-first version they teach at the academy, but the truth. The forest is about predator and prey. The strong survive, the weak become food. A branch snapped somewhere behind me. I spun, but Voss was already speaking from a different direction. For the past 2 years, I've been living the real wilderness life. No supply runs to town, no backup communications, no safety nets. Just me against the forest, and guess what? I won. I adapted. I evolved. Marlowe had freed her legs and was struggling to stand. 3 days of captivity had left her weak and shaky, but she was mobile. I've been studying you urban predators too, Voss continued. Hikers, campers, researchers like your friend there. Soft targets who think they understand nature because they read about it in books. It's been educational. The tally marks on the nurse log. My stomach lurched as I understood what they represented. How many? I whispered. Does it matter? Each one taught me something new. Your friend Marlowe, for instance. She taught me patience. 3 days I kept her here, fed her just enough to stay conscious, while I prepared for your arrival. She was excellent bait. I needed to get us out of here, but I didn't know the forest well enough to navigate in the darkness. Voss had every advantage. Terrain knowledge, night vision adapted from 2 years of living rough, and the predator's greatest asset. He had chosen the time and place for this confrontation. The thing about rookie rangers, Voss said, and his voice was definitely closer now, is that they follow procedure even when procedure will get them killed. You should have waited for backup, River. You should have called in more resources, established a perimeter, treated this like the tactical situation it is. He was right, and we both knew it. I'd made every mistake in the book, let emotion override training, walked right into his trap. But that's what makes this interesting, he continued. You're going to have to abandon everything you've learned, everything you think you know about being a ranger, if you want to survive the next few hours. A flashlight beam suddenly blazed to life from across the clearing, blinding me. I raised my weapon but couldn't see anything beyond the glare. There's no backup coming, River. I've been monitoring all radio frequencies. Your supervisor thinks you're conducting a routine grid search that won't be completed until dawn. No one's expecting you back for hours. The light clicked off, leaving me night blind and disoriented. In the darkness that followed, I heard movement, fast, purposeful, coming from multiple directions at once. "Run," I whispered to Marlowe. "Back toward the trail. Follow my tracks." "I can't see." "Feel for the broken branches, the disturbed ground. Move." I heard her stumbling away through the underbrush, and then Voss was laughing again. "Splitting up? That's not very professional, Ranger Nakamura. How are you going to protect and serve if you abandon the victim?" He was right again. I was making decisions based on panic, not training. But my training hadn't prepared me for this scenario. A predator who understood our procedures better than I did. I followed Marlowe's sounds through the forest, trying to stay between her and wherever I thought Voss might be. My night vision was slowly returning, enough to make out the vague shapes of trees and the pale patches where my flashlight had disturbed the moss on the ground. "This is what I'm talking about, River," Voss called out, his voice echoing through the trees. "Finally, you're learning. Forget the manual, forget the procedures. Trust your instincts. Become the predator instead of the prey." A branch whipped across my face, drawing blood. I could hear Marlowe ahead of me, breathing hard, moving as quietly as she could manage. We were maybe halfway back to her campsite, but it felt like miles in the suffocating darkness. That's when I realized the forest had become completely silent again. No sounds of pursuit, no more taunting from Voss. Even Marlowe had stopped moving ahead of me. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the steady drip of condensation from the canopy above. "Marlowe," I whispered. Silence. I crept forward, weapon ready, trying to move as quietly as possible through the underbrush. Where the trail should have been, I found only virgin forest, no broken branches, no disturbed ground. No sign that anyone had passed this way. I was lost. In 8 months of working Olympic National Park, I'd never been truly lost. Turned around, maybe. Temporarily disoriented, but always able to find my bearings. Now, in the darkness with adrenaline clouding my judgment, I couldn't tell north from south. Voss had planned this too. He'd herded me away from any landmarks I might recognize, deeper into the trackless forest where his territorial advantage was absolute. "Feeling a little lost, River?" The voice was directly behind me. I spun, finger on trigger, but saw only trees and shadows. It's amazing how quickly civilization falls away, isn't it? All your training, all your equipment, all your procedures, useless when you're operating on my terms, in my territory. I backed against a large cedar, trying to put something solid behind me. "Where's Marlowe?" "Safe for now. I needed her to get you away from the clearing, away from any chance of finding your way back. But don't worry about her. Worry about yourself." Something whistled through the air near my head. A thrown rock or stick. I flinched instinctively, and in that moment of distraction, heard footsteps moving past me in the darkness. He was fast. Military training maybe, or just 2 years of living like a predator in the woods. I was a rookie ranger with 8 months of experience and academy training that felt increasingly worthless with every passing minute. You know what your biggest mistake was, River. You assumed I was just another angry ex-employee, some disgruntled loser acting out his frustrations on innocent people. Another projectile flew past me from a different direction. He was circling me, staying just outside my vision while keeping me pinned against the tree. But I'm not angry at all. I'm grateful. Getting fired was the best thing that ever happened to me. It forced me to discover what I really am. Not a public servant, not a protector of tourists and weekend warriors. I'm an apex predator. I tried to remember my academy training about dealing with mentally disturbed subjects. De-escalation techniques, talking them down, finding common ground. But Voss wasn't ranting or raving. He sounded completely rational, eerily calm. That made him infinitely more dangerous. "The first one was an accident," he continued, his voice now coming from somewhere to my left. "A backpacker who got aggressive when I told him he was camping in a restricted area. I defended myself, maybe used a little more force than necessary. When I realized he was dead, I had a choice. Report it and face murder charges or dispose of the evidence. I eased away from the tree, trying to put some distance between myself and his voice, but he seemed to anticipate my movement, staying just out of sight while maintaining his psychological pressure. Disposing of a body in the wilderness is surprisingly easy when you know the terrain. The forest recycles everything eventually. But what surprised me was how satisfying it felt. How right. Here was someone who thought he could just walk into my forest, ignore the rules, show disrespect for the ecosystem. My foot caught on something in the darkness, a root or fallen branch, and I stumbled. In the instant it took me to regain my balance, I heard him move closer. After that, I started paying attention to the types of people who visit the park. The ones who litter, who harass wildlife, who think nature exists for their entertainment. Social media influencers taking selfies with wild animals. Campers who leave food out to attract bears. Hikers who go off trail and damage sensitive ecosystems. A chill ran down my spine as I understood what he was describing. Voss wasn't just a killer. He was a killer who believed he was doing righteous work. Each one taught me something new about hunting, about fear, about the primal relationship between predator and prey. Your friend Marlo was particularly instructive. She lasted 3 days, 3 days of me explaining to her exactly what she'd done wrong, why she deserved what was happening to her. She was conducting legitimate research, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She had all the proper permits. Laughter echoed through the trees. Permits? You still don't understand, do you, River? This isn't about bureaucracy or regulations. This is about natural law. The strong take what they want from the weak. The forest doesn't care about your permits. I was moving again, trying to put more distance between us, when I heard something that made my blood freeze. Marlo screaming, not far away, maybe 50 meters, her voice raw with terror and pain. It lasted only a few seconds before cutting off abruptly, leaving the forest silent again. "What did you do?" I shouted, abandoning any pretense of stealth. "Nothing permanent, yet. But she's back under my control now, tied to a tree about 20 meters from where you're standing. The question is, River, are you going to try to save her?" It was another trap. He was using Marlo as bait again, trying to draw me into a position where he'd have every advantage. The smart tactical move would be to try to reach the trail, get back to civilization, return with a properly equipped SWAT team. But I could still hear Marlo whimpering somewhere in the darkness, barely audible but definitely real. She was hurt, terrified, depending on me to save her. "You're learning, aren't you?" Voss said softly. "Learning that all your training, all your noble intentions don't mean anything when you're faced with real choices. Save the victim and probably die, or save yourself and definitely live with the guilt forever." He was right. I was paralyzed by the impossible choice, exactly as he'd planned. This is what separates predators from prey, River. Predators make hard decisions quickly. Prey hesitate, second-guess themselves, get consumed by their own uncertainty. Marlo screamed again, longer this time, a sound of pure agony that cut through the forest like a knife. I ran toward the sound. It was stupid, reckless, exactly what Voss wanted me to do. But I couldn't listen to another human being tortured while I stood by calculating odds and tactical advantages. I crashed through the underbrush following her cries, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across moss-covered logs and hanging branches. Behind me, I could hear Voss following. Not hurrying, just maintaining pursuit with the confidence of a predator who knew his prey was moving exactly where he wanted them to go. I found her tied to a western hemlock, arms pulled behind her around the trunk, legs bound at the ankles. But it was obviously another setup. She was positioned perfectly for me to approach from one direction, while Voss could attack from any of several others. "River," she gasped as I reached her. "Don't, it's a trap." "I know," I said, working at her bonds while trying to watch the darkness around us. "But I can't leave you here. He's been playing with us all night," she whispered. "This isn't about killing us quickly. He wants to break us first." The ropes were secured with the same military knots as before, designed to resist quick release. I was making progress, but slowly, and I could feel Voss moving through the forest around us, taking his time, savoring our desperation. "Tell me about his equipment," I whispered as I worked. "What weapons does he have?" "Knife, big hunting knife. Some kind of club, maybe a baton. And he's got ranger equipment. Radio, GPS, everything. He said he's been intercepting communications all over the park." That explained how he'd known about Marlowe's disappearance, how he'd been able to monitor my radio calls. With the right equipment and knowledge of our frequencies, he could listen to everything. Patrol schedules, backup requests, tactical communications. I freed one of her wrists, and she immediately began working on the other rope while I kept watch. "There's something else," she whispered urgently. "He's not alone." My blood turned to ice. "What do you mean?" "I heard him talking to someone earlier. Another voice, giving him updates about your location, your approach routes. River, I think there are 2 of them." Before I could process this information fully, my radio crackled to life. "Ranger 247, this is base. Please respond with your current status." It was Martinez's voice, but something was wrong with the transmission. The timing was off, and there was a quality to the audio that seemed artificial. "River," Marlowe hissed, "don't answer that. He's been imitating radio traffic all night." But even as she said it, I was reaching for my radio. 8 months of conditioning, of following procedures, of responding immediately to supervisor contact. "Base, this is 247. I'm at the subject's location with some complications, requesting immediate backup." "Copy, 247. We're tracking your GPS signal. Backup is en route, ETA 15 minutes. Maintain position and await assistance." I felt a surge of relief, but Marlowe was shaking her head frantically. "That's not real," she whispered. "River, that's him. He's been doing that all night. Fake radio calls, fake backup promises, no one's coming." As if to confirm her words, Voss's laughter echoed through the trees around us. Very convincing, wasn't it? 23 years with the Park Service teaches you a lot about radio protocols. I can sound like anyone you want to hear, your supervisor, dispatch, even other rangers. The full scope of his preparation hit me like a physical blow. He hadn't just planned to hunt us, he'd planned to psychologically torture us, to use our own training and procedures against us, to make us complicit in our own destruction. "How long have you been planning this?" I called out to the darkness. "Since the day they fired me, but specifically targeting you, River. About 6 months. I've been studying you, learning your patterns, your responses to stress situations. You're very consistent, always trying to do the right thing, always putting the victim's safety ahead of your own. It's admirable, really. Also fatal." Marlowe had freed her second wrist and was working on her ankles. I could hear her crying softly as she worked. Not from fear, I realized, but from rage. 3 days of captivity, of psychological torture, of being used as bait to lure other victims. "Why us?" I asked, still trying to buy time while she freed herself. "Why target park rangers specifically?" "Because you replaced me," Voss said simply. "Every rookie they hire is a reminder that the Park Service thought I was disposable. Every time I see one of you young rangers on patrol, following the same routes I used to patrol, protecting the same ungrateful tourists I used to protect, it reinforces the insult." His voice was getting closer, more intimate, as if he was enjoying this confession. "But it's more than that, River. Rangers represent everything I've grown to despise about modern civilization. This illusion that we can control nature, manage it, make it safe for people who have no business being here. The forest doesn't need managing, it needs culling." Marlowe had freed her legs and was standing on unsteady feet. I helped support her while keeping my weapon trained on the darkness around us. "We need to move," I whispered to her. "Can you walk?" She nodded, though I could feel her trembling against me. 3 days of minimal food and water, constant stress and psychological torture had left her weak but functional. "Where?" she whispered back. "He knows these woods better than anyone. He's been living out here for 2 years." She was right. We couldn't outrun him or outnavigate him. Our only advantages were my weapon and the possibility that he might underestimate us, though given his obvious intelligence and preparation, that seemed unlikely. "The thing about apex predators, River," Voss continued, his voice now coming from multiple directions as he moved through the forest around us, "is that they understand patience. I could end this any time I want. But where's the education in that? Where's the growth?" We started moving, me supporting Marlo while trying to maintain 360-degree awareness of our surroundings. I'd given up any hope of finding the trail back to her campsite. Now I was just trying to stay alive long enough for real backup to arrive if it ever would. "I want you to understand something before this ends," Voss said, his voice closer now. "This isn't personal. You seem like a decent person, River. Under other circumstances, I might have enjoyed training you, teaching you real wilderness survival." A branch snapped somewhere behind us. I turned, weapon ready, but saw nothing. "But you represent something I can't allow to continue. This fantasy that nature can be tamed, that wilderness can be made safe for people who don't respect it. Every time the Park Service sends out another soft, inexperienced ranger like you, they're perpetuating a lie." We were moving through an area of old blowdowns, massive trees that had fallen during some long-ago storm, creating a maze of moss-covered logs and debris. The footing was treacherous, and Marlo was struggling to keep up. The truth is that nature is cruel, arbitrary, and unforgiving. The strong survive by taking what they need from the weak. The forest doesn't recognize your authority, your training, or your good intentions. I could hear him moving parallel to us, matching our pace but staying out of sight. He was herding us again, guiding us towards some predetermined destination. The real tragedy, River, is that you probably would have learned this eventually. A few more years on the job, a few more cases where your procedures failed and people died despite your best efforts. You would have realized that being a ranger isn't about protecting people. It's about managing the inevitable casualties. We'd reached the center of the blowdown area, where several massive logs had fallen across each other to form a natural shelter. Under other circumstances, it would have been a perfect place to wait out a storm. Now, it felt like a trap. "This is where it ends, River." His voice was directly ahead of us, no longer trying to maintain concealment. I raised my weapon, but in the darkness between the fallen logs, I couldn't see him. "You have a choice to make. Probably the last meaningful choice of your life." A spotlight blazed to life, blinding me completely. But instead of being directed at us, it was aimed upward, illuminating the canopy above and casting everything below into deep shadow. "I'm holding a knife to your friend Marlo's throat." My heart stopped. I spun toward where I'd thought she was beside me, but felt only empty air. In the confusion of navigating through the blowdown, in the darkness and disorientation, he'd somehow taken her again. How? 23 years of experience, River. You learned to move silently, to use terrain and distraction to your advantage. While you were focused on my voice, I was repositioning. The spotlight shifted slightly and I could make out two silhouettes among the fallen logs. Voss behind Marlo, one arm around her waist, the other holding something that glinted against her neck. "Here's your choice," he continued calmly. "Drop your weapon and I'll make this quick for both of you. Try to be a hero and I'll let you watch while I take my time with her. And River, I've gotten very creative over the past 2 years." Marlo's eyes met mine across the 20 feet that separated us. Even in the harsh light, I could see the terror there, but also something else. A fierce determination that reminded me why she'd chosen to do her research alone in one of the most remote wilderness areas in North America. "Don't," she said clearly. "River, don't give up your weapon." Voss chuckled. "Brave girl, but impractical. River knows that her ranger training emphasizes de-escalation and victim protection above personal safety. Don't you, River?" He was right again. Every scenario we'd trained for emphasized protecting civilians, even at the cost of officer safety. But those scenarios had never involved a predator who understood our training better than we did. "You have 10 seconds to decide," Voss said. "Then I start cutting and your friend here learns what it feels like to die slowly in the wilderness she loves so much." I looked at my service weapon, then at Marlo, then into the darkness beyond Voss's spotlight. Somewhere out there was a forest full of hiding places, escape routes, resources I didn't know how to use. But dropping my weapon meant certain death for both of us. Keeping it meant probable death, but at least a chance. 5 seconds, River. I made my choice. Instead of dropping the weapon, I switched off my flashlight and dove sideways into the darkness between the logs. rolling behind the massive trunk of a fallen cedar. Voss's spotlight immediately swung toward where I'd been standing, but I was already moving, crawling through the maze of debris and undergrowth. Marlowe screamed, pain, not fear, and I heard the sound of a struggle. But I couldn't help her by getting myself killed. I had to think tactically now, forget everything except survival. "Interesting choice," Voss called out, his voice tight with the first real anger I'd heard from him. "I'm disappointed, River. I thought you cared more about innocent life." I was moving as quietly as possible through the blowdown, trying to circle around behind his position. The spotlight was still sweeping the area where I'd disappeared, creating moving shadows that might provide cover. "She's bleeding now," he continued conversationally. "Nothing fatal yet, just enough to reinforce the lesson about consequences. Every minute you hide, every minute you play soldier instead of doing your job, she suffers more." Psychological warfare. He was trying to make me act emotionally, to abandon any tactical advantage I might gain. But I could hear in his voice that I'd surprised him. He'd expected me to surrender, to follow the victim protection protocols he knew so well. For the first time since this nightmare began, I'd done something he hadn't planned for. I reached the edge of the blowdown area and stopped to listen. The forest was still unnaturally quiet. No insect sounds, no small animal movement. Even the wind seemed to have died, as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. But I could hear something else now. Breathing. Heavy, controlled breathing coming from behind me. I spun around just as a massive shape launched itself from the darkness between two fallen logs. Voss hit me like a linebacker, driving me backward into a tangle of branches and moss. My weapon went flying, disappearing into the undergrowth. We went down hard, him on top trying to pin my arms while I fought to get leverage. He was stronger than I'd expected, not just from 2 years of wilderness living, but genuinely powerful. Military training, probably, or maybe just the kind of strength that came from constant physical challenges. "There we go," he grunted as we struggled. "Now we're getting somewhere. This is what I wanted to see. The real River Nakamura, not the by-the-book rookie." I managed to get one arm free and drove an elbow into his ribs, hard enough to make him grunt and shift his weight. In that instant, I rolled out from under him and scrambled away through the debris. But he was fast, faster than someone his size should have been, with the kind of conditioning that came from hunting and being hunted in the wilderness. He caught my ankle as I tried to stand, sending me sprawling again. "You know what your real problem is, River?" he said, hauling me back toward him. "You still think this is a law enforcement situation. Arrest the bad guy, read him his rights, let the justice system sort it out." I kicked backward with my free leg, connecting with something solid. His grip loosened enough for me to break away again, but I could hear him laughing as I crawled through the maze of fallen timber. But there is no justice system out here. No backup, no procedures, no civilization. Just predator and prey, just like it's always been. I found my feet and ran blindly through the darkness, branches whipping across my face, roots and debris threatening to send me sprawling with every step. Behind me I could hear him following, not running, just maintaining steady pursuit with the confidence of someone who knew exactly where this chase would lead. The blowdown area ended abruptly at the edge of a steep ravine. I skidded to a stop just inches from a drop-off that disappeared into blackness. The sound of running water echoed from somewhere far below. "Nowhere to go, River." I turned to find Voss standing 20 feet away, no longer bothering with stealth. In the faint starlight filtering through the canopy, I could see that he was bigger than I'd imagined. At least 6'2", maybe 200 pounds of muscle and bone and predatory confidence. "This is good," he said, nodding approvingly. "You're finally thinking like a survivor instead of a civil servant, but you're still reacting instead of planning, still letting me dictate the terms of engagement." He started walking toward me slowly, casually, like someone approaching a nervous animal. "The thing about apex predators, River, is that we understand patience. I don't need to catch you right now. I don't need to overpower you through brute force. I just need to keep you moving until you make a mistake, until exhaustion and fear override your judgment." He was right again. I was breathing hard from the fight and the chase, my heart hammering against my ribs. Meanwhile, he seemed completely calm, as if this were just another evening walk through his territory. "Where's Marlowe?" I demanded, trying to buy time while I looked for escape routes. "Safe for now. Tied up again, but alive. Whether she stays that way depends on how quickly you accept reality." "What reality?" "That you were never the predator in this scenario, River. You were always the prey. From the moment you received that missing person report, you were following a script I wrote. Every decision you made, every procedure you followed, brought you exactly where I wanted you. The edge of the ravine was maybe 3 feet behind me. I couldn't see the bottom, couldn't gauge the drop or what might be waiting below, but staying here meant certain death. Even now you're thinking about jumping, aren't you?" Voss said, reading my body language with predatory precision. "Wondering if you can survive the fall, if there's deep water at the bottom, if you might find another way to escape." He was 15 feet away now, close enough that I could see the details of his face in the starlight. Weathered, bearded, with the lean look of someone who'd been living on whatever the forest provided. But his eyes were the worst part, completely rational, utterly without remorse. "Here's what you don't understand about that ravine, River. It's about 40 feet to the water, and the creek is maybe 18 inches deep this time of year. You'll break both legs on impact if you're lucky. More likely, you'll shatter your spine and spend your last few minutes paralyzed in freezing water, listening to me finish what I started with your friend." 10 feet away. I could smell him now. Wood smoke, unwashed clothing, and something else. Something organic and wrong that made my stomach clench. "But I'm going to give you one more chance to do the right thing. Come with me quietly, and I'll make sure Marlowe doesn't suffer unnecessarily. Fight me, run from me, make this difficult, and I'll keep both of you alive for days while I demonstrate what real wilderness education looks like." 5 feet. Close enough to attack. Close enough that any move I made would have to be perfect. "What's it going to be, Ranger Nakamura?" I looked into his eyes and saw my own death reflected there. Not just death, but the promise of prolonged agony, psychological torture designed to break my spirit before destroying my body. So I jumped. The fall seemed to last forever. Wind rushing past my face, the sound of water growing louder, Voss shouting something behind me that was lost in the roar of my descent. I had time to think about Marlowe, about my family, about all the things I'd never get to do if this went wrong. Then I hit. Not water, rock. A ledge maybe 15 feet down from the rim, hidden in the darkness and covered with moss that provided just enough cushioning to keep the impact from killing me outright. I rolled, trying to absorb the force of the landing, and felt something snap in my left shoulder. Pain exploded through my entire left side, but I was alive, conscious, and hidden in the shadow of the ravine wall. Above me, I could hear Voss swearing creatively as he realized I'd found an escape route he hadn't anticipated. "Very good, River," he called down. "I'm impressed, but you're only postponing the inevitable. That ledge doesn't go anywhere, and you're injured. I can wait." He was right about the ledge. It was maybe 10 feet wide and extended only 20 feet along the ravine wall before ending at another drop-off. But he was wrong about being able to wait, because I could hear something he apparently couldn't. Helicopter rotors in the distance growing closer. Real backup, real search and rescue. Not another one of his psychological games. Someone had finally realized that Ranger 247 was overdue and initiated a genuine emergency response. "Do you hear that, Voss?" I called up to him. "That's a Park Service helicopter. They're tracking my GPS signal." Silence from above. Then, after a long moment, laughter. "Your GPS signal, River? You mean this GPS signal?" Something small and electronic bounced off the rocks near me. My GPS unit, the screen cracked but the LED still blinking. "I've had this for the past hour," he continued. "Took it when we were wrestling, along with your radio and your spare batteries. As far as anyone knows, you're still conducting a routine grid search about 2 miles from here." The helicopter sound was getting closer, but Voss was right. They'd be searching in the wrong area, following a GPS signal that he'd been carrying while stalking us through the forest. "But you've given me an idea," he said. "Maybe it's time to expand this little educational exercise. A helicopter crew would make excellent additional subjects for my research. The implications hit me like a physical blow. Voss wasn't just planning to kill Marlowe and me. He was planning to use us to lure in more victims, the helicopter crew, the ground teams that would inevitably follow, maybe even my supervisor Martinez. I had to warn them somehow, had to find a way to break his control of the situation. That's when I noticed something else about the ledge. The moss I'd landed on wasn't natural growth. It had been deliberately placed here, arranged to cushion a fall, and carved into the rock wall behind me were more of those tally marks, dozens of them. This wasn't the first time Voss had used this ravine as part of his hunting ground. The ledge was a trap, designed to catch anyone desperate enough to jump. How many others had made the same choice I had, only to find themselves broken and helpless while he took his time getting down to finish them? But I wasn't broken. Injured, yes, but mobile. And now I was angry. For 8 months, I'd been the rookie ranger, the inexperienced one, the weak link who needed protection and guidance. But Marlowe had survived 3 days of psychological torture because she was tougher than anyone gave her credit for. And I'd survived everything Voss had thrown at me tonight because I was stronger than he'd calculated. Maybe it was time to stop being the prey. The helicopter was directly overhead now, searchlights sweeping the forest canopy. I could hear Voss moving above me, probably getting into position to signal them, to play the role of helpful local who'd spotted something suspicious. I started climbing. The ravine wall was steep, but not impossible, with enough handholds and footing for someone desperate enough to try. My injured shoulder screamed with every movement, but adrenaline was a powerful anesthetic. I climbed slowly, quietly, using techniques I'd learned during ranger training. Not for tactical operations, but for wildlife observation, for getting close to animals without disturbing them. Now I was the predator. I reached the rim just as the helicopter began to descend, its downdraft flattening the vegetation and filling the air with debris. Through the chaos of wind and noise, I could see Voss maybe 30 feet away, waving his arms and shouting something at the aircraft, playing the concerned citizen, the helpful witness who'd spotted something the search teams had missed. I couldn't let him reach that helicopter crew. I found a fallen branch about the size of a baseball bat. Solid hardwood, heavy enough to do serious damage. My service weapon was somewhere in the undergrowth, probably impossible to find in the darkness. But this would work. Voss was so focused on the helicopter that he didn't notice me approaching from behind. 20 feet, 15, 10, close enough to hear him shouting over the rotor noise. Down here, I saw someone fall. They might be injured. 5 feet, close enough to strike. I swung the branch like a batter going for a home run, putting all my weight and momentum behind it. It connected with the back of his skull with a sound like splitting wood. He went down hard, rolling forward into the ferns and moss. For a moment I thought I'd killed him, hoped I'd killed him. But then I saw him moving, trying to push himself up on his hands and knees. The helicopter was landing now, its searchlight sweeping across us. I could see the crew preparing to deploy, rappelling gear and medical equipment ready for a rescue operation. Stay down, I shouted at Voss, raising the branch for another strike. He looked up at me, blood streaming from a gash on his scalp, and smiled. There she is, he said, his voice barely audible over the helicopter noise. There's the predator I knew you could become. That's when I heard Marlowe screaming, not from nearby, but from somewhere deeper in the forest, her voice thin with distance and terror. Voss had left her tied up somewhere while he stalked us through the blowdown, and now the helicopter noise was probably terrifying her, making her think we'd all been killed or abandoned her. I looked at Voss, then toward the sound of Marlowe's voice, then at the helicopter crew who were about to walk into a situation they couldn't possibly understand. Where is she? I demanded. He just smiled wider, blood still streaming down his face. The first crew member rappelled down from the helicopter, moving with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd done this hundreds of times. As his boots touched the ground, he immediately began scanning the area for casualties. Ranger Nakamura, he called out, his voice cutting through the rotor wash. We're here to extract you and the missing person. I wanted to warn him, to explain about Voss, to make sure he understood the danger. But Marlowe's screams were getting more desperate, more panicked. Voss was watching me with predatory amusement, waiting to see what I'd choose. Save the helicopter crew from a threat they didn't know existed, or abandon them to save Marlowe from whatever psychological torture he'd designed for her. The same impossible choice he'd been forcing on me all night. But I was done playing by his rules. "Officer down!" I shouted to the rescue crew, pointing at Voss. "Suspect is armed and extremely dangerous. He's responsible for the missing person case and at least one assault on a federal officer." The crew member immediately shifted into tactical mode, speaking rapidly into his radio while keeping his eyes on Voss. Within seconds, 2 more crew members were on the ground, and I could hear radio chatter coordinating with law enforcement. Voss's smile faded as he realized his plan was falling apart. "You don't understand," he said, trying to sit up. "She's still out there, still tied up. If you arrest me now, you'll never find her in time." The final manipulation. Even facing capture, he was trying to use Marlowe as leverage to make me complicit in his escape. But I could still hear her voice, distant but clear enough to triangulate. And now I had backup, real backup, with proper equipment and tactical training. "Northwest," I told the crew chief, pointing toward the sound of Marlowe's voice. "Maybe 200 meters. She's been held captive for 3 days." 2 crew members immediately headed in that direction while the third secured Voss with flex cuffs. Professional, efficient, exactly the kind of response I should have called for hours ago. "Interesting lesson, isn't it?" Voss said as they lifted him to his feet. "About the importance of backup, about not trying to be a hero." I looked at him, bloodied, defeated, facing decades in federal prison, and felt nothing but disgust. "The only thing you taught me," I said, "is that the most dangerous predators are the ones who think they're justified." They found Marlowe 20 minutes later, dehydrated and traumatized but alive. The medical team started IV fluids and trauma counseling while the tactical team secured the area and began processing what would become the largest crime scene in Olympic National Park history. Over the following weeks, investigators would discover the remains of 7 other victims scattered throughout the remote areas where Voss had been living. Hikers, campers, researchers, all people who'd made the mistake of venturing alone into territory he'd claimed as his own. The tally marks on the nurse logs told the story of a 2-year reign of terror that no one had even realized was happening. The wilderness that was supposed to be a refuge, a place where people could connect with nature and find peace, had become a hunting ground for someone who'd twisted conservation into an excuse for murder. I spent 3 days in the hospital, getting my shoulder repaired and talking to FBI psychologists who specialized in trauma counseling. They told me I'd done everything right, that I'd survived an encounter with a sophisticated predator who'd had every possible advantage. But I knew better. I'd made every mistake in the book, ignored procedures, acted on emotion instead of training, put both myself and Marlowe at unnecessary risk. If that helicopter hadn't been conducting a routine training exercise in the area, if they hadn't heard my missed radio check-ins, if they hadn't decided to investigate, the what-ifs would haunt me for months afterward. Martinez visited me on my last day in the hospital. He sat in the uncomfortable plastic chair beside my bed and didn't say anything for a long time. "You know," he finally said, "Voss trained me too. Back in 2018 when I was new to the park, he was a good ranger then, or at least I thought he was. Knew the wilderness better than anyone, could track anything, could survive in conditions that would kill most people." He paused, staring out the window at the parking lot. What I didn't realize was that he was already changing, already starting to see people as either predators or prey. The warning signs were there, the way he talked about problem visitors, the satisfaction he took in confronting people who broke regulations, the gradual isolation from other staff. Could anyone have stopped him? I asked. Martinez shrugged. Maybe, if we'd intervened earlier, gotten him psychological help, recognized that his dedication to the wilderness was becoming something unhealthy. But he was good at his job, and we were always short-staffed, always dealing with budget cuts and personnel issues. He looked at me directly for the first time since entering the room. "The thing is, River, what you did out there, surviving, adapting, ultimately saving both yourself and the victim, that's not something they teach at the academy. That comes from something deeper, something that can't be trained." I went back to work 6 weeks later, but everything was different. The forest I'd loved, the wilderness that had called me to become a ranger, now felt alien and threatening. Every shadow could hide a predator. Every sound could signal danger. Every lone hiker could be either victim or threat. The other rangers tried to be supportive, but I could see the way they looked at me. I was the rookie who'd survived something they couldn't imagine, who'd been changed by an experience that existed outside their frame of reference. Some nights, lying in bed in my small apartment near the park, I could still hear Voss's voice echoing through my memory. The forest doesn't need managing, it needs culling. And the terrible thing was, I was beginning to understand what he'd meant. Not the killing, not the twisted justification for murder, but the underlying truth about human nature and the wilderness. We told ourselves that national parks existed to preserve nature for future generations, to provide places where people could experience the natural world. But maybe that was just a comfortable lie. Maybe the real function of places like Olympic was to contain the wildness that still existed in some people, to provide an outlet for impulses that civilization couldn't completely suppress. Voss had been a predator long before he'd started killing people. The wilderness hadn't created his predatory nature. It had simply provided him with the perfect environment to express it. And if that was true, then how many other Garrett Vosses were out there? How many other people who'd been drawn to careers in wilderness management, not by love of nature, but by something darker and more complex? I lasted another 4 months before I submitted my resignation. Martinez accepted it without argument, though I could see the disappointment in his eyes. Another good ranger lost to trauma, another position that would be difficult to fill in an already understaffed service. "What will you do?" he asked as I cleaned out my locker. "I don't know yet," I said honestly. "Maybe something in urban law enforcement, something where the predators are more obvious." He nodded, understanding more than I'd expected. "River," he said as I headed for the door. "What you did out there, surviving Voss, saving Marlowe, that took real courage. Don't let what happened make you forget that." But as I drove away from Olympic National Park for the last time, I wasn't thinking about courage. I was thinking about adaptation, about the thin line between civilization and wilderness, about the predators who walk among us wearing masks of respectability and public service. Somewhere out there in forests and parks across the country, there might be others like Garrett Voss, others who'd learned to use their knowledge of wilderness and human nature to hunt the people they'd sworn to protect. The thought should have terrified me. Instead, it made me angry. And anger, I was learning, could be just as powerful as fear in determining whether you became predator or prey. Maybe Martinez was right about courage. Maybe what I'd learned in those woods wasn't just about survival, but about the capacity to adapt, to become something harder and more dangerous when circumstances required it. Maybe the real lesson wasn't that the wilderness was full of predators. Maybe it was that sometimes, when pushed far enough, prey could learn to hunt back. I still think about Marlowe Chen sometimes. She finished her research, published her paper on mycorrhizal networks, and got her doctorate. She sends me updates occasionally, emails with pictures of her current research sites, always careful to mention that she's never alone in the field anymore. She adapted too, in her own way. Learned to see the forest not as a place of infinite wonder and discovery, but as an environment that required constant vigilance, constant awareness of threats both natural and human. We both learned that the most dangerous predators don't announce themselves with growls or territorial markings. They use intelligence, patience, and intimate knowledge of their prey's behavior patterns. They look like park rangers, like helpful citizens, like people you should be able to trust. And sometimes when the wilderness demands it, they look like us. My name is River Nakamura, and I survived my first year as a park ranger. What I learned in the forests of Olympic National Park isn't in any training manual, and it's not something I'd wish on anyone else. But it's knowledge I'll carry for the rest of my life. In any wilderness, the most dangerous predator is always human. And sometimes, to survive, you have to become the predator you're hunting. My name is Adam Moraine, and I am 27 years old. I've been a park ranger at Olympic National Park for 8 months. This happened during the fall of 2023. when the missing person case of Dahlia Voss turned into something that still haunts me every time I close my eyes. I was still new to the job, only 8 months in, when the call came through dispatch at 4:47 p.m. on October 15th. The autumn darkness was already creeping through the towering Douglas firs, and the temperature had dropped to that bone-deep cold that makes your breath visible even through your uniform jacket. Ranger Supervisor Martinez's voice crackled through my radio with the kind of urgency that makes your stomach clench. "Adam, we've got a code yellow. Missing photographer, Dahlia Voss, 34 years old. Last known position was the Quinault River Trail, mile marker 7. She was documenting old-growth recovery patterns and missed her scheduled check-in 12 hours ago." I grabbed my pack, already feeling that familiar knot of anxiety that had plagued me since my first week on the job. Every call felt like a test I wasn't sure I'd pass. The other rangers had years of experience, instincts honed by countless searches. I had textbook knowledge and an overwhelming need to prove I belonged here. "Copy that. Any additional details on the missing person?" "Vehicle's still at the trailhead. All her camping gear is accounted for, but her photography equipment is missing. She's an experienced hiker, knows the area. This isn't like her to go off trail without notification." The Quinault River Trail winds through some of the most remote sections of the park, where ancient trees create a canopy so dense that even midday feels like dusk. In October, with the shorter days and frequent fog rolling in from the Pacific, it becomes a maze of shadows and muffled sounds. Perfect place to get disoriented. Perfect place to disappear. I drove the 20-minute route to the trailhead with my emergency lights cutting through the gathering darkness. The parking area was empty except for a red Subaru Outback with Washington plates. Dahlia's car. I ran the plates through dispatch. Everything checked out. Insurance current, registration valid, no red flags. Just a woman who loved photographing nature and had somehow vanished into the wilderness. The metallic taste of adrenaline filled my mouth as I shouldered my pack and activated my GPS unit. Standard search protocol. Establish last known position. Work outward in expanding grids. Maintain radio contact every 30 minutes. I'd practiced this dozens of times in training, but the textbook scenarios never included the way fog muffles your radio calls or how your flashlight beam seems to get swallowed by the forest. The trail was well maintained for the first 3 miles, but beyond that, it became a narrow path threading between massive tree trunks. My boots crunched through layers of decomposing leaves, maple, alder, and fern fronds that created a carpet thick enough to hide any tracks. The beam of my flashlight revealed scratch marks on trees where bears had sharpened their claws, but no sign of human passage. At mile marker 7, I found the first evidence of Dahlia's presence. A lens cap from a Canon camera, partially buried under a pile of wet leaves. I photographed it in situ, then bagged it according to protocol. My hands were already numb from the cold, making it difficult to work the evidence bags properly. In training, we'd never dealt with weather this miserable. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Moraine. I've located possible evidence at mile 7. Proceeding with expanded search pattern." Static crackled back at me. The radio signal was weaker than expected for this location. I checked my GPS. The satellite connection was solid, showing my exact coordinates. But something felt wrong. The forest was too quiet. In 8 months of patrols, I'd never experienced such complete silence. No bird calls. No rustle of small animals in the underbrush. No wind through the branches. Even the ever-present sound of the distant river seemed muted. I followed standard search protocol, establishing a base point and working outward in concentric circles. 20 yards from the trail, I found disturbed vegetation, branches broken at shoulder height, ferns trampled in a pattern consistent with someone pushing through the brush. My pulse quickened. This was it. This was how I'd prove myself as a competent ranger. The trail of broken vegetation led deeper into old-growth forest, away from any marked paths. I followed it carefully, photographing each sign, marking GPS waypoints. The trees here were ancient giants, some over 6 feet in diameter, their trunks disappearing into the fog above. Between them, visibility dropped to maybe 15 feet in any direction. That's when I noticed the smell. It started as something faint, almost masked by the rich odor of decomposing leaves and damp earth. But as I moved deeper into the forest, it became unmistakable, the sickly, sweet stench of something rotting, something organic, something that had once been alive. My training kicked in. Possible human remains require immediate backup and crime scene protocols. I reached for my radio, but the static was worse now. Just white noise punctuated by occasional bursts of unintelligible voices from other frequencies bleeding through. I tried raising dispatch 3 times before accepting that I was on my own, until I could reach higher ground or move closer to a repeater tower. The source of the smell was a natural depression between 2 massive cedar trees, filled with what looked like a pile of forest debris. But as I approached with my flashlight, the beam revealed something that made my stomach lurch. Scattered among the leaves and branches were pieces of fabric, bright yellow fabric that matched the description of Dahlia's hiking jacket. I forced myself to move closer, fighting the urge to vomit. Mixed in with the fabric were other things, strips of leather that might have been from a camera strap, pieces of what looked like plastic housing from electronic equipment, and underneath it all, something pale that made every instinct scream at me to run. But I was a park ranger. I had protocols to follow. I photographed everything from multiple angles, documenting the scene even as my hands shook so badly I could barely hold the camera steady. The pale objects weren't bones, they were pieces of torn paper. Photographs. Dozens of black and white nature photographs, scattered and partially decomposed. One photo caught my attention because it was less damaged than the others. It showed the exact spot where I was standing, photographed from a higher angle. Someone had been watching this location. Someone had known I would come here. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't a random accident scene. This was staged, arranged. The disturbed vegetation, the conveniently placed evidence, the photographs. Someone had created a trail for me to follow. Someone had wanted me to find this place. My radio crackled suddenly, making me jump. Through the static, I could hear a voice, but it wasn't dispatch. It was a man's voice, speaking quietly, almost whispering. Adam Moraine, 8 months on the job, still trying to prove you belong. Ice water flooded my veins. Someone was using my frequency. Someone who knew my name, my experience level, my insecurities. I spun around, flashlight beam sweeping the trees, but saw nothing except shadows that seemed to move independently of my light. Who is this? Identify yourself. Silence. Then, after a long moment, you're standing in my gallery, Adam. Do you like the exhibition? I backed away from the debris pile, my free hand moving instinctively to the pepper spray on my belt. Standard ranger equipment included bear spray and a radio, but no firearms. We weren't law enforcement. We were supposed to call for backup when situations escalated beyond our training. Dahlia Voss, I said into the radio, trying to keep my voice steady. Where is she? Closer than you think. She's been such a good sport about the whole thing. Very cooperative once she understood the rules of the game. The voice was calm, conversational, with just a hint of amusement that made my skin crawl. This wasn't some random psychopath having a breakdown. This was someone who enjoyed what he was doing, someone who had planned every detail. I needed to get out of there, call for backup, let the professionals handle this. But as I turned to retrace my steps, my flashlight beam caught something that stopped me cold. Fresh boot prints in the mud beside the trail. Large prints with a distinctive tread pattern leading away from the debris pile and deeper into the forest. The prints were recent, made within the last few hours based on how clearly defined they were in the soft earth, and they were accompanied by drag marks, as if someone had been pulling a heavy object. Every piece of training I'd received said to retreat, establish radio contact, wait for law enforcement backup. But those drag marks could mean Dahlia was still alive, still being moved. Every minute I spent following protocol could be a minute closer to her death. I made the decision that would haunt me forever. I followed the tracks. The trail led through increasingly dense forest, winding between ancient trees and over fallen logs thick as cars. Whoever I was following knew these woods intimately, choosing paths that were almost invisible, routes that avoided the worst of the undergrowth while staying completely off any marked trails. My radio remained silent except for occasional bursts of static. The GPS was still working, but I was moving into areas that weren't properly mapped. Places where the green space on my device showed no detail except contour lines and the blue thread of the Quinault River somewhere to the south. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 45 minutes, the tracks led to a game trail that wound uphill toward a rocky outcrop. The smell of wood smoke drifted down from above, mixed with something else, something cooking. My stomach rumbled despite the circumstances. I hadn't eaten since lunch, and the physical exertion combined with adrenaline was burning through my energy reserves. The game trail ended at a natural shelf of rock overlooking the river valley. Hidden among a cluster of boulders was a camp that looked semi-permanent, a military surplus shelter, carefully concealed fire ring, and what appeared to be a sophisticated radio setup with a tall antenna extending up between the trees. And sitting by the fire, very much alive, was a woman with dark hair wearing the remains of a yellow hiking jacket. "Dahlia," I called out, keeping my voice low. She looked up, and I could see her face in the firelight. Mid-30s, with the kind of tan that came from spending months outdoors. But her expression wasn't relief at seeing a ranger. It was terror. "Don't," she whispered. "Don't come any closer. He's watching." I froze. Flashlight beam trained on the ground between us. "Are you injured? Can you walk?" "He's been keeping me here for 3 days. He said someone would come looking. He said he was waiting for the right person." Her voice was barely audible, but in the still air, every word carried clearly. "He said he was waiting for someone young, someone inexperienced, someone who would make it interesting." The woods around us remained silent, but I could feel eyes watching from the darkness beyond my flashlight beam. Somewhere in those shadows was the man who had been speaking to me on the radio, the man who had arranged this entire scenario. "We're leaving," I said, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. "Right now. Can you stand?" Dahlia shook her head. "My ankle. I think it's broken. He did it on purpose, to make sure I couldn't run." I moved closer, keeping my flashlight beam sweeping the perimeter of the camp. The radio equipment caught my attention. Military grade, definitely not standard camping gear. This wasn't some random survivalist. This was someone with training, resources, and a long-term plan. "What's his name? What does he look like?" "He calls himself Hunter. Says he used to be Army. Special Forces. He's been living out here for years, completely off the grid." Dahlia's voice was getting stronger, but I could see her hands shaking in the firelight. "He hunts people, Adam. He hunts them for sport." The use of my name sent another chill down my spine. She knew who I was because he had told her, which meant this entire situation had been orchestrated specifically for me. "How many others?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. "I don't know. He has photographs, dozens of them. People hiking alone, camping, fishing, all of them in the park, all of them." She trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. I was examining her ankle when the voice came from directly behind me. "I was hoping you'd be more of a challenge." I spun around, flashlight beam revealing a man standing maybe 10 feet away. Tall, lean, with the kind of weathered face that came from years of outdoor living. He was wearing military-style clothing and woodland camouflage, and in his hands was a compound bow with an arrow nocked and ready. "You followed every breadcrumb exactly as planned," he continued, moving slowly to keep himself positioned between me and the trail back down the mountain. "Textbook search pattern. By-the-book evidence collection. You even photographed my little art installation." My hand moved toward the bear spray, but he noticed immediately. "I wouldn't. This arrow will punch through your chest before you clear the holster. And then Dahlia gets to watch you bleed out before we continue our game. What do you want?" "Entertainment." His smile was visible even in the dim light from the fire. "Do you know how boring it gets, hunting deer and elk year after year? They're predictable, stupid. They follow the same trails, eat in the same places, run in straight lines when they're scared." He took a step closer, bow still trained on my chest. "But humans are different. They think, they adapt, they make choices. And when they're really scared, when they realize they're going to die, they become capable of amazing things. Or they break completely. Either way, it's fascinating to watch. The Park Service knows where I am. I lied. They'll send backup when I don't report in. No, they won't. Your last radio check was 2 hours ago. Standard protocol gives solo rangers a 4-hour window before initiating search procedures, and I've been monitoring their frequencies all evening. No one's looking for you yet. He was right, and we both knew it. I'd violated protocol by following the trail alone, and now I was paying the price for my inexperience and desperation to prove myself. Here's how this works, Hunter said, settling into what was obviously a practiced explanation. I'm going to give you a 30-minute head start. You can take Dahlia if you want, but she'll slow you down significantly. Your choice. After 30 minutes, I come after you. And if we make it back to the trailhead, then you win. You and Dahlia get to go home, tell your story, become heroes. But if I catch you... He gestured toward the darkness beyond the firelight, where I now noticed several objects hanging from tree branches. Objects that looked suspiciously like clothing and equipment from other hikers. Other victims. You're insane. I'm bored. There's a difference. He lowered the bow slightly, though the arrow remained nocked. 30 minutes starts now. I looked at Dahlia, who was struggling to stand on her injured ankle. She was right. She would slow me down significantly. But I couldn't leave her. That wasn't who I was, regardless of the consequences. Come on, I said, helping her to her feet. We're getting out of here. Adam, he knows these woods better than anyone. He's been hunting here for years. You can't outrun him. Maybe not, but I'm not leaving you. Hunter watched with apparent amusement as I helped Dahlia away from the fire and toward the trail. As we reached the edge of the light, he called out one more time. Adam, just so you know, I've been watching you for weeks, learning your patrol routes, your habits, your weaknesses. This isn't random. You were chosen specifically because you're new, inexperienced, and desperate to prove yourself. All of which makes you more likely to take risks, more likely to end up exactly where you are right now. The words followed us into the darkness as we began our descent. Dahlia leaned heavily on my shoulder. Her breathing labored from pain and fear. The trail that had seemed manageable on the way up became treacherous in the dark with an injured person. Every root and rock became a potential disaster. How do you know so much about me? I asked as we carefully navigated a particularly steep section. He has files, photographs, personnel records. He somehow got access to Park Service databases. He knows everything about all the rangers, schedules, experience levels, psychological profiles from the hiring process. The implications hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't some random madman living in the woods. This was someone with connections, resources, and detailed inside information. Someone who had been planning this for a long time. We made slow progress down the mountain, stopping frequently to rest and for me to check our position on GPS. The device showed we were roughly 2 miles from the nearest marked trail, 3 miles from the trailhead in safety. At our current pace with Dahlia's injury, it would take hours to reach help. Hours we didn't have. Tell me about him, I said during one of our rest breaks. What else did he say? Any details that might help us? He said he was Special Forces, sniper. Did 3 tours in Afghanistan before he got discharged for psychological reasons. He's been living off the grid ever since, moving from park to park, national forest to national forest. How many parks? He mentioned Yellowstone, Glacier, North Cascades. Said Olympic was his favorite because of the isolation and weather. Easier to make people disappear. We were moving again, working our way down a particularly difficult section of trail, when I heard it, a sound that made every muscle in my body tense with primal fear. Whistling. Someone was whistling a cheerful tune, moving through the forest parallel to our position. The sound was maybe 50 yards away, keeping pace with us but staying just out of sight. Time's up, Dahlia whispered. I checked my watch. We'd been moving for exactly 30 minutes. The whistling stopped abruptly, replaced by a voice that carried clearly through the still air. Ready or not, here I come. What followed was a nightmare of fear and exhaustion that lasted the next 4 hours. Hunter pursued us through the dark forest with the patience and skill of a predator who knew he held every advantage. He would appear briefly in the beam of my flashlight, just long enough for us to see him, then vanish back into the shadows. Sometimes he would call out helpful directions, sarcastically pointing out easier paths or warning us about dangerous terrain ahead. He was playing with us, demonstrating his complete control over the situation. The psychological warfare was devastating. Every shadow could hide an arrow. Every sound could be his approach. Dahlia became increasingly panicked, her breathing rapid and shallow, her grip on my arm so tight it left bruises. I tried to project calm confidence, but inside, I was terrified. My training had never covered anything like this. Search and rescue scenarios, yes. Wildlife encounters, medical emergencies, lost hikers, all of that was in the manual. But being hunted by a human predator who knew the terrain better than I did, there was no protocol for that. We reached the main trail around midnight, both of us exhausted and hypothermic. The temperature had dropped into the 30s and our clothes were soaked with sweat and dew. Dahlia was barely conscious, her injured ankle swollen to twice its normal size. 2 more miles, I told her, though I wasn't sure either of us had the strength left. That's when we saw the light ahead on the trail. A flashlight beam, moving toward us from the direction of the trailhead. My heart leaped with relief. Backup had finally arrived. Someone had noticed my extended absence and initiated a search. "Here," I called out, waving my own flashlight. "We're here." The approaching light stopped, then began moving faster in our direction. As it got closer, I could make out a figure in what looked like a Park Service uniform. Ranger Moraine? The voice was familiar. Ranger Thompson, one of the senior staff who had been with the park for over a decade. "Are you all right?" "We need immediate medical attention and law enforcement backup," I said as he approached. "There's someone in the backcountry hunting people. He's been holding Dahlia captive for 3 days." Thompson's flashlight beam played over both of us, assessing our condition. In the harsh LED light, I could see his weathered face creased with concern. "Hunting people? Adam, you look exhausted. Are you sure about what you think you saw?" "He had a camp, military equipment. He admitted to killing other hikers. He's been stalking park rangers, collecting information about us." Okay. Let's get you both back to the trailhead and sort this out." Thompson moved to Dahlia's other side, helping to support her weight. "Medical team is standing by at the parking area." Relief flooded through me as we began the final push toward safety. Thompson's presence changed everything. He was experienced, competent, someone who would know exactly how to handle the situation. For the first time in hours, I felt like we might actually survive. We were maybe a half-mile from the trailhead when Thompson spoke again. "Adam, can I ask you something? In all your training, did they ever teach you about situational awareness?" Something in his tone made me glance over at him. In the glow of his flashlight, I could see his face more clearly. The weathered features, the calm expression, the hint of amusement in his eyes. "What do you mean?" "I mean, did they teach you to verify the identity of people you encounter in emergency situations?" The words hit me like ice water. Thompson's voice was different now, slightly deeper, more controlled. And his uniform, which had looked authentic in the darkness, was wrong in subtle ways. The patches were slightly off, the cut of the jacket not quite right. "You're him," I whispered. "Took you long enough to figure it out." Hunter, wearing Thompson's clothes, carrying Thompson's radio, speaking in Thompson's voice, smiled at me across Dahlia's hunched form. "I told you I'd been watching you for weeks, learning everything about your colleagues, your procedures, your protocols. Where's Thompson? Don't worry about Thompson. Worry about yourself." I tried to pull away, but he was ready for the movement. Something sharp pressed against my ribs, a knife blade held low and angled upward toward my heart. "Keep walking. We're almost to the parking area. People will be looking for us. Dispatch knows our last position. Dispatch knows that Ranger Thompson responded to your missed check-in and initiated a search. They know he found you and radioed in an all clear. As far as anyone knows, you're safely off the mountain. We walked the final quarter mile in silence. My mind raced, trying to find some way out of the situation, but Hunter had thought of everything. He'd studied the park's procedures, our personnel, our communication protocols. He'd been planning this for months, maybe years. The trailhead was deserted except for 3 vehicles: Dahlia's Subaru, my Ranger truck, and a Park Service SUV that presumably belonged to the real Thompson. Hunter directed us toward the SUV, keeping the knife pressed against my side. "Here's what happens next," he said as we reached the vehicle. "You're going to help me load Dahlia into the back. Then we're going to take a little drive to a place I've prepared, somewhere much more private than the backcountry camp. Someone will find Thompson. When he doesn't report in, Thompson is at the bottom of a ravine about 5 miles from here. It'll be weeks before anyone finds the body, if they ever do. And when they do, it'll look like an accident. Experienced ranger, tragic fall in difficult terrain. These things happen." He opened the rear hatch of the SUV, revealing a space that had been modified with restraint points and what looked like a medical kit. Everything needed for a mobile torture chamber. That's when Dahlia, who had been silent and barely conscious for the last hour, suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Hunter's wrist. The move was so unexpected that he loosened his grip on the knife for just a moment. It was enough. I threw myself sideways, away from the blade, and rolled behind the SUV. Hunter cursed and tried to follow, but Dahlia was still clinging to his arm, screaming at the top of her lungs. The sound echoed off the surrounding trees, carrying for miles through the still night air. Hunter struck her hard across the face, dropping her to the gravel, then came after me with the knife raised. But I was already moving, circling around the front of the vehicle, reaching for my radio. All units, this is Ranger Moraine. Code Red at Quinault Trailhead. Officer needs assistance. Armed suspect on scene." Hunter tackled me before I could say more, driving us both to the ground. The radio skittered away across the gravel. We fought in the dirt and leaves, rolling back and forth, the knife blade passing inches from my throat. He was stronger and more experienced, but I was younger and desperate. The fight ended when my hand found a rock the size of a baseball. I brought it down hard against the side of his head and he went limp. For a moment, the forest was completely silent except for my own ragged breathing and Dahlia's quiet sobbing. Then in the distance I heard the most beautiful sound in the world: sirens. The cavalry was finally coming. Hunter survived the head injury, though he never regained full consciousness before the FBI took him into custody. It turned out his real name was Marcus Webb, former Army Ranger with 3 tours in Afghanistan and a dishonorable discharge for assault on a superior officer. He'd been linked to disappearances in 6 different national parks over the past 4 years. They found Thompson's body exactly where Hunter said it would be, at the bottom of a ravine with injuries consistent with a fall. The FBI also found Hunter's main camp, a sophisticated operation with detailed files on dozens of Park Service employees and visitors. His gallery contained evidence from at least 12 victims. Dahlia recovered fully, though she never returned to wilderness photography. I stayed with the Park Service, but requested a transfer to a different location. Olympic National Park held too many memories of that October night. I learned several things from the experience. First, that all the training in the world can't prepare you for the reality of human evil. Second, that experience matters less than instinct when you're fighting for your life. And third, that the most dangerous predator in any wilderness isn't a bear or a cougar or a rattlesnake. It's another human being. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, hearing that cheerful whistling moving through the trees. And I wonder how many other Marcus Webbs are out there in the wilderness, waiting for the next inexperienced ranger to follow their carefully laid trail into the darkness.